Not. Why don't you have like a cool intro? You gotta have like a cool intro music,
Do you
something
want
that
me to
says
put a cool intro? I do have some cool
you should
intros.
have like a cool intro, like, yo, this is Cat's little stream. And Cat's gonna do a little stream, and she's gonna be really mean to all the hoes out there. Yeah. No?
I mean, I do have an intro. You want to see my intro?
I want to see your intro. Like I was like waiting for this intro. Where's the no intro, no nothing.
Okay. Here's my intro.
304 Productions.
Yeah, you like that?
I like that. I was like, okay.
Nice.
I was like, you do it. You do your damn thing. 304. Why does it look like it's like a supposed to be for like a scary movie intro or something?
Because when I do my Saturday streams, sometimes we talk about conspiracies and stuff.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
So how you doing, kitty cat? Catnip?
I'm
Kit Kat?
alright.
Like, are these all nicknames that you grew up with?
Yeah.
So who called you Catnip? That's all I want to know.
Nobody called me Catnip. No.
That's the one I'm calling you. Your name's Catnip.
Oh God, I don't need more nicknames.
Catnip Aberdeen.
Oh my gosh. So, for anyone who doesn't know you, maybe in the future that watches this, could you give your quick mini bio and tell us about you and what you do? Do you don't have one?
Yes, I have a bio. My name is Glenn Lawrence. I am actor, producer, short film creator, indie filmmaker, as well as podcast host, content creator, former youth pastor, former Air Force, former bodybuilding competitor. Yeah, I talk about relationships, marriage, patriarchy, all the good stuff, and I piss off a lot of people, like the feminist, and a bunch of other things. Yeah, that's what I do.
So, what would you say is your most controversial take?
Um, probably that, like, probably the patriarchy. Well, the patriarchy is probably the best thing for women because it's probably the thing that protects women more than what we have now, and that women shouldn't vote. Let's see. How about oh, we should get rid of a. Oh, it's not. I'm kind of torn on the abortion thing, because
I mean, in some circumstances, it's probably needed, like health things.
so, like, okay, so I learned this thing, right? So let's say you have like your baby, stillborn, or like
Yeah.
miscarriage, right? And like after the first trimester, like if they don't get the baby all the way out, like they have to do this procedure, which is the abortion procedure.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking like, well, they have to do it for that circumstance if women have those issues. If you ban abortions across the board, well, then that procedure might also be at risk of being banned.
Yeah, and then there's like ectopic pregnancies where
Yeah,
it's in the wrong place and it can explode and kill the woman. It's in the tube instead of
the
in the
baby
uterus.
will explode. And
Well, it'll explode the tube and kill the woman.
that's wild.
Yeah. So I mean there's a lot of nothing is ever completely black and white. You're never going to find something like even murder. Like sometimes it's okay to kill someone. They're trying to kill you.
I have no problem killing people.
Good to
I
know.
just have a problem with killing like innocent people.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like what if you have a situation you have to kill all these innocent people or even greater numbers of innocent people?
Why would I be in a situation? Why would you need to kill innocent people?
Let's say like a bomb is coming and you're in charge of making the decision. Do I kill the people who are sending the bomb and innocent people around them, or do I let them bomb other innocent people? There's always weird situations.
If they're an enemy, they're not innocent. And anybody that around them, they're not innocent. They
Okay, but like
are
if China bombs us, are we the enemy and not
just blow
innocent?
the fuck up out of China, just all of it.
No, if China
All of
blows
them.
us up.
Why would we let them?
Oh my gosh.
Don't we have more
What if we
bombs?
don't know?
We do know we have more bombs.
They have new technology and it's hidden. We can't see it
No,
coming.
no. China is like 10,000 light years behind us. They barely got a submarine that floats.
I mean, suspend your imagination in a world where China has this great new technology and they could off us. Are we the enemy?
Um, that's like an alternate universe, right?
Yeah.
Like where shit ain't real.
Okay, let's move on. So let's talk a little bit about the dating crisis. So these are some statistics that I looked up so I can
Okay.
be. So 35% of men and 34% of women in their 30s are single from 2023.
Mhm.
The same age group in 1994, only 20% of women were single. So it's like gone up 70%.
Mm.
70% more people are single in their 30s,
Yeah.
which is insane. So give me one reason that you think this might be happening.
Well, because people are believing a lie. They're believing the lie that they don't, one, men don't need women and women don't need no man.
Mm-hmm. I
You
was
know,
talking to one of my married friends and she was like, I think I did it
I hope you
wrong.
only have married friends. You better not be having no single friends, those little hoe ass 304s out there running amok.
Oh my
Know
gosh.
about you.
Anyway, yes. So I was with one of my non-ho ass friends and she was talking about, she's like, when I was 15, I was so worried about like getting married and finding a guy and getting married as soon as possible when I was young. I think I did it wrong. I should have like had fun more, developed my career more. And I'm like, what? What? And then I ran down the list of everybody we knew. Like this girl developed her career single, alone, alcoholic. This girl developed her career, didn't go anywhere, and single, alone, alcoholic. And then that girl, remember that one? Went nuts, single,
Mhm.
alone, also on some other drugs. So it's just like, you have they lie to us like crazy. All the propaganda
Yeah.
is men are the most evil, disgusting creatures in the world. They're going to cheat, beat. What's the other one? Beat, cheat, something else.
Skeet, skeet,
Sure.
skeet, skeet.
Yeah, skeet on you and then run away. Yes.
They beat, cheat, and skeet.
Yes. Yes, they do. So anyway, so they're like they convince.
What's
Oh
with
my
the
gosh,
free Steven
because
hashtag?
they're assholes.
Like, is Steven safe? Is he
He's
okay?
fine. He's okay. He's totally fine.
Can we get proof of life?
Not right now. He's eating.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys.
He's eating in his little dungeon.
I tried, guys. I tried. So, you know, they lie to women and they lie to men, but women get the most worst of the lies. Women lie to women,
Mm-hmm.
and then men lie to women. Like women don't even like trying to help women.
No.
You guys are
Mm-mm.
like crabs in a bucket. You guys like to hurt yourselves. You guys like to sabotage each other. Like, I don't want that bitch getting better than me. Hell no. If I'm miserable, she's gonna be miserable. And that's probably the biggest problems.
Yeah.
You
The
know,
lie that women support women. Where?
like we all know that you guys don't give a shit about each other. We
No.
know exactly what you guys talk about each other as soon as you guys leave each other. Like you just come home from your girlfriends and you're like, oh my god, babe, you would not believe Linda, that bitch right there. Do you want to know what she was wearing? This hoe had her tits all out. And I was like, aren't you married? And she's like, yeah, so what? I'm here to look good. And it's like, can't believe that she's a hoe. And it's like, that's your best friend. We know that you guys don't like each other.
Yeah. I have a very few friends that I really, really, really like and that I would give
Mhm.
really, really amazing advice to. The rest of them, you just don't want to fight. You just don't want to, you just, it's easier to just say, yeah, you're doing great. You look great in that. Everything. Just don't, don't, uh, what's it called? Like rock the boat. Just everything you're doing is fine. Yeah, you should go find yourself. You're not too old. You're
Whoa.
only 45. Fine.
Like, damn. Like, why do they do that? Like, I don't understand why women do that. Like, it's like you do not want to see a better future.
Because women compete against women for their entire life cycle.
Look, you are a grandma. Like, you should not be trying to compete with these youngsters. Like,
It doesn't matter. It's just that is how women are built.
don't you know, like your eggs are dust?
It's not even about eggs. It's about like, I don't know. I think it's like a status thing. What do you think?
No, I think it's usefulness.
What do you mean usefulness?
Well, what use does a man have for a woman other than sex?
If they provide, I mean, that's a rare now, but like just let's suspend our animation and pretend that they provide again.
Mhm.
They could provide, they could,
No, I'm saying
you
like
know,
what do men need from women other than sex?
nothing. Kids, maybe.
So usefulness. You're trying to show your usefulness. The only usefulness that you all women ultimately have is their ability to reproduce. Because I mean, guys can know how. We know how to make our own damn sandwiches, and we will even cut the crust off ours if we don't want the crust on it. They leave the crust on ours. Rude ass. I'm saying like so. Since men don't need women for anything other than reproduction, other than sex. Dog. Dog's way more loyal. Dog's not going to cheat on you or leave you.
Yeah, but dogs die after 10 years. I mean, I guess maybe
You
guys
always
would
get a new
want for
dog.
us. It's a
You're
lot
always gonna,
easier to get a new dog.
yeah. And we don't have to deal with the dog crying like me too.
But what if the dog like shits all over the floor? Then you have to clean up that. I
I'd
mean,
rather clean up that shit than have to deal with some other bullshit. That shit's just a stain, clean that up.
all right. So we've discovered the problem. It's yeah. We should just get dogs then, right?
No, but see what I'm pointing out is that like it's women don't understand what men want for the most part, right? So men understand what women want. Men are very aware of what women want.
What do women want?
You want a guy that will love and protect you, be gracious towards you when you fuck up, right? Be there to provide for you. You know, you really don't want a guy to discipline you. We all know that you don't like discipline, but you want a guy that will lead you in a manner that you are comfortable following his lead.
Okay.
You don't want to like a drill sergeant. A drill sergeant barks
Yeah.
orders, and you're
Yeah.
like, you're gonna instantly repel,
Exactly.
instantly, right? But if he led in a manner that made you think it was your suggestion or that you like this idea, you know, then it's like Inception. You ever seen the movie Inception with
Yeah. Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio? It's like that's what guys got to do. Guys got to have to plant the thought in her head and make her think it's her idea.
That's what girls do, though.
Yeah, because if we try to tell you what to do, like, hey,
No, that's what girls do to guys.
I know we got to play the same game. It's mental warfare over here.
Oh my gosh. I don't
No, but
think
like
I don't
if a
think
guy
guys
leads,
do that.
guys need to lead in a manner that she feels comfortable with following, where she doesn't think that he's ordering her or that he's like making her, but that as if he is suggesting it and she just agrees. You know, women don't like to be told what to do, but if you suggest that, hey, you know what, if you do this, it might work better for you. And she's like, oh, okay, let me give that a try. Like as long as she thinks that she has the right to give it a try, that she has a way to veto it if she doesn't like it, then she feels comfortable.
I mean, that's what I do with my husband.
Yeah, I heard about that story. You put that Inception in his head.
Yeah.
You want to marry me now?
It's like whenever you want something, it's like, oh, I read this study on this and this, and then you build up a case against it, just like
Mm.
propaganda. Just use
Oh, so
propaganda.
you use propaganda against your husband.
Yeah, yeah, you make
So you do a lot
the
of
shows that they
manipulation.
yeah, yeah, the shows that they watch lead to that destination, the conversations, you have people call in and say, "Oh, I think this is a good idea. I heard about this." "Oh, really? Oh, yeah." Put it on speakerphone. Everybody works together and then you just guide them and then they just end up there and they're like, "Oh my gosh."
So manipulation.
Yeah. So everybody needs to learn manipulation, I think.
I think everybody knows
Ethical.
manipulation.
No, they don't. Oh my
No,
gosh. You have
okay,
no idea.
there's no such thing as ethical manipulation.
Yes, we're calling it we're rebranding manipulation for ethical manipulation. It is for the good.
Who determines what's good?
The outcome, if the
No,
outcome is positive,
who determines that this is going to be a good idea?
obviously the better manipulator.
Oh, so the woman.
Well, sometimes the guys can be good
But
manipulators.
hold on, who's supposed to lead?
The guy,
Also, if she is manipulating him to do what she wants him to do, who's really leading?
God, because God made us really good manipulators.
Bullshit. That sounds like see right there, fellas. That right there, if you guys listen to that, was Feminism 101. We're about to start with Feminism 102.
Oh gosh. Well, okay.
All
So,
right, no, let's get serious. Let's get real serious.
okay, serious. So we're serious now.
We're
Super
serious
serious.
now. We are in
Mhm.
our serious mode.
Yeah. So manipulation can be a good thing. I'm going to throw it out there. It's nice to manipulate people
It's
for
nice.
yeah, it's nice. It's a
Mm.
nice thing to do for their best interest. Like, okay, like imagine if I didn't manipulate my husband to marry me. He'd be on the streets right now, Glenn.
Would he be on the streets?
Yes, he would
Or
be
would you
on
be
the
on the
streets,
streets?
both, both of us. But the important thing is he'd be
Wait a
on the
minute, wait a minute.
streets.
He would be man whoring it up.
Yes, he would be. He'd have
Not on
like
the
5
streets.
or 6 different baby mamas. You think
Mhm.
that's good for him? He'd go broke
No, it's
because
not. It's not. It's
these
not.
hoes
Not
is
good for his
crazy.
bank account. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be broke. He'd be
But
like
hold on.
depressed.
Hold on. We don't know this though. We don't know how much you cost. To
I'm
sustain
a
versus those.
reasonably priced.
I'm just saying, I don't think manipulation is the word you want to go. I think the word you want is influence.
Okay, so I'm an influencer.
Yeah, you're on YouTube.
Yes, influence. Okay, so I love ethical manipulation. I
No,
feel
I
like
don't like that.
that
That
just
sounds
sounds great though to
Yeah,
me.
it
It
sounds like
sounds
a
awesome.
feminist word too. Like, oh, why did you?
Exactly. Ah,
I'm not sure
okay.
ethical manipulation is the thing that I would lean into. Just being honest with you.
Okay, so we'll just call it ethical influence.
Well, yeah, ethically influence.
Okay.
Ethical. You're an
So,
ethical influencer.
yes, so it's an influencer. So, for example, if I want to do something, what
Mhm.
I do is I will have like a spreadsheet. Like, I think we should do this because this is how much money we'll save if we do this. This is the scale of fun or whatever I'm trying to
You
like
do a
convey
whole
to
presentation,
a whole presentation. It's like you're trying to get money from like venture capitalist because he's my venture capitalist, right?
aka sugar daddy.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I'm just like, what do you think about this? And then he listens to it and then he thinks about it and then he lets me know what he thinks.
That's a good way of doing it. I mean, you're still presenting him with an option.
But I
You
still have to
present. It's
influence
more like a pitch deck. Like
a
like
pitch
when
daddy.
no, not a pitch daddy, a pitch deck. So like when you're putting out like for a film to get funded
Mhm.
and you have the script and everything ready to go, you have to present a pitch deck of what this film's like and what other films are similar to it and like what were their revenues, in the box office,
Mhm.
You know, so it's like, so they could kind of see like, okay, what similar films are there like this? How did they do overall? What would be the budget for it? So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's like a good way to approach it.
Approach
Um,
what though? Did you
like
do that with marriage? Like, so this
no,
is why I think you should marry me. Here is my checklist and here's my board,
no, no,
and your trajectory is going
you
to be
can't do it
here
like
five
that.
baby
No, no, no.
mamas. Oh,
That's after you're married. You can break out the spreadsheet. You go scare them away with that, Glenn. Can't do that.
you know what scares me? Every time my wife gets her notepad, when she does this, what'd you say again? I'm like, fuck. I'm scared. Not gonna lie, because it's like it's gonna be a statement or a quote that she's gonna end up using later on
Hmm.
against me.
Mm.
She's like, remember when you
See,
said this? And she like
yeah.
flips the pages over, like, you said on October 25th, 2019, this statement. I'm like, well, shit, time flies. I changed my mind, you know.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
what's Mitch toning?
I don't know.
Who's
That,
Mitching?
mm.
Ain't nobody Mitching over here.
All right. So, what do you think about what everybody says? We can't get married because the economy is so bad, Glenn. You can't get married. You just have to be a hoe forever. A hoe for show.
But do you gotta be a hoe forever, or could you just be my personal hoe?
I don't
Like,
know.
like, are they religious? Are they Christian?
I don't think most people are.
So then why are they getting married? Don't get married.
So they should just be hoes.
They should just, they can do whatever they want. They ain't Christian, so why practice or why get into a covenant or a practice a sacrament that they don't even believe in?
Yeah, they don't.
Like
There's like
what benefits do men get from marriage that they can't get from just having a living girlfriend?
kids.
You get kids from a living girlfriend, you can knock her up.
Yeah, but the type of girl who'd be okay with that is a different type of girl.
You see the rate of divorce? I don't see a whole lot of reasons for guys to jump into that.
I
So
mean,
what does
it's
marriage offer a guy that a long-term girlfriend or an LTR doesn't do?
mm, I don't know. Modern times, everything is messed up.
I know.
Because I would say fidelity, but we don't got that no more. I would say
I don't think we
children, but
ever had
kids
it.
don't. But
We don't got it anymore. I don't think we've ever had it.
we had it a little bit better. Most people used to
We've had
be
a little bit better, yes, but
most people used to be more faithful. Like growing up, I knew like my parents'
have you seen the
friends and
studies from 23andMe?
no.
So many people finding out that their father is actually not their father.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It was something like up to 4%. That's still not a lot. 4%,
Do you know what 4% of the population of the USA is?
a lot, but still, it's
Okay,
not
you just said that's
a
not a lot, but it's
hundred.
a lot.
It's not like 40%. It's 4%.
It's like
4%.
millions. It's still
Yes, I
millions
know
of
it's
people.
millions. But Glenn, we know the type of people who these are.
Actually, I don't think we do.
I feel like we do.
I think we
Whenever you
like,
find out what kind of oh, this person did this, it's like, yeah, of course.
well, it's like it's always after the fact that we know. It's always after the fact that you see the red flags too. Or that the red flags, no, you
Mm,
see the red flags before, but it's that you kind of, guys will dismiss them, and it's like because they're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's just one little red flag here, and it can be something insignificant to what actually the the issue might be, your concern is, it might be about. So they're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. But then once the big thing happens, you're like, oh, that's how that red flag connects to this issue. Damn it, I saw the red flag and I didn't catch it. Well, because it didn't look, it's not so obvious. It's not like the dude is going walking around like slapping bitches with his dick in the face and it's like, oh, that Right there, that's a red flag. You should have stopped him. And you're mad at he cheated on you. It's never that obvious.
I feel like it is. I mean, for me, I know that there's people that they might not see it in something. Oh, it came out of nowhere. But I'm very good at like, this is the type of person who would cheat. I can see where their eyes go all the time. I can see how easy they are to flirt with people. I can see like they have a lot of opposite sex friendships that are a little bit too close. There's no distance. They hug too long when they see each other. Like I know like the signs.
There's a guys like me hugging on chicks like that. They're not their girl.
Yes. Yeah. Lots.
I barely
Lots.
like giving high fives.
No, you would be surprised. I have seen the full gamut of
Hold them.
ridiculousness. Yeah. So, I had a friend that his grandfather had, I think it was almost 100 kids and an average of 4 kids per woman. So he was a traveling God knows what, but he
He was
traveled
traveling
around.
Bible salesman or something.
He traveled around and he would knock a single woman up with 4 kids, like 2 to 4 kids, and just move to the next town and do it again and like disappear. And then like I was at his 100th this guy was 100 years old. I went to his birthday and with his current wife, he still has a wife somehow, some old hoe. And he's
Some
sitting
old
there.
hoe. How's she a hoe? She could be a real good wife.
No, she a hoe. Because she knew about him and she's still one. It's like, oh yeah. Man
Damn.
hoes and ho hos, they're like a match made in heaven. Anyways, so I'm
So then
sitting there
they're made for each other.
basically. So I'm sitting, there's a microphone in front of this old man and his
Mhm.
current hoe. And
His
his
main hoe.
kids, yeah, his current main hoe, whatever. And then his kids from all these different messed up situations that he left around the world because he traveled the world and did this. He must have been hot because my God. Anyway, so he came. Oh, each of the kids came to the microphone and they like let him have it. And he's sitting there smiling through the whole thing. They're like,
Like they're
you
roasting him?
yeah, they're like, "You left my mother, you destroyed my family. I saw like, we went into poverty. She looked for you. She mourned you for decades. She refused to move on, blah blah blah, and I will never be like you." And the next guy comes and he goes, "I forgive you. What you did, like, cuz I will never be you." And blah 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 blah. And I don't want hate in my heart, not for you, but for me. Blah, blah. And then the next person comes, "Oh, happy birthday." And then it's just going on, and I'm just watching this like, "Oh, what is happening?" The best birthday party I've ever been to, and then
So
after
when the best birthday party you ever been to is when the kids are being dishonoring to their father.
oh, yeah, it was
Oh,
hilarious.
okay.
It was look, it's a study in human nature, Glenn.
What did you learn?
I learned everything that they say about like single parent households is true because all the full spectrum of like became a drug addict, became like a rapist, became all these things, like the kids were through it, like they went through it. Some of them
Mm.
ended up in jail, some of them like a whole spectrum of really messed up stuff. And at the end of it, I was just like, wow. But after the kids went up to him after another whatever and they stopped, then he had a belly dancer come in and she was like shaking it in front of him and the guy started drooling. It's so gross.
Then the
Like
old
still
man with
the
the
old
old
man,
hoe,
100 years old, he's still ready to just
he's
pump
like,
out another kid.
give me some of that. Give me that back of them pills, girl. I'm gonna go over there and get near nada.
Basically
Okay.
amazing. Never learned his lesson his whole life.
What lesson was he supposed to learn?
Don't be a hoe. Don't
He
leave.
wasn't.
Yeah, he was. He
He
left.
was a gigolo hoe. Big difference. He's a
I don't think
gigolo.
he was paid.
He was paid with kids.
Gross. Anyways, very interesting. So I do not think people should hoe, even dudes. It's kind of
No,
gross.
I don't think people should hoe. I don't think it's good to hoe. I'm just saying that, like, I think that you could be an alpha hoe. I saw that.
Wait, this
I definitely think that, when you are having two individuals that are not Christian,
Mhm.
your marriage is not on a solid foundation. It's not built on God. It's built on something less stable. I don't know what it's built on, lust, whatever the case may be. Apple bottom. So why even get married?
I mean, it's not marriage if you're not
Uh,
religious, though.
Exactly. So then why you get into a contract that's gonna like risk, you know,
So they should make it a contract. If you're not religious, it should be a legal contract
why?
with
They already
like
have that.
no, no, but just make it like so when we break this contract, if we break this, you get this, I get this. If we have kids, they go with
That's
this
a
is the
prenup
yeah, but like why can't you just make that the
because they already
marriage?
have the prenup built in for the wife or in the state contract.
Yeah,
Why
but
would they?
I'm just saying like
Women.
get
So
rid
yeah,
of that.
do you think women are going to get rid of that?
No.
Then why get married?
Because they're making it like if you live together for X amount of years, you're legally married. You know,
Nope,
there's all
only in
these
certain
ways.
states. That's only in certain states. There's only like 3 states, I think, or 7 states.
There you go.
So just don't live in those states.
And if she gets pregnant, you still have child support.
You're gonna have child support either way.
Yeah.
You just don't want. You won't have to have alimony though.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really care about like what non-religious people do?
I would say most of our population is religious,
Is or is
right?
not?
Is not religious. I think we were once primarily religious. I think that we were at 54%, but I'm not sure what the actual percentage is. And a lot of that you got to figure is just what people will put on the form like, oh yeah, I'm religious, I'm Christian, my great grandmother was a Christian, you know what I mean, like,
Mm.
so you can't really go off those numbers, so I don't think like today's day and age of people are really religious. I think the younger generation is becoming more religious.
I think the guys are,
Yes, but see
not the
that's
girls.
the point, like, there's a saying, if you win the man you win the family, get the man in the church and you get the family in the church.
But the problem is, okay, this is what I see. There's, like those, like let's say 3-4% guys that get all the girls.
Mhm.
Those guys don't want to become religious. Why
Why would
would
they?
they? Exactly. And
But some of them
those are
are
the
though.
ones.
Here's the
No,
funny, some of them
I
are.
don't see them. I don't see it.
Oh, you don't know
Those
who they
three,
are?
four,
Let
no,
me tell you
they're
who they
all
are. They're the
hoes.
worship leaders or the pastors. Some of them are leading them churches.
I haven't seen it. If you say that there's
Well,
some good looking,
I'm just saying, when you have pastors, I have to pull it up. I'll find it. Statistic where it's saying pastors admitted to committing at least 40%. 40% of them have committed to having extramarital
yeah. So the
interactions.
pastors are hoes.
That's that 4 to 5% you're talking about.
Not all pastors would
I
qualify
didn't.
4 to 5%.
I didn't say that. I just said the ones that are. They'll probably fall in that line.
Hmm.
I think that when we want to look at the problem is a heart problem
Why?
because people are selfish.
Hmm.
People are selfish and they're self-seeking and they're only looking out for what they want.
Men and women,
Men and women,
both.
both.
Yeah.
Before I would say it was just women, you know, but I see men behaving like women or complaining in the same manner like women too. You know, I don't hear women or men these days saying, thinking about their husband or their wife. Like it's always about me, right? It's like what I'm not getting out of it. Well, I'm not getting this. Well, she's not doing this. If she would do this more, well, are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? No, you're not focused on that right now because you're focused on what you're not getting.
Mhm.
So it's selfishness. I think it's selfish. Selfishness is what's the real problem between the two.
So why are people more selfish now?
Feminism,
But how did feminism make the men selfish?
because men were being bitches, and they were adopting female traits and behaviors.
I think it's because the single moms raised the sons to be more
And that could be too.
feminine.
That could be too. But think about this: I there was a time when if a guy saw a girl get assaulted,
Mhm.
he would, without even knowing her, run over there and intervene, right? Like, hey man, leave her alone. You know, she's a lady. Leave the little lady alone. Nowadays, you got guys saying like, "Man, fuck that bitch. She get beat up. Oh well, it's not my woman. I'm not going to get involved."
Mhm.
That's pretty
Yeah,
fucked
I
up.
mean, I saw that even, like, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like that. I was
Yeah,
someplace and I was holding a bunch of files, right? Like a huge thing of files.
and he
I'm
wouldn't
trying to
even
go
open
through
the
a door
door.
and he like slammed the door in my face and I'm like, "What the?"
Yep.
And I'm just like, "What? What's happened to dudes?"
Well, women killed chivalry.
I didn't.
Talk to the rest of those blue-haired,
Dude,
conservative hat
I do
wearing.
not claim them. I do not claim them.
You don't have to.
See, that's what I hate though. It's like, well, these few psychos ruined it for
You.
everybody. How many do you think there are?
They're a lot more than you.
Like for real, because I don't know women who are like don't like their husbands to open the car door or whatever. I don't
No,
know
see, like
women
I
like
don't
that.
think women don't mind that behavior, but they only mind it from the person that they want it to be from. Mhm.
Like if you're hot, you can open the door for me.
Pretty much.
But if you're not hot, I could do it myself.
I'm a boss bitch.
That's so stupid though.
I don't know what to tell you. Exactly, smoking patriot. Guys have gone to jail for helping women.
Mhm.
Dead ass.
Yep.
I have seen guys pay a compliment to a woman. And
Mhm.
here's a problem. And this is, I hate fucking going down this road.
Okay.
I yell at guys about this all the time. Like, guys don't talk to women anymore because it's not safe for them to. You could approach a girl and just try to be nice to them, and then she then try to say that you SA'd her. And I'm like, are you a creep? Well, yeah, they'll label you as a creep. Oh, so you must have been a creep. No, I just said hi. Creepy like, like they don't have social skills.
Yeah, I think that's guys don't have social skills. Girls still do, but they're way more narcissistic.
Um, women are. I'm glad you brought that up. I think there are more narcissistic women today
Than ever, ever.
than there is men.
Yeah, but like than there's ever been of any sex ever.
Mhm. Yep. And so, like, for guys, I tell guys like, don't complain about it. Just do better.
Yeah, I mean,
Be better, right? Like, be better over it.
wow. So, there's one guy that I was talking to, one of my friends, and he was saying how he tried to approach a girl, blah blah blah, and then she got mad and like whatever, upset with him. And I
Mhm.
was like, okay, show me how you tried to do it. And then he's like, oh, well, she was like walking alone in after like getting out of a club and she was holding her keys like this. So she
He's
looked
like,
scared. So
he's
I
like,
thought
hey,
it
you
was a
bitch.
great time. Yeah. So it's like, I thought it was a great time to come up behind her and say, hey, baby, you look really good in that dress. And I'm just like,
I'm
oh,
surprised he didn't get maced.
exactly. It's like, the girl has to feel safe in the
Mhm.
space. One. That's like one. Rule one. She has to feel
Mhm.
safe. If she
Yep.
doesn't feel safe, she doesn't feel like she can run away. If she doesn't feel like she could get attacked at that particular situation, you don't talk to her, period.
Yeah, you ignore him. You just check him out,
Exactly.
be like, I'd hit it, and just keep on walking.
Exactly. But I mean, but then they'll tell me like, well, she was alone. That was the only time she was alone. And I'm just like, you got to go up to girls when they're out with other people too. You have to like just get over it. Like, you
Yeah,
know,
I tell guys like not to like read the room. I do. Yep. I blame men for feminism. You think feminism is all driven by women? No, that's just the face of the company. It's these Mitches that are behind feminism.
Hmm.
But like I tell guys, like, look, one, you never just like approach a woman that you don't know unless like you're in a public space, like where it's safe, right? You mentioned safety, right?
Yeah,
I
she
would
has to
never, I
feel
would never
safe.
approach a woman at night in the dark while she's walking her car. That just looks creepy,
Mhm.
right? Right. Um, but let's say like I have talked up a grandma at the store in the like produce section because I'm trying to pick a good watermelon. I'm like, hey, you look like you're real smart. She's like, I think I am. And I was like, so do you know how to pick good watermelon? Like, what's the trick? Like, isn't it like a little the sound, or do I gotta pick up the weight? What is it? And she's like, oh, baby, let me tell you. And then we talked about like 5 minutes about watermelon and which ones we like better. I like the ones with seeds, but don't eat the seeds. And she was telling me like how to do it. And if a guy could do that, if you could just go up to a woman randomly in a store and have like a regular conversation with them that has nothing to do with sex or have anything to do with like your sexual interest, then you could actually talk to a woman that you are attracted to and not have a problem. And you'll be able to pick up the signals and read the room better.
So here's where I think I'm leaning towards something you're against. I think dudes when they're single should have female friends.
I don't necessarily have a problem with female friends. I would consider you like a female friend. We collaborate, we work like on different podcasts and stuff.
Yeah.
Um, we exchange we messages and talks every once in a while. Um, People that have contact to me, you have to be somewhat considered a friend in order to be able to reach me.
Hmm.
If I don't consider you somewhat a friend, you don't get a hold of me. Right? So I don't see a problem. Is my mic fucking up again? How about now? Are we not men? He'll tell me. He'll tell me. He'll tell me. Now. He hasn't told me yet.
It's fine. Just keep going.
Okay. Um, I think that you know, female friends are okay to have in certain spaces. And
Hmm.
yes, if you're single, there's no problem in having female friends as long as you're not attracted to them.
Yeah. I think the problem is when guys try to have sex with every chick in their vicinity, they
Yeah.
can't be friends with them and they can't get the social skills to get other
Yeah.
women.
Like for me, like I have many female friends
Hmm.
from either the industry or just, overall just from competing. Thing is that I am not attracted to any of them. That's it.
Hmm.
That's really important in that
Yeah.
sense. Like you cannot be attracted to them. You cannot have any attraction there.
But okay, you're talking from the point of view of you're happy you got someone. A lot of these guys, they don't got no one and their
It would
standards
be
are lower.
no. Then that's the problem. Increase your standards, have standards, and then still don't be attracted to them. If you're attracted to them, you're not going to be. It's my noise gate. I don't even know how I turn the noise gate on. Um, Let me see. How about now? Better?
You just have to keep talking and you'll see.
Yeah. So, um, for me, it's like I I think that if you are single, one, you need to have standards. Period. Have good standards. You should not have. There should not be excuse for a guy having shitty standards. I don't understand it. I don't know why guys would have any shitty standards. And here's my thing: if you're not willing to hold that woman's hand in public and give her some PDA in front of everybody, then you probably shouldn't be sleeping with her.
No, I think like they would in public too, like, but they've still lowered their standard that pretty much every female.
I'm telling you right now, there's every guy probably has at least 3 girls that they will never claim on their notch count.
Mm-hmm. Because they were ugly.
Yes, they're fat, they're ugly, they don't want to talk about them, they're ashamed of them. They don't even like their friends will be like, "Hey, didn't you sleep with that?" Nope, no, I did not. That wasn't me. Lies. Don't be lying like that. See, Excel self exact right there.
Yes.
Every guy has about like on average about three that they will never claim, right? And that's a problem. They shouldn't have 3. Should have 0.
Yeah.
Ideally, right? And that's one of the things I think that guys need to have. Guys need to have better standards. And I think I guess it's a younger thing. Because I remember being younger and I won't go there, but we
The
went there.
1800s. Okay.
Yeah, way back then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was still friends with girls that I didn't that were hot, but I didn't, sleep with.
Yeah. I
And
mean, the whole they have to be hot or like not as hot. I
no, I
think
think
no.
it has.
They should be
You,
whatever, whether
no,
you
you just
find them
can't be
attractive or not.
attractive to them. Whatever it
No.
is, you can't be attracted to them.
I think you can be attracted to them too. Doesn't mean you have to act on it because maybe they don't like you in return. So you're just like,
Look,
okay,
let
they
me tell
don't
you
like me.
something. When you have 17 times more testosterone than you normally do, and you're
Oh, I
attracted to
know.
them, when you're attracted to them, it's impossible. You're gonna. It's
Well, you
gonna
have
be.
to be able to control yourself in a civilized society. You can't be
Yeah.
just like attacking people.
No, I'm not saying it. What are you implying, crazy?
Well,
No,
what are you trying to say? It's like they're
I'm
so hot.
saying like.
I
No,
can't
I'm
control
saying like.
myself. It's not
No,
me.
it's not like because they're so hot you can't control yourself. It's that. And see, hot. See, there's a difference. There's hot and attraction. Yes,
Mhm,
I have. Okay, so I know at least 4 women that are
mhm,
gorgeous,
mhm.
gorgeous women, like drop dead gorgeous. And I think they are beautiful, but they're so unattractive
'Cause their
in the sense,
personality?
like as soon as she opens her fucking
Yeah.
mouth, I
Mhm.
swear to you, like it's just like, yeah, right. So to me, like that loses all attraction. It I would not be able to rise to the occasion if my life depended upon it. Like just so I think that yes, they could be beautiful, but you can't be attracted to them. When you're younger, I don't think I didn't have that filter yet. I think that filter kind of happens as you get more mature. Like there's a saying, peace over pussy. I would rather have my peace over pussy. Like, don't fuck up my peace. If I had to choose between peace and pussy, I'm taking peace. I've done that the wrong way. I made the wrong decision before many times when I was younger. I was taking the pussy, and that really fucked up my peace, and I didn't like it. It caused me a lot more problems than necessary. So, and I think that's something that you learn over time,
Mhm.
you know, and so for me, like that's part of my standard, though, right? Now it's like, oh no, you can't fuck up my peace, and that's a thing with. It's not even with just like I would say because I'm married, but I'm just saying like for guys that are for women that I would even like want to collaborate with, they cannot be dramatic. They can't be problematic with me because then you're fucking up my peace. It's peace over pussy. Still, even when interacting with women, um, in a platonic level. So I think at the end of the day, guys cannot just be attracted to them. If you're not attracted to them and they don't fuck up your peace, then cool.
Okay. But going back to the early, what, 1600s when I was young, right?
Oh
Back
yeah,
then,
did you guys have? Did you guys invented the wheel, right?
yes. Yes,
Okay,
I was there. Anyways,
I
so
believe it.
I know. So, I was in a big group, maybe like 45 kids, whatever, and we kind of grew up together. Girls, guys in the same group. There was a bunch of girls that were super mega ultra hot, some mid girls, a few. lower tier looking girls, still nice. And, the guys ran the gamut too. And all the guys were friendly with the girls. Now, it was understood that if any of the girls gave any sort of indication that they wanted more, they could get it from most of the guys. But
Mm.
they just never did because they kept that distance. And guys learned how to speak to females, how females think. They listened to our gossip. They learned all that stuff from us. And then they were able to get girls outside the group, like high quality girls because of that. And I feel like the social skills of being around us, seeing how we interact, and seeing all the shit we talk about people behind their backs and everything gave them the
So you want
tools.
to you want to traumatize them before the
I
got it.
think they should know what girls are like before they go try to find
Well,
one or get one.
I agree. I agree. I think there's nothing wrong with that, honestly.
Yeah, but I mean, they would bang most of the girls in the group. They never got the chance, but they got the social skills from the girls.
I'd probably bang all the girls in the group.
Okay, well, that's you. But like, we didn't have
That would
anyone.
be like my goal. Like, oh, you said I can't bang you? Watch it.
Okay, well, it didn't
I'm
work
kidding.
out
I'm
for any of the
kidding. I'm
boys,
kidding. I'm
but
kidding. No,
you know,
like I think like guys need to prioritize things better. I think like hanging out with women like that, like being around like socially with women
mhm,
is good. You can have a social group. I mean, that's what like there's this thing called like a social game, basically, or um I'm brewing it. What's the name? Viking is social network game or whatever it is. Basically, it's like social circle game. That's what it is.
mhm.
So like you want to be involved in social circles, multiple different social circles, and then you want to be if you're around them and you're around attractive women in these social circles, right? Then more you're in all these different spheres, so you have more opportunities. So the higher social circles you're in, the higher class or the higher quality whatever social circles you're in, there more opportunity to find the women that you're looking for that you consider a quality woman. I personally think that that's beneficial, and you can do that very platonically without getting like the whole romantic side into it, but you could use it to help you find the wife that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of friends that they were in the group, and I would go like on a date or whatever, and I would tell the guy that I wanted to go meet, we're gonna meet at the mall. I'm a kid. We're young. Bring your friends for my friends, whatever. And we would just do that. And like maybe we didn't like each other, but maybe one of the girls and one of the guys got together. And
Mhm.
and that's just how it used to work back in the day. It
Yep.
wasn't it wasn't like this weird swipe and you don't know
I
who
think
the
everybody
hell
should
these
get rid
people
of the
are.
apps. Get
Yeah,
rid of
the
them.
apps are terrible because you need a filter, and I think friends are the filter. And people don't have friends. They don't prioritize building friend groups in real life.
Everything is frenemies now. Let's be real.
What do you mean?
Everybody has friends. See, guys used to have friends, and I think
Yeah.
guys still primarily have better friendships than women do. But everything is frenemies. Most people operate with frenemies.
I would disagree, Viking, for this. You cannot learn everything from other people. Sometimes some people do not learn by taking advice. Some people, they need to get out there and make the mistakes.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, but there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, of course. I mean, bless you if you're the type of person who can just hear somebody's advice and internalize it and go. But
Yeah, that's not me.
that's
That's not
not
me.
many
I'm
people.
the person that needs to go fail and fuck it up several times.
Yeah, I mean, and that's most people. I would say we need to like make a few mistakes, or at least see a few people make mistakes close to
Mhm.
us, and then we're like, okay, I get it now.
No, I
But
gotta foobar it. I gotta fuck it up beyond recognition before I realize, oh, that's not a good idea. I probably shouldn't do that again.
oh my gosh. But anyways, yeah. So I don't like the apps. I feel like
Apps
there's
make
no there's no filter of this person is like a serial killer or not. There's like
well,
nothing.
it's You don't have that even when you meet in person.
Well, yeah, because it's usually like, this is my cousin, this is my friend from middle school, this is whatever I went to college with, like, like we used to meet at like house parties, family parties, school events, work events. That's how it used to be. And that was a lot safer because there's some sort of barrier to entry.
Yeah,
Now there's
there's always
none.
you're always like at least like one or two people connected somehow
Yeah, you don't
in your
want to
network.
be associating with people that have no connection to anyone you know.
Yep,
There's there's too much risk. Like, you don't know if this person is like has like another family somewhere, if they just got out of jail, if they've never had a job, everything they say is a lie to you. It's going to take
yep.
so much longer to figure it
To
out.
vet and filter, yeah. And I agree with you. I think that's the better way to do it. Actually, I think the families should be more involved than anything. I mean, can we bring back to the dad being the standard, please?
Yeah.
Can we require dad to start doing his job again?
Yeah, that's the big one. A lot of these guys grew up with single mothers. Oh, she's a boss bitch. She could do everything. And then when they have daughters, they're like, go be a boss bitch. You got a girl. You can figure it out on your own.
Well, that's what we just been doing. We just been throwing them out there like, okay, you're a boss bitch.
Good luck.
She can make her own choices. My job's
Yeah.
done. I paid the bills. I'm still paying the car note. My job's done. No,
Hmm.
your job's not done until you hand her over to the next man who's going to be responsible for her. That's what you're doing. You're like, hey man, she is now your responsibility. And I'm trusting you.
Okay, so what do you think about this? You're telling men to get friend zoned to learn from women. I'm telling them to learn from what? I still think you need to talk to women.
I'm saying that you friend zone them,
Yeah, friend zone them so you can get relationships with
but
women so you're not scared of women.
friend zone's the ones that you want to friend zone.
And maybe they will have hotter friends down the line that they'll introduce you to.
But you normally friend zone ugly girls, so you're hoping that you might have a hot
Well,
friend.
ugly girls usually hang out with ugly girls.
There's always like one.
It's rare. You have to go to more of like, I'd at least consider this if I'm drunk, and then they might have hotter friends. But you can't like get like the no.
That's true. Birds of a feather flock together.
They do. And because it's a lot it's very difficult for a very attractive woman, like, or girl, or whatever you want, whatever age you are, to be with unattractive girls because of
Yeah, because that
the
lowers her
fighting.
attractive level. Also lowers her attraction level. And it's like, ew, you hang out with some ugly friends. I ain't bringing my friends around over here. My friends don't want to fuck with your ugly friends.
Yeah, I mean, we will keep occasionally a very unattractive girl in the groups. This is true. The duff thing, whatever.
The
That's
duff
true.
thing. What's the duff thing?
I don't know what it means. It's like there's always like the really ugly girl in the group, and they
Oh,
call them.
yeah. So every guy hates that one because you know what that one is doing. That one is there to sabotage everyone else from having fun. It's like you got to get.
Yeah. Well, not
You,
always.
oh
Not always.
yes,
I
yes.
know some very, very unattractive girls, and they
She
were
is
fun.
jelly. She is the one that's making sure that no one is getting no moose shoe that night.
I feel like that's not the unattractive girl. That's the jealous girl. So that's the girl that feels like she's kind of on
That's
or
normally
near
the
the same
ugly
level.
one. That's normally the ugly one that doesn't have a man that's so mad that she doesn't get no attention and she's tired of it. So she's just shutting everything down. Just saying.
Mm.
The problem also with men and women is that men and women don't trust each other. Not even a little bit. Even in
Now?
marriage. If you notice that, even in marriage.
Now? You mean
Now.
now?
Now.
Because back in the day, we trusted each other a lot more.
I would say the mids. No. The mids are the biggest hoes.
Yes.
Those are the
Yes.
bitches that be doing all the
Yeah.
nasty things. They be doing
Mhm.
strange things.
But you
They're
know
the
what?
ones that
Okay.
do it. Those are the ones that will holler for $1 and do something strange for a piece of change type of girl. Now the holler ones, like your 8, 9s, and 10s, right? Or your 8 and 9s. Everybody knows there's no 10s. Your 8 and 9s, those are the ones that they know they're hot. And they
Mhm.
don't necessarily lean on their hotness. And they're not as sexually promiscuous as those 5, 6, 7s.
Yeah, because when you can get most guys that you want to commit to you, then you keep it like more until you find the right one, because like you have options. When you
you have options. Yep.
when you feel like you gotta put more effort in, then those are the ones that become hoes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Them hoe asses.
And then I feel like when you're very unattractive, they don't always become hoes, or they can become super hoes.
Yeah, it's like bipolar. It's either one extreme to the next. It's like they're either like super hoe, like she don't feel nothing. Like she asks you, are you even in yet? It's either that hoe, or they're like a nun.
Mm-hmm.
Or they start off as a hoe and then they want to become a nun later on.
I've never seen that, but okay.
Um,
I take it like the more
have you
unattractive girls, they get with the more unattractive guys. They kind of they're like, this is my
would
level.
you not take
They're more happy.
what's her name? Was her name
Hmm.
Simba?
Lizzo?
No, not Lizzo. It was Kayla? No, Kyla, or the redheaded
Kylie?
hoe. The redheaded hoe.
Redhead. I don't know.
The redhead hoe that went from OnlyFans to
Mm.
Jesus.
Oh.
Kayla, right? No.
I forgot her name.
But like that's exactly that. Like if you take or
I think
like
she's cute.
she's really Nala.
Nala.
She's really not
very cute.
Not without a ton of makeup and all that stuff. If you actually
I never saw it.
Yeah, like I seen a like a gym picture of her without any makeup. I'm kind of like mid. She's mid, like a high mid. But like someone like her, she went from she went from one extreme to the next.
I mean, I don't know. I think she's like pretty cute. So I would put her like in mid, like upper
See?
mid. Upper
And
mid.
mids are the hoes.
Yeah. But I don't know. But anyways,
But how much do you think the lack of trust is a factor today? I think men and women both don't trust each other.
I think the younger generation does not trust anymore.
I think our generation, or not ours, my generation, because yours is a whole nother generation up there.
We're still good over here.
I would say even our age groups have a problem with trust, if not more than the younger generation.
I mean, I grew up watching like the tail end of like the Jerry Springer type shows, all that stuff, right? We've always had these type of people who are like in these horrible situations, right? We've always seen this. They've existed forever, but I think now we're watching them so much that we think that this is normal.
I have a problem with that because I think the shows that like highlight all the bad male behavior makes women think all men are like that.
Yeah,
and then the shows that promote show all the bad female behavior, they think that all women are like that. So every time you see a woman, and I see these in the chat, like on these like panel shows and stuff, it could be an attractive woman, and right out the gate, she could be an attractive woman, well put together, not really promiscuously dressed, just very not like nun dressed, but you could tell she has curves or she's attractive. And before she even speaks, everybody's like, look at that hoe. Guys are like, she's a 304, guarantee you she's this, that. You've already come to a conclusion of what she is. You already don't trust her before she even opens her mouth. And it's like, because you have already seen. Yes, do better men. X-Men 69.
Okay.
Like guys already will assume that the girl is bad. She's lying about something. Oh, she's a Christian? Yeah, I bet you she's one of those born again virgins, huh? It's like, where do because they've seen this and they've already come to the conclusion that all women are like this, basically. And that is very, very sad. So At this point in our lives, men and women do not trust each other. They've been
Yeah.
conditioned not to.
I remember growing up, we would have like the Lifetime movies about the guy that cheated or and like got with the secretary and then killed his pregnant wife or whatever. Like it would always be like tons of these movies, and
Mhm.
all the women would sit around watching them like, oh my god, right? And they're just like getting this into their head, and women are threat detectors. So they're just picking up all the threats. And the more threats you get, that goes into like your forever memory. Like you will never get rid of that because that's such a high threat. So it's such a big fear for women being cheated on, being, murdered, being left when you're old, all these horrible situations. Oh, you help him when he's young through college and everything. Then he becomes the big doctor and then he marries a secretary and puts you in an insane asylum. Like these are the movies that they're playing.
But guess what? We don't have assailant sounds no more, so y'all safe.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's only, you can only do like 48-hour holds and stuff. So,
72-hour hold
oh,
longest.
72. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we're good, but still we have all of these things bombarding us, making us scared. And when I go on TikTok, I'm trying to find like a nice algorithm, right? Or like a happy wife algorithm. So I find a few, and
Ooh,
then as soon as I find it, it switches to he's gonna cheat on you. 10 signs he's cheating. Blah 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 blah. He's leaving you for
I'm
whatever.
glad you brought this up because I forgot who was it. They came on my panel about a month or so ago, and they're like, "Look, the TikTok, the algorithm is designed to make men black pilled." I'm like, "Are
And
boys or
women
boys black pilled?" I'm like, "No, they're not." They're
and
like,
women.
they're like, "I'll prove it to you." I'm like, "Prove it to me how?" Like, just create a TikTok account, right? Say you're 13, right? And like, and say you're a boy, say you're 13, and just start seeing what pops up. And I kid you not, I did it during the live, and I'm doing this, and it was like by the third or fourth like thing that popped up, it was like this guy that's talking about like sad, lonely suicide, like and being alone, and I'm like, imagine the fact that just because they think that you're a 13-year-old male, that this is what they're gonna pop up on your feed. This is what you're gonna see. That's conditioning.
It is, and it's brainwashing, it's propaganda, it's all of this. But it's not just let's not just blame the Chinese TikTok app. It's on the shorts on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's when you go on Instagram, it's everywhere.
It's the
It is
short
all the
clips,
movies.
period. It's all the short clips on the reels and on everything. And that's one of the things I have. I get it. The TLDR generation, too long didn't read. They like the short, precise, videos. Um, I guess I get it, but you don't get the context. That's what people say that like that was like one of the worst or the problem for like Andrew Tate. They'll take this hot clip that said, and he may say like a man is a woman's or woman is a man's property, and that would be it. Like that would be the clip.
Mhm.
So everybody thinks, oh, he's a misogynist. He's talking about owning women, and they don't realize the fact that what he's really talking about is, yeah, back in the day, he could have said back in the day, a father would, you know, hand his daughter over to the man that she was going to marry, and he was her property. He was her responsibility at this point. He was responsible for her. She didn't, you can talk about culture laws, but he was more doing a historical explanation of what was going on compared to where we're at now. But they only took the sound bite, and see that's the problem with a lot of the how people are consuming information. They just take little sound bites and they assume they know the rest of it without knowing the whole story. And it's that's part of the problem too, as you're pointing out. Like it is the reels. It's all this. I think social media has actually caused more problems than it's done anything good.
I mean, it hasn't done anything that great.
I don't think so either.
If you
It,
wanna
it,
find alternative health stuff, there's a good amount on TikTok. Other than that, I find nothing else.
Social media has made women more narcissistic
Yeah,
and
more
has made
it
men
encourages
more
everyone
simp.
to be yeah. It encourages, women to be narcissistic, it rewards them to be narcissistic.
Mhm.
encourages men to be simpy. It rewards them for being simpy, which is
Actually, it
crazy.
doesn't reward them for being simpy.
Well, they get attention from the narcissistic females for a brief moment in time.
Yeah. It's I think like, if I was president, I would probably like ban most of the social media.
I mean, or choose what's allowed. Like, stop with the stupid dances. Stop with the
No,
doom
because
and gloom.
now you're doing freedom of you're infringing
Yeah, but
upon a lot of
look,
freedoms.
I'm not a freedom of whatever. I'm not one of those. I am a dictator.
You ain't got no dick to dictate.
I can dictate my dick. I'm
You guys all
kidding.
heard that, right? You all heard that. That somebody clip that shit. Somebody clip that. You heard her. I want that on replay everywhere. Kat said she. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. I think that yeah, I think social media is ruining everybody.
It
Personally,
is. But
like,
I mean,
imagine what were we? Remember what were we doing before social media?
we
How were
had
we
friends that we'd go
interacting?
out with. I would go out with my friends in big groups. We'd be bored on the weekends because there was nothing to do. Occasionally, there'd be a show where we'd all be watching at the same time, but we'd watch it together, or we would go meet someplace, go to have lunch, go dinner, brunch, whatever. I had groups of like 30 friends, males and females, for most of my life.
And here's the thing: none of us had, or I would say not none of us. There was a smaller majority of people that didn't have social skills. We were
Yeah,
forced to have social
you
skills.
were forced.
Get
and
rid of
and the
social media.
least social skilled people were still better than the average person
Exactly.
now.
Like the least social skilled guy today would still be better than almost the average guy today.
Yeah, because I was not very like good at social stuff, obviously, but still today I'm like, oh, I am way better than the average person that I talk to now.
Yeah.
The average 20-year-old is like, it's dying.
Yeah. It's sad because it's just like these devices, these computers and everything technology is supposed to advance things in society. Now we may have some advancements in science and stuff, but we have stupefied, you know, people today. Our youth are dumber now than they ever will be or they've been. And I think that we're just regressing. We're just going to become stupider and stupider and stupider. I mean, think about it. Dudes think that they are chicks. Like, how stupid does we have to be? What's the next progression?
They're going to be trying to marry the AI robots.
I think we're already there. I
They're
think
going
we're
to
already there.
be, let's see, they're going to be identifying as robots so they don't have to pay taxes.
You know what? That's not a really bad idea, though.
Yeah, we should do that.
I like that.
Robots shouldn't have to pay taxes. I'm
We
a
don't
machine.
pay taxes. No. Don't compute.
Hmm.
Yeah. When what we need to do is just see. This is problem with the red pill. I'll say it makes men not want to be romantic.
What do you
And that's
mean?
like most guys that are really consuming a lot of that information. If they're not um calibrated enough, if they're not mature enough, they won't be romantic. They don't want to be romantic. It's like they won't do romantic shit for women. Like
What's
even
like
their
what's
wives.
what's like
Like,
romantic?
okay, I know guys like will be like, I'm like, hey, do you get flowers for your wife? Man, she got to earn that shit. I'm like, flowers? You don't just get her something just because you saw it and you thought of her and you're like, here you go. And I get some degree like she earns good behavior, like, but at the same time, like it's not like I don't see like I don't even like using the word earned. That's a bad word to use. It's like
Yeah, I think that guys are trying so hard to not be considered like simping,
Yeah,
but they'll
that's exactly what it
even
is.
mess it up with their own wife, which is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
serious. It's like, no, bro, you have to nurture that relationship. Like,
It's not simping to do nice things for your wife that's good to you.
it's in your benefit. It's in your benefit overall to have the environment for your wife to want to be, good to you. So guess what? You have to foster that environment. That means you're gonna do things that gonna, allow for her to want to or motivate her to want to be that way towards you.
Mhm.
But it's like, oh, if you do that, you're a simp. Simp. What? Do you not
Simp
like vagina? Do you
Yeah,
not like
simp is
vagina?
just doing it to someone who doesn't like you, doesn't give you any
It's a,
attention.
well, it's a um like an unbalanced exchange of value.
Yeah, if your wife doesn't like you, she shouldn't be your wife.
Well,
It's like, what is that?
that's most marriages.
No, I don't think it's most marriages.
54% of them end in divorce, so that has to be most marriages.
Well, let's focus on the happy ones. We still got half.
46, not half, but close. But
It's
how do
enough.
we? So let's talk about that. How do we? As it's because the title is
Yeah.
making relationships work during today's gender war.
Mhm.
Well, how do we make the relationships work in today's gender war? One, we put down our weapons, we put down the swords. We're not fighting between your spouse. I know it's going to be adversarial at times, but that's not supposed to be your enemy.
Yeah.
And if you, as a woman, if a woman feels that she needs to, because I think you mentioned this like before on grids, is like she has to armor on her armor or whatever. If you have your armor on, how could you not expect me to still have my armor on?
Yeah. If you're trying to protect yourself from getting hurt, she's gonna be protecting herself from getting hurt, and nobody's gonna be happy.
No, but it's normally the woman that keeps their armor on. I can take my armor off, and the
But
women was
what
typically still have
takes
my armor.
her armor off? What are the actions that make her feel safe, that she's secure?
Well, I guess that would depend on the woman for one, because each woman are different. You guys are
Not too
not.
different, a little different, but not
You
too
guys are.
different.
You're on a spectrum.
Mm,
You know, you're
my
on a
god.
spectrum.
But I would say the number one thing is to, I guess, reassure her that you're not cheating on her, you're not going anywhere, you're
Why
not
does
gonna
okay?
leave her.
Why does the guy have to constantly reassure her? What does that mean? Like, is
Reassure it's just like this. It's not something you have to even say.
hey
It's something
baby,
you have to do.
I'm not
No, no,
cheating
no, no,
on
no.
you.
This is what you do. It's like when another girl hits on you in front of your girl, how do you respond? "Oh, I'm sorry I'm taken," which is like, "I would if I wasn't taken," or, "No, no, no, no. This is my wife. Thank you. Go away." Or go whatever. You have to, like, make it clear. Like, all the guys that I know that, like, end up in a divorce, they're just like, "Oh, thank you," or whatever. Like, they try to, like, talk to the girl like, "Oh, she's just my friend now. No, I know she knows that I'm with you. I'm just talking to her like a friend." I'm like, what is this? Like,
You
because
know what?
they've never
I
been hit
see.
on before?
I know what you're talking about. Yep. It's funny because I would say I struggled with that. I did. Not gonna lie, because I'm kind of gullible. Like I don't know if like I would not know if a girl was hitting on me unless she was like being very very direct. I just assume people are just being nice. Just assume it. Just be like, oh, she's just being nice. And my wife got in my ass so many times. Why are you so goddamn nice to that hoe? Do you know her? I'm like, I was just being nice. She's being nice. She said hi. I said hi. You know, don't talk to dumb bitches. Like that's what she said. She's like, you are giving off the signal that you like her. And I was like,
Mhm.
no, I'm not. I'm giving off the signal that I'm just being polite. She's like, you don't
Mm-mm.
understand. She's taking it the wrong way. I'm like, she's like, I know you are, but that's not how she sees it. And I was like, that's bullshit. Bullshit. Didn't believe her. Didn't believe her. Then one day she filmed me, right? From the car. And kid you not, and she's like, look at this. Look, what do you see? I'm like, oh, I could see how that could be perceived as flirting, but I wasn't flirting. It was with an older lady too. It's just an old Betty. And I'm being nice. And it's like, it just comes across as like, it can come across as if you are flirting.
Mm-hmm.
And this, mind you, that you don't hear what I'm saying. It's just you see the video, and I'm just looking at the body language, right? It's just the body language that could, give off that perception. And because of that, I was able to be more cognitive and more aware. So when I am around other people, I'm not like face smush, like rude, but yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, my husband had a lot of like female friends, or like I went to the bank
Oh, wait a minute.
one
You said
time.
there's not a problem with female friends, but then now your husband got all these female friends, and you
No,
have a problem with
they're
these female friends.
they're not friends. They're just like, "Are you still with Kat? How's that going?" And I'm just like, "Tell her to go fuck." and he's like, "I don't want to be mean." I'm like, "Be mean."
Yeah, no, I realize like there's a point that if the guy doesn't like make known that you are his woman, it's almost like he has his foot out the door.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like it looks bad to the girl.
Well, no, it doesn't give her any security or any reason for her not to get off her Instagram.
Exactly. That makes her go on the Instagram hard. It's
Even
like,
more.
oh,
Yep.
he's got a lot of, he's being extra friendly. I'm not safe. I have to find backups.
Here is my bikini pic. Boom.
Yeah.
Look at my new hair color.
Like, he won't validate me. I'm not good enough for him. Maybe I'm good enough for somebody else now. So yeah,
it's just like it's just like I want to get validation that I'm worthy. So she's like, I'm gonna go show my bikini pic and talk about my new hair color. And it just shows her butt. And then it's like, look at my new hair color. And it's all her butt. And it's just like,
we know what you're doing, but it's fine. Look, I get it. I sympathize with both, because I've seen the guys do that and the girls do that. Like sometimes people will go up to the girl and the girl will like entertain it when they're supposed to be like, screw you, I'm taken. You know what I mean? I've seen both.
But see, I think that there's onto something. And I know that now that it's dread game, I'm very aware, Viking.
What is dread game?
So there's two different forms of dread. There's passive dread, right? And overt dread. So passive dread is like basically how I naturally am. Just like I'll talk to him, hey, a pleasure to meet you, Not it's not even I'm trying to like be interested or anything. I'm just casually talking to somebody. And the fact that if a woman is willing to talk to you, she doesn't find you threatening. She doesn't find you, she might even find you attractive. She finds you somewhat like comfortable enough or interesting enough to communicate with. Because if the woman doesn't like you, if she doesn't find you safe or non-threatening or any of that, she's gonna avoid you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could just talk to a woman casually, that right there is like defeats like a lot of the barriers. So right there, that just indicates, oh, she may or may not be interested in him. And that's a form of passive dread. Even the waitress that says, hi, hon. I'm like, oh, hi, dear. Or thank you, ma'am. Whatever you say, like, and they respond back to you. And let's say like, they just kind of give you a smile. Right there is like she's like giving you social proof that you might be attractive, or at least to your wife. It doesn't have to even be a thing. It doesn't even have to be real. As long as your wife perceives that other woman may find you attractive, that is social proof. And that is passive dread. It's not like you're doing it intentionally.
Yeah, that is fine. That's good. Yeah. That's a good thing.
Now, we need that. There's overt dread. Now, see right there, passive dread is what guys should be doing, but not doing it. Don't do it the wrong way. Overt dread is the wrong way of doing things. Like that's going to the girl, the girl's flirting with you and you're with your wife and you're like, yeah, how you doing?
I can't hear you.
No, it's like you're talking to like the chick. You're like, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Oh, me? I come here a lot. Yeah. And then your wife is sitting right there. Oh yeah, no, I'll take and you're just like you're flirting with the chick like hardcore.
Mhm.
That's overt dread. Now you're trying to cause problems.
Yeah,
You
there's
want her to
no
get jealous.
problem if some girl comes up and flirts with you, as long as you don't do anything back. Once you engage,
Well,
that's
see,
the problem.
what is like? So he's supposed to be like this. She comes first with
No,
you, and she's
no,
like,
just
you're
just
like,
be curt. Just, um, "Yes, and I would like this, and my wife would like this, or my girlfriend would like this."
I always thought like,
You know?
when the waitress comes up and orders, like it's like and anybody, waiter,
Mhm.
waitress, I go, she's gonna have I'll say like, my wife is gonna have this, because I always order for her, and then I'll order, right? So it's always I first attention to her, you know who I'm with, right? And then now you can take my food.
Yeah, that's
Even at the
good.
bar, same thing at the bar. Drink her drink first, then mine.
So I don't know what type of women are into this. I would say this has to
Never
do
rub,
more with attachment
never rub
issues.
other women in your woman's. Yeah, yeah, no, like, dude, no, you don't do that. Never, like if you don't go out of your way to do it. Like if the waitress is flirting with you, you can acknowledge it, but you don't flirt back. You know, you could be like, "Oh, appreciate it, thank you. My wife's here. You know, this is my queen here." Or you could do something like that, or something. Don't even say queen. Queen is a so bad term.
It's
Like
cringe.
my bride. I like saying bride. Like her's my bride. I say it like that too. Like her's my bride. Um, but you could acknowledge her, but also not offend her, but also still show social proof. It's a fine line.
Let me tell you a story
Tell me a
of
story.
one of my favorite things my husband did. This is
Once
how
upon a
he
time.
yeah, once upon a time. This is the stuff that this boy does that earns my loyalty and keeps me like calm. You know what I mean? Like so I'm not crazy.
Mhm.
There was this hoe and she put on some like hoe garb, like the hoe uniform. And she goes to him, she's like, "Oh my gosh, does this look cute? Do I look good?" And he looked at her up and down and he goes, "I don't know. You look like you're kind of desperate."
That's funny.
And she went like this, it's changed. And I mean, like, that's a good boy.
Yeah, like me, I just normally just like don't acknowledge them. Or like, you know, I used to get like tit pics
Oh my God.
randomly in my DMs.
Wow. That's like the dick pic. They do that. Oh my
Yeah. I
gosh.
would get like topless pics all the time. Like when I was competing. And then I just like said, those are smaller than my wife's. Like, why are you
Wow.
sending me these? These are smaller than my wife's. Instant. Ruined it. Bad. You know. So let me ask you this. Do you think
Mhm.
you should have um
And OnlyFans.
no access to your man's social media accounts?
I do
Hmm.
because he told me to like handle that for him.
Well, he told you, so it
Yeah.
does. But like, would you ever ask him?
Oh, I would. I'm crazy. You know this. You know I'm crazy.
Why do you think that you should have access to his social media?
Well, because I'm very protective
Crazy. Got it.
and I'm crazy. And he knows that. And when we got together, I said, "Look, I was cheated on 8 times." So I have like
So that's a you problem, not a him problem.
it is a me problem. And I'm like, "Look, I get really, uncomfortable. I just want to see, here's all my stuff." And he just, "Okay, here, this is my password book for all my stuff." And I have my password book and we both know where each other's password books are. And he's always like, "If you ever feel stressed out about something, just go look. Whatever, it's fine." I mean, look, I know it's like, "Oh, you should respect privacy," but it's like everybody who says that kind of cheats.
So I agree and disagree with you. Okay. Let me tell you why. One, well, you got to remember, men. Let's see, the average guy doesn't get nowhere near as attention as women do. Y'all bitches got dick pics going through yours.
I've never had one. I don't know if it's like
Don't
me.
guys do not
Don't
start.
don't
Don't send them
send
now.
don't it's
Please
I'm too old
do
for
not
that.
break
Like
that.
it'd give me a heart attack. But
Let's
I'm just
keep
saying
that
like
streak going.
but I've never had one and I've thought about this because my girlfriends will be like, "Oh, another dick pic. Oh, why would they send me this?" And I'm like, "That's weird. I never got them." But then I look at their Instagram like, "Yeah, I'd
They,
send
they
you
look like
one."
hoes, right?
Yeah, I feel like I'd send you one too. I feel like you're the type.
What do you think? What do you think? Would you grade it? Dick rate? No, I think for women, and it's here's the thing. I don't think that you having their passwords keeps anybody from cheating. If somebody wants to
No, of
cheat, they're
course
gonna
not.
cheat.
Of course
If
not.
they want to cheat, they're gonna cheat. Um, Controlling them is only gonna make it more um more willing to hide the red flags a little bit deeper.
It depends on the person. Some people are trustworthy. Some people are not trustworthy. Some people are trustworthy up until a point. Some people are not. Some people like if you're putting out all the time and whatever, like they
Yeah,
don't have any desire outside. But if you're not and you're rude and you know other stress happens, they're going to be more likely. Everything comes with the ecosystem that you've created in the relationship.
yeah,
Everybody has a potential to do anything.
yeah. But I think if you, I'm not saying that it's like it's not a lack of trust thing. I understand that but it's a lack of control thing. That's what I really think it is.
Yeah, nobody has control.
Yeah, but that's what it is. It's not a lack of trust. It's a lack of control. If I have access to their social media, I have control over what bitches are going to be messaging him and whether or not he's going to say something.
No, I mean, you don't have control. Like, I would see, I'm like, why are you messaging her? That's my friend. That's a work contact, whatever. And I'm like, he doesn't go, oh, let me delete it. Let me block
Well,
her.
you're saying a dick pic, he's deleting it. It's like delete, delete, delete. No, I'm kidding. But so like for me, like I see my wife hates social media.
Mhm.
She fucking hates it.
Well, it's annoying.
She hates the fact that I'm on it like not on it all the time, but like she hates the fact that I have all the different apps because you got as you're promoting stuff, you got to promote all your stream on all these different things, right? And she's like, I fucking hate social media, and she's like, I fucking hate that you have social media, and like she hates it, and I love that she hates it,
Mhm.
and I have grown to hate it. Actually, I really hate it now more than ever. I never post anything on anything. Like
Yeah.
if it's YouTube or nothing for me. That's it. So either I'm on YouTube or I'm not on anything. And I don't even know why, honestly. Well, actually, I do know why I still have an Instagram because the industry they require you to.
Mhm.
They want to know what your Instagram is like. They want to know who you are. And if you don't have an Instagram, you could not get a job in the industry that I work in.
Mhm.
And it's like it's wild that social media is so much now a part of people's lives. And I think if again, let's just go back to I think we didn't have as many trust issues as we do now
Well,
before
we didn't
social
have
media.
as many opportunities as we do now.
So that there you go. Another reason why social media is the devil.
Opportunities for like people who nobody knows in the circle and the community.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. You can go to another town. You don't have to have any social skills. If you're cute, you just swipe.
Mm-hmm. I just think that this lack of trust. Now, I think men should have access to their women's social media.
I think everybody. I'm just gonna say
But
everybody.
see, I wouldn't argue with you. I don't see a guy should have a reason to hide anything either.
Yeah, I
You know
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
anybody should be hiding
I
stuff
I
when they're
don't think
married.
no, I don't think that's so either. And I'm not saying like I'm pro like couples having their own joint accounts. I think that's stupid.
No, joint accounts,
Don't
that's
do joint account. That's
we know
weird.
you cheated. If you have a joint
Somebody
account,
cheated at least
somebody
once.
cheated.
But I think like if you what are you hiding? ultimately, like, what are you hiding? If you have a problem, like, now, I have a problem with like people going through my phone without my knowledge.
I
Just
don't.
just no, just tell me you want to go through it. Don't act like you're just like, okay, and I put my phone on the charger, right? And I go into the bathroom, and the next thing you know, you're scurrying the phone back over there, like,
No, no, you
don't
have
don't
to
be
have the
don't be doing
confidence to like
don't
look
be
through it
doing that.
next to.
Don't be doing that. Like, just do it in front of me. Like, don't be sneaky about it. Because then what ends up happening is people will they can take a message out of context. What does that
No,
mean?
no.
What does that mean? See you tonight at 8:30.
I did get mad one time when he put like one of those little heart emojis or something like that for a client, and I'm like, "You're sending heart emojis?" And then he's like, "She's 82." I'm like,
That
"Okay."
doesn't mean she ain't dead. That bitch ain't dead yet. That bitch ain't dead. Okay. You know what? She still has a pulse. She wants you. Okay. Like, right.
I mean, yeah, but I feel better.
But like, to me, it's just like, that's where it's like, okay, you're going too deep. You're trying to, and the thing is like, here's the problem. Like, if you already suspect something, all you're doing is looking for the smoking gun. That if your gut's already telling you that something's up, you're just
I,
looking for the smoking gun.
yes
Sorry.
and no. If someone's been cheated on, they do get trauma where like every time something's good, they're like, it's happening again. And I had someone on my podcast talking about trauma, and it actually like causes brain damage. So I would
That
definitely
explains a
say,
lot of women.
yeah, the more you've been cheated on, the more brain damage you are. I would 100% agree. Hey, it's science. You're just brain damaged. It's not your fault.
No, it is your fault. You picked them, so it's your fault.
But the first time it wasn't your fault, and then you got brain damage, and now you can't pick well because your brain is damaged.
Do you think women's intuition is a thing?
I think it used to be a thing. I don't think they have it as much anymore.
I think women's
Again, with this,
intuition ain't shit. Women think
no, I don't think it's a
okay.
women or men thing.
Here, it is. Let me
Some
prove it
people
to you.
have it,
No,
some people don't.
let me prove it to you.
Okay.
The guy that cheated on you 8 times, or the 8 guys that cheated on you,
It wasn't
you
8, but
picked them.
let's
Your
no,
woman
no, it was
intuition, that
yeah.
intuition, it should have warned you, like, hey, this motherfucker's gonna cheat on you. But no, you still got with them.
Dude, that was my
Intuition ain't shit.
first boyfriend.
Intuition ain't shit.
Well, I didn't have intuition, and I do have brain damage, Viking. Yes. So my first boyfriend, I didn't know anything about anything. I picked him because I was trying to have a good mating strategy of picking someone that nobody else wanted. This was my dumb idea when I'm like,
Oh, so you're like, I'm gonna get the ugly.
yeah, I'm gonna get someone nobody wants. He was my best friend, like 2 peas in a pod. And I'm like, nobody's gonna want him. This is gonna be like we're gonna date. Nobody's gonna steal him from me. I don't have to worry. We'll get married. I'll be with one person my whole life. This was the plan, right? But no, the second he got with me, because I was way the looks level.
You just put him on status. Like, bitches were like, I
Yes.
wonder what he got. I bet you got a
Yes.
big old
I
dick.
didn't know about that. I had no idea that like by dating
You
someone who was
elevated
so
his
much
social status.
less.
Yep.
Yes. So he
Then
went
he was
from
feeling himself. He's like, look at me.
yeah, he went from nobody wanted to date him. I would try to get him girlfriends before when we were just friends. They're like, ew, disgusting. No, thank you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's a nice person. Like, who cares what he looks like? He's really nice. But it didn't matter. Chicks didn't care. The second I said I liked him, bitches started sending him letters and saying, oh, get with me. And I'm just like, what is going? And the first like 24 hours we were going out, some frenemy found out and made out with him. And then he came to my house like, okay, I'm so sorry this happened, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, it's been less than 24 hours. I
Well, I'll
know,
give you a
you know,
pass.
so I'm just going to like, let's pretend this never happened.
So, like, you gave him a pass. Like, you just started dating with him.
Yeah.
Just started. And then he cheats on you in less than 24 hours by making out with some broad.
Yes.
And you're like, you know what? I get it. You're ugly. Nobody really liked you before. You're not
Yeah,
used to
I'm
this type
like,
of
yeah, yeah.
attention.
Basically, I'm like,
So,
look, this is gonna happen now that you're with me.
damn.
Got it out of your system. Just don't do it again. He's like, yeah, I promise, I'm not gonna do
Did you
it.
let him do it 8 times?
I didn't know until after we broke up. The worst part is they were not attractive.
He got with the uglies?
I know.
No, see, look. The phrase is called a fuck up, right? You're supposed to fuck up, not down. This is why I think women get more mad if you got with an ugly chick than if you got with a hot chick.
It doesn't matter who, to be honest.
I mean, you're still gonna be
they're
mad.
both.
You're still gonna be mad, but you just pointed it out. What you just pointed out was like, and she wasn't even, they weren't even attractive. That's even worse. You just made the point, like, it's even worse. It's like, it's not
It
that
makes
she
him look bad that they weren't even.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, you cheat with somebody uglier. It's even worse. Now, if it's hotter, you're like, that fucker cheated on me, but she was hot.
But even if, like, maybe 1 out of the 8 was decent looking, it's still, it's like,
I'm not saying it's good, but it's like, if they're uglier, it's like, it's even worse. It's even more offensive.
yeah. But I
Don't
mean,
you think?
it's everything's offensive when you cheat. Everything, it doesn't matter who it is, it's offensive.
You know what cheating boils down to? Deception.
Lying, not being of your word.
No, it's just deception altogether. It's just like, you are withholding information from me that I should have in order to make an informed decision about my life. You could cheat without even having sex.
Yeah.
So cheating is like, again, withholding any information from somebody that they should have in order to make an informed decision about the relationship with you for their life.
Mm-hmm.
That's cheating. You could cheat them out of like knowing that you have a third nipple, and then they get married you, and then the next thing you know, they find out you have a third nipple in the middle of your chest, and like, oh my God, I don't want to mess, but why did I get it with a third nipple girl? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they may not want to get with a third nipple girl. That's cheating them out of information that they should have before making a decision. You don't see that?
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why for me, like, cheating, like, don't withhold information from me. I don't like that shit. Like, my wife is very good at it. It was a process. It was probably because of my trigger, because I was cheating on, and I wasn't given all the information that I needed, you know? So for me, I was like really hypersensitive to like, no, what are you withholding? What is not being told to me? And it was like, I had to train her, you know? So now she's like, tells me the whole story about everything, about every single little detail. Now I'm mad about it all the time because like, but a story that should probably take like a whole 5 minutes to tell me takes like about 30 minutes because I require so much detail and information. And it's like, but now it's just like, it's good in the sense because like, I know that she's not withholding information from me.
mm-hmm.
Because I look at like, you withholding information, like important information like that, you might as well just go jump on another dick, because that's just as bad as cheating. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, you have to be of your word, and I don't like lies of omission. Those are the only lies my husband would do. He'll just like not say something.
That's
Like,
cheating.
yeah, I consider it too. But like one time he goes, "Oh, I'm gonna be late today." I'm like, "Okay." So I thought, "Oh, he's working late," and then I look. You trace them, whatever. I look and he's
Why
at
would
the
you
gun
trace them?
range because we trace each other. So, anyways, he's
No,
at the gun
but
range.
why?
Because in case he gets into an accident, in case I get kidnapped, in case the kids get kidnapped, we need to know where everybody is. At least the last known location. Because I will hunt down whoever takes him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I want to address this. Disappointed you dated a dude and you wasn't even attracted to him. Okay. You can like someone who's not conventionally attractive. I mean, I can.
Well, I think like women and men have different attractive, requirements.
Yeah.
Men, I think it comes out of this. Men are success objects and women are sex objects.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Like if guys have like, that's why you see those guys that are kind of a little fugly, but they got some, baddie, and like she's like head over heels for him because what attracts her to him is not his looks. It could be other things, but she is in love with them.
Yeah, like, I really didn't care. Like, my first boyfriend, I didn't care that he wasn't conventionally attractive. He came from a very good family. I loved his family. I'm like, his parents are still together, good upbringing, loved his sister, loved his brother. His brother was in a good long-term relationship. His sister was in a good long, so I'm just like, "This is perfect." Like, these are great people. Like, "Oh, he's not the
He goes
ideal."
Jane Wick,
What is that?
John
Yes.
Wick, the movie,
Oh, yeah,
John
yeah,
Wick.
yeah, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, I really don't think looks matter as much for girls.
No, it
And
doesn't.
he was tall, so there.
So he already beat like 70% of the men, anyways.
Exactly. He was 6'2". He just wasn't attractive any other conventional way.
He was fugly. It's okay. Um, what do you think men are not doing that women want that would help them in long-term relationships? Like to help them keep their woman. What do you hear? What do you think guys are dropping the ball at?
Um, my friends are saying most guys don't have jobs, like good jobs.
That's
They
true.
they're not trying to excel in their employment.
I I'm not sure if it's trying to excel or if it's the door has been shut on them so many times. It's just like I think guys want to excel, but DEI and needing to meet the tit quota kind of like stifles that that succession.
What do you
It's
mean?
harder for guys to climb up now than ever before, in the sense when you have you have all these requirements. You have to have an Asian, you have to have a black, you have to have a trans, you have to have a lesbian, you have to have two
Oh,
gays,
oh, oh, oh.
like what I'm saying? Like, so it's
Mm,
like it's not so much like who's the best for the job so much as it is as did we meet all the Disney, LGBT requirements, and do we have two feminists on the board of whatever? Um, because we can't have any non-lesbians, you know. Well, that's what I'm saying now. I'm saying I'm a black trans lesbian, so I could get the job.
exactly. So there's always a workaround, Glenn. We're gonna be fine. I
No,
too am a lesbian on my applications. Yes.
mhm.
Whatever we
So
need to do.
I just don't think, like, again, it's not based off if you are the best person for the job. It's now
Yeah.
based off of do we meet our quota?
Hmm.
'Cause I
But
know,
I still feel like guys always, like in their 30s, they were not at the top of their careers. It was always until like maybe 35, but you had a girlfriend
but
who was
mid
also working up with you.
by your mid 30s, you're almost at the top of wherever you're at, like, career wise.
I would say
Not even really.
45.
Well, I mean, I'm saying you're almost there. Like you're on the rise, is what I'm saying.
Mhm,
You're not the bottom bitch anymore.
mhm.
I really don't think it has to do with so much the career. I think a lot of it has to do with the cost of living and the fact that money doesn't go very far. We have a if women weren't working, think about this. If women weren't working, that job, I know my uncle was he was what was it? They cleaned the school gyms. They were
Yeah,
the cleaners or whatever. I don't know.
janitor.
Janitor, right?
Mm.
He was able to raise his family of six off of just his income in LA. There was a time that was good money. He could make good money off of one income, and you could feed a whole family. And they still went on vacation. It's not like they were broke.
Yeah.
They went on vacations. They still had a good life. You can't do that today.
No, you can't. And they're importing all the low, the immigrants to work at like dirt poor wages, and they're pushing everyone out. So we're all going to
Yeah.
be.
So it's like, is it really that the guy's not trying to get better jobs, or are they just unemployed altogether?
They're unemployed altogether, a lot of them, but I also see them not going to school. Like they're just not going to school. They're
Are they going to trades? Are they going into the trades?
No, I wish. So they're doing things like they're working for like a packing place minimum wage, or they're doing like a delivery thing minimum wage, or like some menial job, or like doing the Ubers and stuff like that. All of these things, they're not trying to get
They're
to the
not trying to
point.
do a career.
They're
They're
not.
just doing jobs.
They're just doing like gigs, I think. And so like my girlfriends that are in like their 20s, they're just like, we tried to
I mean,
go
why
with,
do you have girlfriends in your 20s?
I told you
You
I
old
like,
as hell.
I know. I don't like hanging out with like too many old people, because then you
Then you
start
feel
acting
old.
old, and then your back starts hurting. Like I don't know why, but like
So when you hang around your old friends, like, your back starts hurting.
they always complain about, like old people just complain about whatever's hurting them. It's not fun. I still like
Yeah.
people who have hope.
Yeah. No, so I agree with you. I think most guys dropped out of the work, the regular work field, because they're trying to be more entrepreneurs. If you notice, like in the last like 10, 15 years, we've seen a spike of guys trying to be more entrepreneurs. Um, Doing stuff like social media, they're doing stuff like trying to be more. I know more guys that have left like the construction field, that are working for like a big construction company and try to start their own construction little construction company. Right? There's a lot of those going on. Um,
I haven't
Not
seen
so
that.
much of like they're not very successful. And yeah, they may be doing like Uber on the side on top of other things, like, but they still trying to make their dream job a thing, but they're supporting their dream job by doing, these other gigs, you know,
I had
how to
I had
make it.
some like online Discord friends, and they were saying like they were in the trades, and then they're like, this sucks, this is terrible. Then they got out of the trades. Like it got a little bit hard, like plumbing, whatever. Like you have to be knee high in shit or whatever. And
My
then
dad was a plumber.
yeah, I mean, you can make money still to this day as a plumber.
Hell yeah,
My plumber's doing very well.
my dad was making 150K a year
Mhm.
working as a plumber for the city of LA. He's like, man, I always lay that pipe. That's what he said.
Lovely.
That's why he has a body count of like over 200
Oh God.
plumbers. Can't
Wow.
trust them.
Okay. Just so all the corns were true.
Yeah. How many corns did you watch? Nasty.
I don't know.
We all just learned something real nasty about Kat. She's like,
The 70s were a wild time. I'm kidding.
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yes. Yeah.
um,
So
no, like, so I tell guys, like younger guys, I tell them, get in the trades, get a trade job. All the trade jobs are paying way more than going to college. College ain't shit. You don't
no,
need college ain't shit. Unless you're going to STEM in the STEM program, college ain't shit. Get $100,000 in debt and you're working at Starbucks.
oh yeah, that I have a bunch of friends that went to college for some garbage degree that like women got into because it was easy.
Like
And then
underwater
now
basket weaving.
I don't remember what it was, but something maybe like marketing, something easy that like women can do. So all the women got the jobs, and they had to go work at Starbucks. What are you doing? You need to
Yep.
get jobs women can't do and won't do.
I have seen more male baristas than I've ever seen in my life. I'm
Mhm.
like, bro, Pet Boys? No? Okay. No, I think that's an issue. I think guys don't like to, like, it seems like, I don't know why guys don't want to appear to be like the hard worker, that dirty, coming home dirty, and like close
Single
the door.
moms, they're the sons of single moms. Mommy always took care of them. They never were uncomfortable. Nobody said, "Get the hell out of the house. Go clean the yard." No, nobody did that.
Yeah, like landscapers make good money too.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
mean, you can make there's really good money out there to be made for guys if they just did the labor jobs.
Yeah, I mean, women are not gonna go out there in the sun and do that. We can't
But see,
physically do
here's the thing. I can tell you. So I have a friend named Travis.
that. Mhm,
Travis works in the oil field, right? I've known Travis for over 20 years now.
mhm.
A funny story about Travis, like he was dating my ex-wife's sister. Yeah. Like that's how long and how friendly we were. Travis works in the oil field and he makes about 120,000 a year. He makes really good money, very nice guy, comes home dirty. Like, he's always dirty. Like you would think the guy doesn't shower for how dirty he is, but he's always dirty. And um he can't every woman just like meeting them and stuff like that, they're just kind of like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I work in the oil field. Oh, ew. Like they're just like, what? Like because he works in the oil field, that grosses you out. You do not see the fact that he has his truck paid off. You don't see that his house is paid. Like the guy is good, living life, and you're ewing the fact that he's not a CEO or he doesn't work in a corporate office or he doesn't dress fat like flashy because he works for a living. He doesn't need to dress nice. He needs to wear clothes that he could work in. Yeah, no. Women have turned him down left and right just because of that. I was like, that's the most dumbest shit.
'Cause now I think women are so into appearances that
Well,
if they
always,
can't
I
if it
think they
doesn't
always
look
have been.
good, yeah, if it doesn't look good on social media, if they can't post, "I'm with whatever prestigious career," it doesn't have the same.
Effect. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're just not doing it because comparison is a thief of joy, so women have no more joy because all they do is compare to these unattainable these 1/2 of 1% type of people, and
You know,
situations most people will never get.
exactly. And it's like, stop competing. And this goes for the guys too. Like, stop competing with the Joneses. You just compete with the man in the mirror. Are you
Yeah.
guys doing better today than you were yesterday? Are you getting further? Are you getting closer to where you want to be today than you were yesterday? You know, that should be what it is.
Yeah, so I don't see like my 20 something friends when a guy comes I think I've told you this before, when a guy comes up to them to like talk to them without even finding out who he is or what he does or anything, they just get
Shut them
away from
down.
me.
Mhm.
Shut him down. Immediately shut him down. And I'm like, what if he was the, I don't know, Prince of Dubai or something? You don't even know who these people are. Not even unattractive
Well,
people,
see, I
very
kind of blame that
attractive.
on him too, though.
Why?
He lacks presence. Mhm.
I don't know.
Presence.
But I
Presence.
mean,
See, if a guy has presence, men, women are. It's like he has his own gravitational pull. You're kind of just like you gravitate towards them. You want to hear what they have to say. You want to see what they're about to do. You're drawn to them, and that's called presence. And you will be able to understand all that, gentlemen, in my book. Shameless plug. I know, AJ, shameless plug. Um, you know, if a guy has presence, you just know who he is. He doesn't. If a guy has to approach a girl and he's like he walk the way he walks to her, even the way that you see him walking up, you already know whether or not you're already telling him no or not because the guy doesn't may or may not have presence. He lacks the confidence. If he's walking in there a little timid like and a little slow or maybe a little too fast, you're gonna be like he's nervous. If he's too slow, he doesn't know where he's going. You're picking up on all of these cues and you're like, he's uncertain, he lacks confidence. They're like, immediate rejection. Right. But if a guy has presence and he walks in there like he knows what he's doing, less likely to just reject him because he's already displaying that masculine presence that is very attractive to women. If a guy lacks presence, and it's not just in dating and or in relationships, I'm talking about it's even in um when you're in the military, right? Working with people. Um when I was sergeant, I would walk in and everybody knew I was a sergeant. They were like, "Hey, Sarge, yep, what's going on?" I didn't walk in there like, "Hey, trying to sneak in there." I walked in there like I owned the place because I was in charge at that point of that office. So it's like presence is very, very important for guys. Who's in prison? I'm in prison.
I think your background.
What? I like cement. I like bricks. I love brick houses. It's my thing. She's a brick house.
Oh my gosh.
Come on,
So,
you know that song. You used to sing
yeah,
it all the
yes, I
time.
remember the olden times. But I hear what you're saying about presence, but I'm telling you, the girls that I'm thinking of in this particular case, the guy was way better status than them. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
they are so delusional now. We're talking about low mid girls turning down high mid guys. Like
Mm-hmm.
this is your bracket. This is where you're going to find them. Like you're not going to go up here. People are all delusional right
Have
now.
you have you heard of the wife store?
No. Oh
Oh,
god, no.
let me read you this. Let me read you this story. It's funny. It's really funny. And I think this kind of describes what you're talking about. Hold on, let me pull it up. The wife store. Or it's the husband store, I'm sorry. All right. So, let me tell you a story, eh? All right. So there's a brand new store that opened up in New York, right?
Mm.
And it sells husbands. So when women want to go find a husband, they would go to the store and they would be able to pick a husband. And they had instructions upon the entrance, and it says this: you may visit the store only once. There are 6 floors, and the value of the product increases as you ascend each flight. You may choose from any any item from any particular floor, or you may choose to go up to the next floor, but you cannot go back down except to exit the building. All right. So a woman goes to the husband's store to go find a husband, and she hits the first floor, and the sign says, "Men that have jobs." The second floor sign reads, "These men have jobs and love kids." The third floor sign reads, "These men have jobs, love kids, and are extremely good looking." Wow, she thinks, but feels compelled to keep going. She goes to the fourth floor, and the sign reads, "These men have jobs, love kids, are drop dead good looking, and they help with housework." She's like, "Oh, mercy." She exclaims, "I can hardly stand it." But still, she goes up to the fifth floor, and the fifth floor sign reads, "These men have jobs, love kids, are drop dead gorgeous, help around with the house, and they have a strong romantic streak." She is so tempted to stay, but she goes up to the sixth floor, and the sign reads, "You are visitor 31,456,012. To this floor, there is no men on this floor. This floor only exists as proof that women are impossible to please. Thank you for shopping at the husband store." Pretty sad, huh?
Yeah, there's a you heard of like the it's like an Asian thing where the sensei tells his disciple, go into the forest and pick the most beautiful stick that you find, but the only thing is as you go through it, you have to go in a straight line. You cannot go back to pick one that you saw earlier and then bring me the most beautiful stick. And then he passes many beautiful sticks, but he's like, I think I can do better. I think I can do better. And at the end, he can't find like anything spectacular. So he just gets what he can find. And that was like the same story, but for men.
No, but I'll tell you the men's store. Here, they have the wife store. Ready?
Oh, no.
It goes like this.
Will she put out? I'll take her.
It goes like this. So they opened a new store in New York called the wife store. It was right across the street from the husband store. The first floor said, these wives love to have sex. Second floor says, these wives love sex and money. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floor has never been visited.
Yep.
Only 2 floors. Guys are so much easier to please. So that kind of proves that, like,
I mean, you say that, but the reality is I know guys who threw back all the options they had and then they ended up with none at the end.
well, the reason why I say guys are so easy to please, because I think guys do not know what they want really until they go through some shit. Because guys standard, you got to realize, guys standard is only this: did she touch my pee-pee? And does she have a pulse? That's pretty much it. Because that's what guys are really looking for. Women are looking for the guy that they want to, long-term commitment with. I'm not saying all women are, but that's their innate mating strategy, is to select the best mate for long-term provisions for the kids, all that stuff. Guys' innate mating strategy is like, can I get my dick wet? Who's gonna let me get my dick wet? Right? Like, that's what they're wired to do. So because they're only looking for wanting to get their dick wet first and not other factors, because women are not saying that they're not looking to get sex, but women are looking to make sure the guy has all these other check marks, things checked off their list, as well as getting sex. Guys are like sex, 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 and then it's like, okay, she gave me sex, but I don't like her. She's a bitch. Well, okay, so now I want a girl that will give me sex, 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 and is not a bitch. And then like, okay, well, I want a woman that gives me sex that's not a bitch, and that is, that knows how to cook. And then so now their list gets longer as they go through these, but they still have to filter out through the first factors. Like, guys are always trying to get their dick wet first.
Okay, let me tell you a little story about the guy that cheated on me like 100 times, right? That one. The poor dude.
So is it 8 or 100?
I don't remember. Look, we'll never know the exact number.
So it's like 1,000 something.
He lies, so we don't know. So anyways, the point is, so after me, he ended up, first of all, his first girlfriend was amazing. Me. Anyways, the second girlfriend, the second one, alcoholic.
The one that got away.
Yeah, of course. The second one, alcoholic, train wreck. The third one wanted some poly thing, was banging 15 dudes plus him. Yeah, messed up stuff.
Payback's a bitch.
I know. And then like the one after was like another alcoholic on lots of like depression meds and problems, right? And then the one after that, I got him a nice girl, a friend. I'm like, look, you guys are both gingers. This is gonna be great.
You got him. He cheated on you like 1,000 sometimes, and then you hooked him up. Okay.
Yeah. Look, I'm a forgiving person, and I did think they would be good together. They like the same things. I'm like, what? Anyways, so I hooked them up. They got together. They were so cute. And mind you, he started doing the same garbage to this poor girl too. And then now he's been alone for like, I don't know, 7 years alone on antidepressants.
Ooh.
And now he can't even get it up. So pick the stick in the beginning that's
so
good.
Like, here's my thing. If that was the case, why didn't he just, I don't know, jump off a building. I'm like, you can't.
Wow. This is not cap. This is a real story. I can bring him on. I can bring
Wait a
the
minute. How you still talk to him? I'm just wondering, like, how you still like you still cool with him?
I'm not cool with him, but like I look on.
Apparently, you cool.
Well,
You
his
hooked him up with
ex-girlfriend
another
is cool with
girl,
him. His ex-girlfriend is cool with him. I'm cool with her.
but
She's my
you
friend.
hooked them up, did you not?
Yeah. Because look,
After he
remember, like
cheated
I
on you
said,
1,000
yes,
times.
yes, yes. Remember, like I said, back in the olden days, 30, 40 friends. So we all know each other
Yeah,
our
but you
whole
know what?
lives.
I know that. But you know what? If all my exes, I don't ever talk to them, and we share the same friends.
You don't have
Like,
to talk to them, but you know where they are. You know who
no,
can
I
reach
don't.
them.
No,
Yes, you
no,
do.
I do
That's
not.
very questionable.
I guarantee that I do not. My friends know, like, if they're an ex, they're an ex for Okay, so let me show you. All right, so I got a tattoo on this arm, right? Of an ex's name. Horrible idea. Ex's name, and then I put a
Uh-huh.
void stamp over the bitch. It says void over her name. So
Oh my God.
you do not talk about voided things out. They are voided. Mm-mm. You don't talk to them.
Okay, I don't talk to him, but I
I don't
know
even
people
know.
who talk to him,
I do too,
right?
but guess what? We don't talk about them.
Okay.
Don't bring them up around. They don't exist around me. They never existed. They're an ex. They don't exist.
Okay. Well, anyways, the point is, it doesn't matter.
You know what, Gas Mask? I believe you. I think she wants to show him how good he could have had it, but he fucked it up. It's like torturing him every day of his life. She's like,
Dude,
oh,
I'm a benevolent person. When I
mhm.
forgive, I really forgive. I'm like, look, I took many years I didn't talk to him, and then like, our friends started being like, can we please invite him? We have to go to like this concert as a group. It's not nice, he's a better person. I'm like, fine, just bring him to the group. Bring him to like go to the concert, go to
See,
the
I don't
comedy
know. I
club.
don't know.
He's not
No,
sitting next to me or even next to me,
I
but
don't
he's
even.
with people I know.
I don't even want to know that they're in the same building.
But then you'd have to be like to all your group of friends that you've known for your entire life. It's them or me. They're gonna choose him because he's got the party house.
Oh, so that's why you're friends with him still, because he is a party house.
No, that's why my friends are friends with him still. Our friends are still friends with him. It's that party house.
This raging patriot. Excuse me, I sneezed.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. Look, the point is, and I get what you guys say. You should never be friends with anybody. Blah, 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 blah.
No, no,
We
no.
were like 15.
No, to me,
Get
if you're
over
an,
it.
I am over it. I'm over them altogether to the point where like they don't exist. Like to me, it's like if I don't know. To me, that's like keeping an orbit around. That's like keeping someone around that you could run to.
No,
Even
because you don't like them. Okay, look, you have to understand the person you are when you're a little kid is not the person you are when you're an old ass person. You're like,
I'm not
ugh.
saying I'm saying look.
Hmm? I can't hear you. Nope. Nope.
Testing the testicles.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Test.
Yeah.
If you keep an ex around,
Not
it's it.
around friends.
That's in your orbit. They're in your orbit still.
So you have to get rid of all your friends that you've known your
No, you
whole
just get
life.
rid of that one,
But
the
you can't.
ex.
Yeah, but you can't say, okay, nobody else can be friends with this person. So if they have
No,
a
I'm not.
birthday party, they can't invite him.
No, it's not saying that. I'm just saying like I'm not going. If if I'm going to an event,
Hmm.
that person ain't gonna be there. You ain't inviting them. If you invite them, that's fine. You can invite them, but I ain't going.
I don't know. I'm a little bit more like, just don't talk to them. Just don't be around them. Just who cares?
To me, it's like if you put yourself in situations where you can still interact with them and be social, that's a dangerous thing.
Also, you have
Dangerous
to
thing.
remember, I'm with my husband and he's cool with it. And he's right next to me.
Yeah, because
And
he's
he's just
always
like,
looking at those. He's looking at
no,
them
he's
titties
not.
over
He's
there.
not. He's not. Look, he told me, I'm like, do you ever have a problem? We'll never hang
I'm
out
not.
with him.
I'm not
And he goes,
saying.
but look, let me tell you this. And he's like, oh, you think I would have a problem with that? He's like, what? No way. It's like, if anything, it's like you've done so great in your life. You have, you know,
I don't think it's a good thing to do
I
overall.
know, I know, I know, I know. But
I
like,
wouldn't. I
what?
would not advise it. I would not advise it. I would advise my method. Delete them from your life.
Kill
They don't
them.
exist. No, not no, no. Nobody
What?
is saying anything about murder, killer. Um, I'm saying like delete them from your life. Delete
Okay.
them
I mean,
all
I
the
don't
way.
know what he's been doing for years. It's just like I know friends who know him. That's all.
No, I get that. I'm just saying like I just wouldn't have them in my orbit. I think we need a proof of life of Steven.
Let me text him, see if he'll come here.
Oh, she's about to let him out of his cage. It's a rope that it's an app. She could release him from the app. But like, I don't know. Like, I just think I think a good
Look,
rule
look,
of
look.
thumb.
You can ask him when he comes, and he'll be
I
like,
will.
"Oh,
I
that
will.
guy? Oh, she can hang out with that guy all day long." Trust me, he has no. He feels he's like, if she's stupid enough to go so low to hell to find that guy,
Women do. Women do get
no,
stupid enough. Yeah.
no, nobody's that stupid, Glenn.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
He was
who?
that guy.
Which guy?
He's that guy.
Which one? What are you talking
The one
about?
that we talking about.
Oh, but that was when he was a kid and he thought, sky's the limit. Did you ever see that Chappelle? It was like Chappelle making that joke about the kids that supposedly got with Michael Jackson. And he said something like, "Oh, remember, like, oh, those kids are probably like, oh, my first experience with Michael Jackson, world famous celebrity. It's only going up from here." And no, it
The
doesn't.
way I look at it is like, if you value a relationship, you're not going to want to complicate it by keeping people in your orbit that might cause problems. X
It's
is
been
always
100 years.
you're not that old because I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
But anyways,
Um,
it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't care, I don't
no,
care.
no, no, I get it. I'm saying for your situation, I'm just saying, wouldn't you say a good rule of thumb though? A good rule of thumb would be
Most people,
no,
yeah, I
no,
would
no.
say that.
Would you say a good rule of thumb is not to have connection with the next?
I would say not to have connections in person with anybody of the opposite sex, period. But I'm extreme.
How in the hell? Now, what isn't Steven a doctor?
Yeah.
So he can't have no female patients.
No,
Fuck
he
them.
does. He does. But in my perfect world, no females would go to him. This is the dream world, Glenn. This is the dream. Unfortunately, we have to talk to people of all genders now.
See, like I'm not that crazy. Like I'm not that
Mm.
insane. Like, cause I realize, you're gonna have to speak to other genders. I don't get that froggy. I don't leap like you do, all crazy and shit. I would say, like, if you're working, you could talk to individuals during work hours. If you're at
But
home,
like,
if you're at home,
1 foot out the door.
when you're at home, what the fuck you doing? The work is you're off work. You're off the clock. They ain't paying you for these text messages. So what the fuck you doing talking to them? That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Amanda's like, I'm that crazy. Fuck that.
Yes. And no.
No, I just think like, you have to be realistic. You have to talk to people. You interact with opposite sex. But it's like if you're interacting with the opposite sex outside of the designated like appropriate like sphere for that communication, right? Like coworkers. Okay, cool. I talk to you at work. I don't talk to you at home. If I'm at home, I'm not
Even
talking
at
to you.
work though, like unless it's about work.
That's what I'm saying. It's work
Sus.
related. It's work shit.
Sus.
Like your coworker should not be asking if you want to go out to lunch. That right there, super sus. Hey, do you want to go?
Sus.
You want to go to lunch with me? Basically, she's saying, "Do you want to fuck me in your car?" That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. No
Yeah.
eating with the opposite sex.
Don't eat her out. That's right.
Yes. Okay, so
No, so
back.
would you think that real quick? One more thing.
Okay.
If if Steven was having lunch, right?
He does all the time. There's nothing I can do about that. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I think we hit a nerve. We struck a nerve. All right, we'll move on. We'll move on. Moving on. I don't want to be the reason why he gets murdered tonight.
Look, he is very much like, what? They're just friends. Blah, 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 blah. He's one of those dudes. But what are you gonna do?
You know what? That's moving on. I don't want him to die. I don't
Yeah.
need her to. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just telling you right now, like, if my wife was having lunch with another dude, she wouldn't be my wife. That's what you're telling me. Mm-mm.
But then you're crazy. See, this is what I get. Oh, you're crazy. You're psycho.
No. See, I set it up perfectly. You know what she gets to do? See, like,
Mm.
my wife works at home, so she could have lunch with me. But right now, she's taking care of her mom, so she has lunch with her mom.
Well, that's still safe.
All right, so moving on. I don't need to be involved in your murder plot.
I know. Okay, so all right. What do you think about like the psychological issues that all the kids are dealing with now and how that can impact their dating? Because now everybody's like, I have trauma. I'm a victim.
Everybody's a bitch.
I have all these problems. Or they're like psycho babbling all of like these illnesses that they have, like made up illnesses, giving themselves
Yeah.
diagnoses on the internet.
I think House really ruined everybody because I think after watching House, everybody thinks they could start diagnosing things. And although House did medical stuff, everybody thinks that they're a psychologist now. Like, what cracks me up is like every red pillar thinks that they're a master in evolutionary psychology, and then for some reason they are able to start like diagnosing personality disorders.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, that girl got BPD. Yeah, that girl was so BPD. Like, and you where'd you graduate from? Oh, I've been studying this stuff, intersexual dynamics, long enough to know I could tell who has BPD. Okay.
Yeah. The same with women, and he's a narcissist. They're all narcissists.
Oh yeah. Like every guy that says like, like the girl was a little crazy, she's BPD. Oh, she's so BPD. What made her? Are you sure she's BPD? Yeah, she's totally BPD. Okay, but really, come to find out, like he cheated on her, fucking like with his sister, with her sister or something. No, you just made her fucking batshit crazy, bro. If she, if anything, you brought it out of her. Same thing with women. Women like, oh, he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. No, he finally put his foot down and told you shut the fuck up, and now he's a narcissist. Like that's on you. So, yeah, I hate that. But back to your question, I think people using these like false or fake like diagnoses, they think they are what they say they are, to the point where it's like as an excuse. Excuse me, you can't be mad at me. I'm sorry. I have or was it I have ADHD and that excuse me, it's my ADHD, I'm sorry. Or I'm autistic.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that more now. It's like it's a flex. Forgive my autisticness. I'm like, autistic? What? How do you know? It's undiagnosed autism. Undiagnosed? Don't. How do you know you have autism if it's undiagnosed? I diagnosed myself. I took a study, one of those personality tests online, and it says I have autism. That's how I know.
Yeah. I mean, look, I did that. I thought, I'm like, I told my husband, I think you're on the spectrum. So we did one of those little tests. It came off of like, no. And then for me, it came like all the way. I'm like, wait a minute, this is wrong. There's no way I'm
No,
all the way.
I think it's right. Maybe it's right. Maybe you should actually go get a real test done.
No. I'm fine. I'm normal.
Oh, of course you are.
Mm-hmm.
All women are normal. It's always the
Yeah.
guy that needs to be fixed.
Yes. But anyways, yeah, I get a lot of like these girls saying they have to trauma dump on their first date so that they know all of the mental illnesses that they're bringing to the relationship.
The girl does this?
Yeah, the girl does this
I
or the
think it's
guy does
good.
it.
I think it's
Why
better
is
for
this
the
good?
girl.
This is not good.
No, it's good for the guy to know ahead of time if date 2 is going to be worth it. Be like, okay, so she has daddy issues. Okay, she has like given every hole to every guy. Okay, she has no. She's a little insecure. She says she's insecure, so she's gonna be fucking a stalker when I'm not around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no. I think it's perfect. I think it's safe. Like, I want to know. Go ahead, trauma dump on me. I want to know if I want to see date 2.
I mean, it's just insane now.
I don't want it to be a slow reveal.
But it's like all lies. It's all stuff that they made up in their heads.
Well, then good. That just makes me realize that I don't want to be with you. Because if you have all these problems and you have to dump in all this trauma, you just made yourself less attractive for me in the long run.
All right. So you do not think that all the kids on the antidepressants,
I think it's horrible.
but what I want to figure out is why are they all on antidepressants? Why are so many?
I think, honestly, I think testosterone levels are low for both men and women. They're much lower now than they ever were. And I bet you these kids will also like show like the next generation coming is going to have much lower testosterone. So that is probably what's problematic with it or playing a role in it. Because both men and women testosterones are very low today.
Yeah.
And I don't think women really realize that they got to get their testosterone levels checked just as much and be on top of that as men do.
Yeah, mine were always sky high, more than a dude, like sky high.
I got it. You are an nympho. Got it.
No. Like just super, super high. Like I would, if I looked at like a weight, I'd get huge muscles before when I was a kid. It was so high. I could just.
But like for men, that's typically what the issue is. Like I not always, but I have known guys that would say they're depressed, they're feeling the lack of the drive and everything like that. And just like, I knew a guy that was considered clinically depressed, right? And they diagnosed him with major depression disorder. Okay. And that means like you're depressed consecutively for more than like 2 weeks or something like that, right? It's like every single day you're almost suicidal, like basically. This guy had low T. They didn't tell him that. I told him like, dude, what is your testosterone level at? Like, you are like really bitchy. I mean, I get it, you're depressed, but damn, you're really bitchy. And I was joking with him. He got his testosterone level checked. He was like at 99. That's like, damn, yeah, that's depression. His hormones were all the way fucked. What they consider low for men is 300. That's low. So if he's at a 99, do you know how like that is low?
Mm-hmm.
And so as soon as he started getting on testosterone, he started doing TRT. He got off the depression meds within like 4 months.
The problem is I heard that the TRT makes you infertile if you're a dude. So you have to wait till after you have kids. And they're young kids who have.
Well, so then, yeah, I know. So what I'm saying is they're not consuming the right food to help promote their natural testosterone levels.
Okay.
And
So
so
you
it
think
also, so it's also the soy, like, and this is why, I mean, shameless plug, tactical soap, soy-free soap. Like, we put so much soy on our bodies, right? And we don't realize your skin is your biggest organ. So
mhm,
lotions, body washes, deodorants, that they have soy in it, right? And then your body's absorbing it. A lot of the food, DoorDash, fast food, all that stuff has a lot of soy in it, right? So we're constantly consuming a lot of soy and not realizing it. And these younger generations, kids are lower and lower testosterone. And yes, that is a blood test, Amanda. I would let you know. Yes, you have to ask for a full panel. They're not going to give it to you in your regular blood lab work. You have to ask for it.
yeah, so I'm wondering if it's, the corn in America is the same as soy. It's worse than soy
Yeah,
for how estrogenic it is. And I found out peas are super estrogenic and they have pea powder protein. I was freaking
yeah,
taking that and my estrogen was through the roof and I couldn't figure out what the hell's going on. And they don't tell you like all these things that we normally consume now that they've shoved into everything is causing all of our problems. And then people are going vegan and they're not doing it
yep.
correctly and they're getting
There's
super
there's
estrogenic.
there's nothing good about being vegan.
No,
Like, why would you want to eat tofu? Eating rubber?
it's not even that. They do it wrong. The people who go vegan eat processed food and they're like, oh, I'm vegan. I'm saving the planet. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're eating processed food.
Yeah, your little weird fake hamburger patty has over 37, different ingredients. Mine has one burger. It's
Mm.
meat. What does you think is more healthier? The meat.
Yeah. And they'll say things like, oh, well, these vitamins and nutrients are in this plant food, but they're not bioavailable. Meat is bioavailable 100%.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think it's a lot of things that we consume. And when I say consume, I don't just mean eat and absorb, but also, like, as you said, consume media. So the
Mhm.
corn plays a
Oh,
role in
yeah.
it. Um, and I also think, like, the sedentariness that we are, like, we're all like, everybody just, they get home, they're plugged into some electronic device, and they're there until they get up and go to work the next morning.
Yeah. So just like sitting, doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Even before when we used to just watch TV, we weren't like this. It
Yeah,
wasn't
I think so.
this
I
bad.
think I think we're gonna have a generation of neck brace people.
Okay, yeah. My husband has a lot of people who come in and they have these humps and they're kids.
Yep.
Like great grandma type humps at like 20.
Oh, really? That's
Mhm.
horrible.
And like they can't straighten out. Like it's so messed up. And because they won't stop looking at the phone, their other muscles will never strengthen. So they'll never be able to stand up straight.
Yeah. Well, this thing is another thing. Kids' postures are horrible these days. Have you seen them?
Yeah. And
It's like,
women like posture.
yes, good posture is a good thing, guys.
Good posture, good jawline, which you can get from chewing actual meat.
Or just working out and being lean enough to where you can see your jawline.
No, you have to work out your jaw. You can't just be skinny.
Don't jazz her jaw. You're not gonna be.
No, no, you got to eat meat. You got to chew your meat 100 times
Yes,
each side. That's how we used to do it in the olden times. 100 times each
I do.
side.
You know what? You and my wife both try to tell me how to chew. It's like, you need to chew your meat 30 times. I'm like, 30 chews? Yeah, 30 chews. I am not counting.
And also we have this you can get these hard gums, mastic gums, and you can chew on
No, see,
those.
now it's like, now you're doing like the looks maxing thing.
Yes, that's what we need to do. Looks maxing. What? We need to do looks maxing.
Yes and no. See, like, this is the problem. Like, if you do that, now you're making everything superficial.
But kinda. It's nice.
It's nice, but
It's
it's like,
nice to be with someone who with a nice jawline. I'm telling you.
yeah, but you know what? It's nice to be with the woman that has tits that gravity hasn't dropped down yet. But you know what? Eventually, your tits are gonna drop and gravity's gonna do something to them. And then what? We're stuck. We got a great jawline, but you got saggy tits. What
Yeah,
are we
but
gonna
you have
do?
to yes. But you also have to understand that you're supposed to meet when you're young in your 20s before everything hits the floor.
Okay, so then why do I gotta worry about my jawline when I'm older when you ain't gotta worry about your titties declining when they're older?
I'm talking for the single people. When you get married, everybody
See, that's the problem. No, see, I think that's nope,
I'm kidding.
nope,
I'm kidding.
nope. That
I'm
right
kidding.
there, that right there is the biggest mistake.
You're
I
supposed to do it with them. If you both fall down the hill together
you
at
ain't
the
supposed to
same
fall.
rate,
Look, no,
there's
mm-mm.
always a hill, Gun. It doesn't matter what you do. The
No, it's a
hill is
cliff.
going
It's a
down.
cliff. Cliff. You go straight down, just dead. Do your titties hang low? Do they wobble to the flow? Can you tie them in the knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Moving on. Um, I think so. I don't think men and women should be ever get comfortable in marriage. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I don't believe in getting comfortable. That's the number one. I was watching some people talking about like divorce. The number one predictor of divorce now they're finding is when one person goes like on a health journey and the other person doesn't, or when one person becomes an alcoholic, the other person
Yeah.
becomes healthy. When one person goes down, the other person goes like anything like that.
Opposite. Yeah.
Yeah. One person gets a really good paying job, the other person
No, no,
plays
no, no,
video
no,
games.
no.
I don't know.
No, that doesn't work. That only works when it's a woman that got a better
Yeah,
paying
yeah, yeah.
job.
Yeah, yeah.
The guy, yeah.
The woman
Um,
gets a better paying job. The guy
oh,
plays
if
video games.
I tell guys like this, if you lose your job and she's the one now that's the sole provider, right? You got 6 months.
Mhm.
You got an average about 6 months. The clock is ticking, and you better hope that you end up getting a job that pays you more than the job that you had before, because she's gone, and she won't say it's because you ain't got a job. They'll make a whole nother reason the real issue,
Mhm.
but really it's because you didn't get a job. Because if you had a job, you probably wouldn't have ended up running into that issue that she says is the issue to begin with.
Yeah, yeah. It's always and I know a lot of people say women should just get used to being with guys who make less money, but it's not gonna happen. It's never
No,
gonna
no,
women rather die in the ditch than be with
yep.
someone who's
This
like
is the thing
less.
it goes back to women would rather share a high value man than be settled with a worthless beta.
Yeah, or they just rather die alone with their cats.
Yeah.
It's just the facts.
They would
Women do
rather be
not care.
miserable. They'd rather sleep in a cardboard box on the side of the road than have to live with the beta, the guy
Mhm.
that doesn't produce anything.
Yeah. What's not true? It's true. I love how like you're saying, yeah, yeah, and then it's like me. It's my
Who hurt this woman?
my God.
Glenn is talking about relationships, but he won't acknowledge his relationship with me. Shame, sir. For shame.
John, you know that you're supposed to show me your nipples and you didn't show me your nipples the other day. So what relationship? Thank you. See, even Amanda says it's true.
What?
Even Amanda, she's like, true, Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
She knows that women would rather sleep in a cardboard box than get with the beta.
Yeah, and that's just the hard, simple fact of life. There were just a lot less betas before. That's why a lot of men had
No,
women. Yes,
no.
men were different. They were like
They were
trained to be
they
hard.
were they were there were probably just as many betas, but then they weren't acting like Mitches though. They were still betas, but they weren't acting like Mitches. They were doing man shit, but they weren't Mitching. They weren't necessarily like the alpha guy. They were just better providers.
Yeah, I don't remember that many betas in the olden times.
So you could be a CEO, be a beta. You could be
But you're a CEO.
exactly.
They're
So
not even that.
that's the thing though. So this is the reality of like intersexual dynamics that's just really ugly for guys to realize.
Mm.
And it kind of goes back to what Rolo says, like women are incapable of loving a man the way the man believes he should be loved.
And men are incapable of loving a woman the way a woman feels.
No, 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 no,
Yes,
no,
it's the
no,
same thing.
no,
Look, let me
no.
give my
Women,
case. Let me give my
no.
case. If she becomes ugly, fat, riddled
You
with,
ever heard of husband goggles?
they only work so much.
If she is
There's
not a bitch, if
50
she's not a
chins,
bitch and she treats him
50
right, he will
chins.
be like, "Do you see that? Oh, see that woman over there? That's my girl right there. That is my girl." That's what guys will
No,
do.
I've never seen that. Also, what about the statistic that says men always leave women when they get cancer diagnosis? Like, I think it's like 80% or some crap. Like the serious ones, like stage 4, whatever, about to die
What?
cancer. Yeah, that statistically men are more likely to leave you if you have like a high
No,
level cancers.
no, women are the ones that do that shit. There's so many articles. So many articles. This guy thought he had testicular cancer, thought he was going to die.
Yeah.
And then, like, thought he had 6 months to live. Ends up beating it. While he was going through cancer, his wife divorces him, leaves him. He beats the cancer. And, she ends up getting with some loser and she tries to come back. And he's like, fuck you, you bitch. You tried to leave me when I was about to die? You're horrible. No.
Yeah, so I think it's like both men and women.
No.
Okay, let's look it up. What do you think the statistic's going to be?
I think men will be with their women more than women will be with men, and when that shit kind of shit happens. Because y'all ain't shit.
Okay.
Women
Study
ain't shit.
confirmed cancer patients 11.6. Okay. 20.8% when the woman is sick versus 2.9% when the man is ill. So women stay when you sick.
I don't believe her. I don't believe her.
It's a statistic.
I don't believe them. Who did the statistics?
I don't know. Of Google.
Oh, so it's a feminist.
Okay, the Huntsman Cancer Institute at the University of Utah School of Medicine and Stanford University's School of Medicine was based on 515 patients from 2001 until 2006 or something. There you go.
Bullshit statistics.
Oh my
exactly.
God.
Angry Casper's with me. Who's stats?
Oh my God.
Because we know that's not true. See, women don't love the same. This is why, okay, men love idealistically. Men love for the sake of love. Women love opportunistically.
Okay, how about this one? A newer study, 2021, right? It says both men and women leave at 82%.
That sounds like another feminist statistic because they're like, we're all equal. We're all equal. Like, no. I don't believe it.
Wow. 82.9% on average will leave by influence of cancer on the relationship. Damn.
I believe that is women and only women.
This one didn't make it gendered. They just said this is a percentage of people.
Yeah, because it's women. Telling
I don't know. Doesn't say. But anyways, there you go.
No, so I think that, when you look at like the way that men and women see, men and women love differently, just like they understand respect differently. Right? Men will love just like for like it's like this, like guys will die for like their battle buddy, right? Like if we're in a war and then like we're getting shot at, like, I'm not leaving you behind. I'm going to risk my life, risk getting shot and dying just to make sure that you get home. Like you get to be safe. That's idealistically like how men see love, right? Women are like, love in the opportunistic way, in the sense of like, as long as it works for both of us, I'm here. But you're expecting to ask a woman to risk or sacrifice? No. She wants to be able to gain things. That's why women have hypergamy. They want to marry up. They want to gain something of value. They don't want to have to give something or lose something of value or risk losing value. They want to be able to either gain value or maintain value. Guys will get with the girl that works at McDonald's. Women won't. So, I mean, again, hypergamy just shows you that women and men love differently and understand love differently. Women are just more opportunistic in their love.
Yeah, but if the guy is getting with the woman because she's the most beautiful and the girl's getting with the guy because he's the most successful, they're both superficial. Period.
How many times do you think that works? I don't see that working out all the time.
What do you mean?
I see more mismatched couples than ever.
The younger people, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I see now a lot of older girls that are really hot, Instagram thoughts, with young loser dudes, but they're hot.
But these young user dudes are able to easier to control.
Yes, that's what they get. Oh, this is the thing that I've noticed. They get pregnant by the guy that will sleep with them, but will never marry them. And then they settle with the younger hot dude that's broke.
So I've seen that too. And that guy, he's the cheater. While you at work, he's fucking.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's exactly what they do. They cheat. The young guy cheats. And then gets half of what the girl has.
I have not
women
seen.
Become the men that they claim to hate.
Oh, you mean the women become the men that they wanted to marry?
No, that they claim to hate, the worst types of men. Because women are always like, oh, he's dating a child. Why doesn't he get with someone his own age? And then when they're in that position, they do the same thing.
Well, look, the reason why, I mean, I don't understand why women don't realize, like, men like youthfulness. It's natural. We want to get with a woman that could potentially have our kids if we want them.
Well, everybody likes youthfulness. If we had the luxury of choice, everybody does.
Yeah, yes and no. Like I would not get, so this is me. This is just me speaking. Mm-hmm. I would not date a 20-year-old.
Because of the mentality.
I would not want to go for a 20-year-old. Like I would fuck a 20-year-old. I would never want to date one.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I would probably date 29, 30, probably be right where I feel comfortable. Wouldn't want to go lower than 10 years.
When you see like these really elderly, wealthy women, they're with like 20-year-old dudes. They're little.
Yeah, well, that's the drizzle.
Yeah. But the dudes don't get any money, just like when the old dude doesn't marry you. Yeah, for a little time. And then when the old lady dies, they get nothing.
Yeah. I think let's come up with some solutions. Let's see if we come up some.
Blow up the planet.
I mean, that's a start, you know.
Restart.
God say he's not going to drown the world. You know, he said he's not going to flood the world again. So, I mean, well, it says in the Bible.
Okay.
Is that John? Is that really John? John, is that really you?
No, this is a fake one.
It's a fake John?
He's fake.
Who's 38?
I don't know. He's 38. I don't know.
Who's he?
I don't know. He just comes in the chat randomly and says things that don't make sense.
To check the mark, fool.
Come in here, fool.
Okay. John, if it is you, when was the last time we hung out? Oh, I'm 60. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm 40. I just turned 40. But close enough. And if it is John, John will know last time we hung out. That's how I know it will be John.
He doesn't know. No.
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 You know.
Did you guys do something weird?
Yep. All right. Vegas. That's right. It was Vegas. Who was I with? I'm only questioning you because you know all the fakes. Oh, no. AJ says he thinks MLD is live right now. So I think MLD is live right now.
So who is this? An imposter.
Might be an imposter.
Darn.
Send me the link and I'll come up and show you who I am.
I did. I sent it.
You sent it to him or did you drop it in the chat?
I'm not going to drop it in the chat. I sent him the link.
How do you send him? Did you click on his profile?
Twitter.
Oh.
The Twitter.
Well, if
the X, whatever.
MLD, if it's you, man, then Twitter?
Yeah. Anyways, so
he's a good guy. You know what? I like MLD stuff a lot. He's really helps. So you know he like focuses on guys' inner game.
Like finding Zen?
No, like healing. Well, you mentioned trauma. So he first targets, like he talks about inner game a lot, like working on your inner game. And as you're working on your outer game, like, you know, money, muscles, frame game.
Yeah, yeah.
That's his terminology that he coined. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And inner game, I think guys tend to think like it's so underrated for men because we don't want to talk about our feelings or our emotions or all the things that we've, you know, dealt with. If you don't deal with that shit and you don't work on that shit will poison your relationship, your next relationship. And I like how he brings that up a lot. Most men don't want to talk about it because you have to be stoic and tough and go through. You can't just suppress everything.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna double check.
What are you double checking?
AJ, can you double check, make sure John is live right now? We all know the same people. We're all in the same community. There it is. What?
Motherfucker.
There he is. What's up, man? I was just checking AJ. I was like, AJ, make sure this is really John.
I was just live, but I got done.
Very nice. Love the hat.
Thank you. I'm trying not to be politically biased here, but thank you.
Name ML MAGA John. MAGA?
MAGA MLD in the house. What's up, Kat?
What's up, homie?
How are you doing?
Good.
So what are you guys talking about?
We were talking about why relationships don't work today. You know,
Women.
we're also talking about like where have men have fallen in this process too, like the things
Not
that they're
you, Kat.
lacking.
You're different. You're special.
No. I'm the problem, John. I'm the problem.
You would be a problem if you're fat and ugly, but you're not.
Well, we haven't seen her husband yet. Steven has not been allowed to come up and talk. So
relax. I'm not hitting on you. I know you have a husband. I'm not stupid.
No. I'm just saying, like everybody in the chat's like, we need a show of proof, a proof of a life.
For who?
Her husband. He's missing. He's MIA.
He's the white guy. I see the guy. Kat, are you Indian?
Oh my God. That's so disrespectful.
No, she's Arabian Night.
No, I'm not Arabian. Persian.
Same difference.
Persian Cuban. Oh, I kicked him out.
Did you kick him out? Would you?
Sorry.
He didn't get your ethnicity right and you boot him? The fuck?
Censorship.
I know.
So yeah, we're just talking about that stuff.
When you say you're Persian, so where are you from? Persia? Like what country is that when you say Persian?
We still call it Persian. I don't care what Americans call us.
Well, I didn't know that because someone else told me she was Persian, but she was not. Oh wait, maybe she was from Iran. No, maybe she was from Iran. Who else says they're Persian?
only
Was it
from
Farah?
Iran.
Farah? No.
Whoa,
No.
whoa.
No.
Who's Farah?
Fake. What's her name?
Oh, the ugly girl with Destiny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Glasses.
Yeah. She's. I've seen her in real life. I did a stream with her. She's Indian, isn't she? Indian.
I don't claim her,
I
so
don't
I
think
don't know.
so.
Well,
Oh, no.
how's her whole OnlyFans career going?
I don't know.
Daddy's crying.
If you notice, like a lot of them are starting to drop, and they're like, I think the OnlyFans are converting into these trad wives. They're doing the trad wife grift.
I prefer the trad wife grift versus the whore grift.
I agree. You know, like, hey, make cakes and clean the house. I'm all for that.
I mean, we are doing our job as men. Women are getting back into the kitchen where they belong. So it's like W men, right?
It is a W for men. I'm all
Kat,
for
you're
that.
shaking your head in disapproval. Do you have Wi-Fi in the kitchen right now? What is that shaking for?
Oh my God. It's 11:30. I'm done cooking.
Yeah, I just got done cooking myself.
So how are you back in Japan right now?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But
Okay,
yeah,
so like how is, because I keep hearing that Japan is America in the future as far as the loneliness epidemic. More people are lonely. Women are not getting married as much. Like, is that
Japan's
like us in the
finished.
future? So it's over. Yeah.
It's finished, bro. It's game over. The population's in free fall decline. Korea is following the same path as Japan, but Korea is more fast in regards to, because there's too many old people in charge in Japan and they're running this country into the ground. But Korea, in 50 cities right now, they're actually experimenting for the first time ever with the 4-day work week. So it's 4 10-hour days because they're not having kids. The population is below the replacement rate. Japan's coming out with dating apps, government-sponsored dating apps. They're trying to get people to come together because people are having sex, but the thing is they're not getting married and having kids. And the reason why is because if you've ever been to Korea, if you've ever been to Japan, the toxic work culture here is so bad. Like, these people literally work themselves to death. That they have a word in Japanese called karoshi, which means sudden death from overwork. These are like people in their 20s getting redlined by these companies, making $1,800 a month, working like 80, 90, 100 hours a week, and just dying because some fucking old Japanese fuckface is in charge. And he's telling them to like just work. And the wages, it's unlivable wages. It is modern day slavery. I used to work for a Japanese company. I made $70,000 bonus, or I made $70,000 in sales in 1 month. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna give you a bonus. We're so proud of you." I was like, "Great." Like, we're gonna give you $5,000. I was like, "Are you gay? Like, what? Like, I just made $70,000 and you're gonna give me 5,000 and I'm gonna get tax on that 5,000? Like, I can make more money running a fucking Airbnb."
Yeah.
You know? So Japan's finished, man. It's game over. These people are fucked. I'm here to take the money, take the women in true American fashion.
Hey, gotta conquer, right?
Hey, you evolve or die.
Gotta be a colonizer.
Evolve or die.
Yep.
Evolve or die.
Wow. So we were talking about like what is the issues, and it's like guys are not measuring up. The majority of guys are not measuring up. They're not meeting the bar, and the guys that do meet the bar, they're not willing to invest in a woman that is not worthy of an investment. So that's the problem.
It's true. It's where a lot of these girls. I met a girl recently when I was on Fresh and Fit in Miami, and we we started spending some time together, and she's a sweetheart. She's a real sweetheart, but like American woman's game, basically, because like there's a female game is the smart female game is to enslave the man with comfort and convenience.
Oh, have you heard? Have you heard Kat's story?
No.
Have you heard? Oh, Kat, let's go. We want to hear the story. John wants to hear the story of how you locked down Steven. Bro, talk about like manipulation out the ass.
She
It's
looks
not
pretty
my fault.
manipulative.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
it
course
is. That's so manipulative of you. It's 100% your fault.
Oh, it's hilarious. Like I had her, I was like in the chat when she was talking to Donovan. I was like,
Mhm.
Don, ask her about how she conned her husband.
And he's
Let's hear
happy
it.
for it. Thank y'all.
It was a great con. But no, like
Hey,
she was dropping
not bad.
real woman game. Like good
Yeah,
girl,
these
like good
chicks
girl
don't know what
game.
they're doing nowadays. They're just like banging a billion people, lowering their value, giving like a bad reputation, and then they think when they're old, then they're gonna find somebody of worth. It's so insane. Like you need to be on the hunt when you're young. 19, go.
Mm. But that's like, you know, you're giving them too much credit because the average person is so dumb, man and woman.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
when you're in this culture where, because like, you know, I love living in Japan because you know why? Like men and women still get along on the television shows, like the music. I don't listen to mainstream music in America because like it's just some fucking hip hop guy saying do drugs, kill somebody, and fuck someone's girlfriend, or some woman saying I don't need a man, eat my pussy.
Oh
I
my
don't. I'm
God.
It's
a bad
wet as
bitch.
hell. It's
Oh
wet as
God.
hell. Yeah, like
Ugh.
And it's just
Yes.
like, okay, so what do you expect to produce if you're just constantly listening to trash? And it's trash on the, like another thing, because I live outside of America, so I can see it from far away, like I prefer to. And there's so much conflict in American dramas between relationships. There's so much conflict in movies. Like Glenn and I, how old are you, Kat?
she's 50 something.
Shh, I'm not 50 yet.
Were you 30? You look like
45.
30ish.
It doesn't matter. I'm older.
She's older than
tell me your
us.
age. It's not a
I'm
big
older
deal.
than you, my son.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, she's
I'm
older
38.
She's older than
I'm
both
older
of
than
us.
you. I'm way older than you.
She's
I'm
older than me.
38.
My child.
She's like
No, you're not.
45.
Yes,
Dead
I
ass
am.
serious.
Yes, I
She got
am.
No,
them
you're
good
not.
genes. I'm
Yes,
telling
I
you.
am. Yes, I am.
Stand up and give me a 360. No way.
I'm old. I'm just a regular person. I'm not like super. I'm old.
You got a beautiful face though. You look young.
Thank you. I'm
Them
a
good
face boy.
genes. Good genes.
You know, not being a whore. I'm telling you, being a whore ages you.
No. Let me tell you what
Serious.
doesn't age you. I
Oh,
don't leave the
man.
house. I'm very happy. That's it. No stress. No stress.
Mm.
Yeah, like
Okay.
it's funny that you mentioned that being a whore ages women. It's true. If you notice the
Does.
girls that got like the high mileage body count, yo, they look tore up.
Mm.
Yeah, it eats away your soul, man.
Yep.
You know, it eats away your soul. Are you really? I'm 38.
Yes,
You're not.
I'm older than
Are
you.
Are
I'm
you
older than
39?
you. I'm older than you.
Are you 40?
Bro,
40
she's like
something. I'm in
she's
my
40,
40s.
like almost
I'm old.
50, like dead ass serious. She's about to get the AARP card.
You're hot, Kat. That's good. You're doing a good job. And you have 2 kids, right?
I have kids. Yes, I have
2?
kids.
I think you said 2.
I don't say how many on the internet.
Yeah.
Got it. God forbid the 2 people watching are gonna fucking do something about it.
Get out.
Well, I said it to my chat, so let's see if we get some more viewers in here.
Oh my God.
But I'm here because I like women like you. So I'm about supporting women like you. You know, so but yeah, it's not a big deal. But I just hope the 4 people watching now don't have assault rifles and ready to fucking take you out.
I mean,
You never know.
You never know.
got 288. I think it's more than chat's average. Or cat's average is more than your average.
288. Where?
On
Oh,
YouTube.
I'm on my line on my channel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're on your channel too, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm dual streaming.
Oh, pimp daddy. Let me see. I don't think I'm following you.
Disrespect.
No, we don't work like that in man world.
I know. I'm just playing.
You got 46 watching, Glenn, you liar.
It said no. I just looked at the count. It said I'm not on my channel. I'm looking at the YouTube studio. It says the live has 288 or 290 now views. Oh, sorry, live count 43.
Yeah.
Wrong number.
All right, never
It's
mind. Your
fine.
children in life are in danger, Kat. We gotta fucking call the FBI.
Dude, it's not like that. It's just if one chick that's like jealous and crazy sees you, That's what happens.
I have that effect on women. So we'll see.
No, I have
like-
that effect on women.
No,
Hey,
Cat's
that's
a
why we're
killer.
friends.
Cat has tried to kill her neighbor one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's a killer.
It's fine.
Somebody
it's
said your
fine.
kids are anchor babies.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
That means like you know you are not from this country. You had your kids here
Oh
in
no, no, no!
America.
I was born here, so nice try, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you
So
born? Florida?
Miami.
Me too. Jackson Memorial?
Where was I born? I think
She's
so.
she's fake. She's not from America. That you should know where you're born.
I don't remember. It's on Kendall. Is that Jackson? No.
It's either you're fake or it's the old
Mercy?
age. So it's-
Was it Mercy?
which one is it?
She wasn't like the hospital was already shut down by the time you got born. They built a new one.
Yeah, I don't know. Why can't I remember the hospital? I don't remember. Look, it's
okay.
not. It's not
Alzheimer's.
important.
That's what it is.
Alzheimer's.
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 You have it too.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
It happens.
When are you coming back to the States? You can do another tour.
Never.
You know,
Ever?
we talk about your hot dude con like all the time. When you did your
Who's we?
like every time me and Thor be talking like so how easy it is like to network and connect in these spaces, right? It's like I met you, Thor, Offie, and I've known Paul. And John Finch all at the same time. And I'm still connected with them and work with them till this day. And it's like it's crazy because it's just like you just did a little pop-up thing at this spot and you're able to fellowship and just network and foster these great connections after that. There's not enough of that going on. Everybody wants to do like these bigger like these bigger like conventions, but like what you were doing was way better and way more
You know what I do now?
What?
If you come to any of my live events, you have to fight.
That's dope. I'm down.
My documentary's on my channel, the Orlando Mega Mansion. We had 30 guys there and 30 plus guys, and every guy fought while we were there. It was fucking awesome.
That sounds dope. Is it kind of like what the Raw Room did? Like I heard that we're doing that too. Like
I don't know. I'm thinking Tyler Durden, low cost, get people in there, sign a waiver with my lawyer. You got to fight, and then we start the event.
Like, do you do?
Like, I don't want to be around pussies.
You do weigh-ins? So just anybody against anybody?
We were fighting on the wood floors of the Airbnb we rented out.
Nice. That's dope. Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club.
Yep. I broke it. Sorry.
That's dope. That sounds like fun. Like I don't think enough guys don't know how to fight anymore today.
They don't. Kat, what's your why? Why do you start this channel? What are you trying to do?
Trying to piss off as many women as possible.
That one girl's in Glenn's chat. She's like, ugh, this guy, Angie, whatever.
Who?
I think she wants to smash.
Okay.
Angie girl. She's this guy, ugh. She's probably not attractive. Ugly women hate me, bro.
Oh boy. What are you gonna do?
They're just mad because they're ugly.
You have a way with ugly women.
It's my strategy to repel them. I don't want them near me.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know?
You have a way with them, that's for sure.
It's not.
Who else is in the chat? Let's see.
Well, anyways, I also started because I would go online and whenever they would say horrible things about dudes or all men are this, all men are trash, blah, 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 or just hook around until you're old, I would say like the counter to it. And then they would attack me. And then I started liking it. And then I started doing it more, just pissing them off. And that became fun. And now I'm like, you know what? That's my new personality. Just pissing them off.
It's good. You know, it's
One
funny.
day she's like, oh, what do we want to talk about, Kat? This is like when like was it Teriyaki was on too? Like she's like, let's talk about the whores. Like,
I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for them because I have a lot of hot girlfriends, and it's tough for good men to meet good women, and it's tough for good women to meet good men.
Yeah.
Because to a degree, like, because I'm like, I'm like kind of an average looking guy. I'm not Justin Waller, right? But I when these girls, they see me, they just think I'm some fucking sucker, and then they just lose. Like going back to the girl I was met from Fresh and Fit or whatever, she was used to just dealing with simps and simps and simps, and then she tried her shit with me, and then she just lost, and now she's in love. So
she's fucked. Now she's fucked because she's like on the hook. She's like, I can't live without him.
Well, I mean, I understand why the average woman does treat the average guy like shit, because like one thing I do when I meet girls, because I'm a dating coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ask them, like, can I see your Tinder? Can I see your Bumble? I just want to see what these guys are saying. And like what I see these guys sending these girls, like I understand why they treat men like shit. Like I really do. Because the guys are just so bad. And it's so sad too, because like a lot of times, like when I go to my meetups, I demand my guys, I'm like, you need to get in shape. You need to have your money right. You need to have self-esteem. You need to have confidence, right? I demand that out of these guys, or I kick them out of my community, because I'm not running a fucking charity, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here about transformation. I would rather have 300 guys who really get their shit together and rock it and roll it hardcore than 3,000 guys who are LARPing.
Yep.
Like when I see there's a guy that kept on joining my community year after year after year. And this guy is just a big fat guy. And I'm just like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like what is going on here? Like, are you illiterate? Do you not know what money muscles game frame means? Like, it's very simple to lose weight. Just stop eating so much. That's it.
Yeah, you don't have to do diet, just smaller portion control, folks.
And it's just, I really empathize with women. That's why, like, like I understand the meta is like shit on women or whatever for like most content creators, but like I'm just not about that. Like if they're rude to me, obviously I went viral because that one girl was rude to me. I was like, listen, bitch, don't talk to me like that.
Or Angela?
No, not her. That girl's irrelevant, bro. I tried to make peace with her too, but her feelings were so hurt. I feel sorry for her, honestly. I really hurt her feelings. To a degree, I feel bad. But it's funny because she was like, you know me. I'm like, listen, you're unattractive. Like, I forget women like you. Like, you're not memorable. Like, there's nothing to remember about you.
Yep.
But she was like, swear to God, I knew who she was. And, I pop into, like Kat said earlier, like, I just randomly pop into chats and like chat and then disappear, like Batman. And I just said, like, who is this fat Asian girl? That's all I did. And then I think I said, like, with the screenshot, I saw the screenshot, like, who is this chubby? I think I called her chubby or something. Yeah. And it's so funny. Her retort to that was like, you and I are built the same. I was like, bitch, you're saying you're built like a man? Like, what?
That's even worse. That's a worse insult.
So it is what it is, man.
No, I feel you. I'm with you on that. Like, because like the go-to thing is just shit on women. And if that's the case, that all the guys are doing they're doing that is the same thing that women are doing. They're blaming women for their lack of success with women.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, women blame their lack of success with men on men. So it's like, you're doing no different than the woman.
There's a saying, I forget which culture it's from, but they say, when you point the finger at somebody,
you have 3 pointing at you.
You have 3 fingers pointing back at you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So the good and bad about your wife is 1,000% your fault. So you got to own the good. The only common denominator, right?
Yep.
You got to own the good and you got to own the bad.
Yep. No, that's why when I've been talking to, so all I did was I added one thing to your muscles, money, and game and frame. So since my community is primarily guys in the Christian sphere, right? I have your walk with God first, tight, because that's going to be part of your frame, right? Mm-hmm. So you're, and you know this, like, I mean, you do your Sunday sermon, so you know, like, your walk and your frame are going to go hand in hand because it incorporates your worldview. It shapes your worldview. So you have to have that first. Then, everything else, the rest of it falls in line. And I'm like, if you're not working on those consistently, it's not like you do one at a time. You have to do them all at the same time. If you're not working on them all at the same time, you're not going to get there.
Exactly. It's so true. So we were talking about whores.
Yeah, horse. So
What do you think is the cause of whoredom, Kat?
Other women. He just left.
No,
Other
I'm listening.
women?
I got headphones on. I've just got to close this door. My dog is going to run the other room.
Yeah, it's definitely other women telling women, live your life, don't settle down, keep going out there, and you don't want to marry the first guy. It's like the same stuff. Oh my goodness.
My little baby. She's so dirty. I left her with my Vietnamese cleaning lady, and she came back looking like this. She was smoking and gambling with the Vietnamese for, while I was in Bangkok and Okinawa.
nice.
She came back with a knife. I was like, Happy, what are you doing with that knife?
Who wears short shorts? John wears short shorts.
Hey, these shorts are silk, baby.
Oh my God.
Ranger panties. Those are like Ranger panties.
Come on. These shorts cost more than the caterer's fucking entire wardrobe.
There's nothing wrong with Ranger panties. Every guy that does legs have them.
You know it.
Oh my gosh.
So, yes, women make whores, but you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm responsible for a few whores myself.
Oh my gosh.
I have made a few whores myself.
I don't think it's women. I mean, I think, okay, maybe indirectly it is. I think it is broken families that make and bad fathers that make whores, in my personal experience. I think that the father is the most crucial part of the family unit. Without a father, you have the Black community. Without a father, you have fucking, I mean, look at it.
That means
75%. 75%.
But what wasn't the statistic saying that like they're actually more active in the kids' role in their lives than any other ethnicity in America, though?
I don't know, but I do know that fatherless homes produce the most criminals. Yep. Fatherless homes produce the most mentally ill children. Fatherless homes produce poorer children. Fatherless homes produce more sexually provocative children, sexually active children at a younger age. Fatherless homes produce more drug addicts. Fatherless homes produce more alcoholic children as well. Every nasty thing that you do not want to happen to your children happens when there is not a father present. Mm-hmm. And I know because I grew up in a fatherless home, and it was so hard for me. I clawed my way out of poverty. I had to work so hard. I worked literally to the brink of death. And, now I'm a multimillionaire. But, the amount of suffering and therapy and healing and all these things I had to go through. And I'm not demonizing my mom. My mom is an amazing woman. She forced us to go to church, and thank God for the church, because it gave us some semblance of stability. It gave us some semblance of family. It gave us some semblance of morality. But I mean, the odds are stacked crazily against you when there's not a father present.
John, I was telling her about like your inner game. Like you focus a lot on inner game, and I would say
that's the problem.
Benjamin also focuses on inner game a lot too. Why is that so crucial for men? Like, because a lot of the guys try to be stoic and not and suppress everything. Explain to them it's not like being a bitch. Like
the plight of our time as Americans is we have so much unresolved mental trauma from being raised in these households that are broken, chaotic, and and you add on the culture on top of that. And you have, like, right now with the single mother epidemic, I mean, Kat, you know this, like how many divorced mothers, like they like put up like the craziest smear campaign against the father to the children.
Yeah.
Do you experience that in your life?
I was at a party once, and there's this very unattractive, super tall, wide woman talking about her ex-husband, whatever, in front of her son, saying that he's such a piece of trash. He's this, he's that, the other. And then like the kid did something stupid, and then she goes, "Stop acting like your father." And I'm just like, oh my
God, what the fuck are
It-
you doing?
it's just like, and then in the same breath she was like, "And I need someone who makes at least this much money, and they have to have this because I make this and I do this." And I'm just like, I said, "Hey, do you know something called Fresh and Fit?"
Is she
Subscribe to
white?
Fresh and Fit. No, she was
Is she?
like Latin,
Oh God,
but like
Latinx.
second, third generation, like they're white. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the Latinos that don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
My
It is what
God.
it is.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
bad. My friend here, right, in Tokyo,
Mm.
he's married to this evil bitch for 10 years plus. And the other day, she just packed up all her shit, and in the middle of the day when he was out, took the kids. And in Japan, if you're a foreigner, he's a foreigner and she's Japanese, you have no rights. They're like, sorry, darky, not going to get access to your kids. And he's literally a slave to the justice system, and he's nothing he can do about it. He can't contact the kids. He has a daughter. He has a son. And the guy is like, he's not a loser. The guy's a multimillionaire. But she's just caught up in her feelings. And you know what she's doing too? What she was doing when he was in the house? Constantly when he was gone. Your dad's a bad guy. Your dad's a bad guy because he's a foreigner. You know? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, are you this crazy? And the answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's just devastating. Like the kids, you know, I was robbed of my childhood because of all like the crazy abuse and shit that we went through from the chaos of the single mother household. And you're robbing these children's innocence. You're robbing these children's childhood, and you're stealing it from them. You know, I dated this one girl, and she had so much she had so much trauma in her life. And she told me like when her Japanese father left the mother at a young age, she was 4, and she remembered her mom was like constantly saying like, your father's a bad guy, your father's a bad guy. And when I dated this girl, she couldn't trust me. But she never trusted any man. She always had another guy in the back burner, and that's what she did. You know, and then we found out about, you know, her body count and stuff later in the relationship. You know, she was 27. She slept with like 60 plus guys. That's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, you start being sexually active at age 18. She was 28. So 10. So that's 6 guys a year. That's more than one new guy a business quarter.
Yeah, you know, and that's the other thing.
And
It's like they don't have any longevity with any guy. That's why they
yeah,
have such these
I was
huge
her
body
longest.
counts.
I was her longest relationship. Her average relationship, and this is kind of true, right? The average woman, their average relationship is 6 to 9 months, and then they're like, "Oh, this guy's terrible." And guess who was constantly in her ear? Her miserable, a fat American friend, Democratic fucking fatty from New York, who anything I did, because you know all relationships have conflict. These women are so dumb to think that this perfect utopia of a relationship is waiting for you, the most imperfect person, all of us, imperfect people demanding perfection. Like, are you Jesus Christ? Like, did you die on the cross for my sins? No. So how do you deserve perfection when the rest of us mere mortals have to put up with your crazy shit? And you can't. It's totally impossible. And so I remember one time I went away for the weekend, and I didn't tell her because it was like the first 2 months. I just went, and it was just like, right. It was like a 2-hour it was 1 hour bullet train ride to Shizuoka. Right. And I went to go to this onsen, and this girl was like, this guy is definitely cheating on you. And I'm like, I'm going to the fucking boonies of Japan, and what I'm going to cheat was like some 60-year-old woman who's selling ramen. Like how did I meet this woman in the boonies of Japan? Like where is this coming from? And the vitriol that was coming from this girl, and she was like, you can replace him. You can replace him easily. It's like, and first of all, I'm amazing just how I am. Second of all, I'm a strong leader. And third of all, I'm in the top 1% of the 1% financially speaking. So You literally have a 99% failure rate at trying to replace me. And her friend's like, don't do it, girl. You can find a better guy. You can do this. You can do that. I'm like, really? Really? And she had a bad habit of like anytime, because she was, she was still dealing with her demons. And she had a bad habit of going to all of her girlfriends, like 7 girls, and sending my screenshots and like just talking about our relationship to people who are all single.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So how am I supposed to win in that circumstance?
You can't.
No, and I walked away. Because it's just like I said, it's like it's functional retardation. So I don't know, mate. It's
you need someone who loves their father, who their father
Yes.
is in their life.
More importantly, you need someone who loves themselves. And if you love yourself, you're not going to carelessly give your body to endless amount of people.
I know, that is insanity to me. I had some girlfriends when I was younger. I'd be like, oh, I went on like 5 dates, and they're like, you slept with 5 people. I'm like, do you know what a date is? Do you know what going to like Starbucks is and getting to know someone and then leaving? Like, what are you talking about? You touch them? You physically touch strangers. You just met. They're like, yeah, that's what a date is. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what has happened to the world?
Yeah. But, it is what it is. And I just say, you could, because whatever you focus on expands, right? So I was talking with some of my friends this morning about the economy, because some of them are like doom and gloom about what's happening. But as a human, as it doesn't matter if you're a man or woman, I believe it's in your best interest to be optimistic, because when like looking at this, right? People could say, is this half empty or half full? The reality is it's both.
Yeah.
But what you choose to see is going to determine everything in your life. Okay. That's the big X factor. And, when you choose negativity, you choose powerlessness. When you constantly blame everybody, you take the power away from yourself. If you constantly blame everybody, then all you're just saying is, I'm a weak victim. I have no strength as a human. I have no strength to walk away. I have no strength to love myself. I have no strength to develop. I am just a slave to whatever phantom organizations out there, whether it's men complaining about all the fucking hoes, or it's women complaining about the patriarchy, or it's people complaining about the government, or people complaining about whatever. The reality is, if I could drag myself from literally the depths of poverty to the upper echelons of success, you can get your shit together to a relative degree. But people are clouded with so much trauma and brokenness in their minds and their hearts. And it's an uphill battle. It really is an uphill battle.
Like when I was dating, even though I had bad experiences here and there, I always said, I want this, and I'm focused on what I want. And if they turned out not to be that, okay, next, let's find someone who's exactly what I want, the same, the right morals, the right values, the right goals in life. Like once you find that, and there'd be so many people who like 1 or 2 setbacks, they just give up. And they're just like, it's not out there. I'll never find it. I'm like, what you focus on is what you're going to go after. Like even when you're in a car accident, wherever you look is where the car ends up going by some miracle.
Yes. It's so true. It's like, it is the same thing. Like when you're like riding a bike, right? And you're like, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Only thing you're focusing on is the word fall. So what's going to happen? You're going to fall. If you're a guy, Glenn can relate to this, right? When you're having sex with a girl, you're like, don't come. Oh God, I'm going to come. Don't come. What happens? You fucking come. You're like, God damn it. She's going to fucking ghost me. It's just, your mic's off, buddy. I don't know. It's not a.
Oh, so you bust everywhere. Just, it's funny that you guys mentioned, what you project is what you will end up receiving. And it's not like it. I don't even want to say it's like, you put it out there in the atmosphere. No, but it's what you will attract. And I'm not a big like laws of attraction person, but I do believe that you do end up, creating the outcome that you are talking about. Like if you're obsessed with that outcome or obsessed with that thing, you're going to get that thing. If you're obsessed with like women cheating on you and women being hoes, you're going to get with one. it just, to me, that's what you're gonna end up attracting.
Did I ever tell you about how like my mom used to have this fear because her, I don't know, her background or whatever, somebody always cheated. So then she would tell me every time like my husband goes anywhere, he's cheating on you, he's doing this, he's doing that, whatever. Oh, what about this girl and whatever. And then finally it got to the point where like he had to go and yell at her, like, stop talking to my wife, stop telling my wife this shit. I'm not cheating on her. I will never cheat on her. That's your problem. So those are your traumas. Like, don't put that shit on her. And then
That's
like
the real generational, like when they talk about generational curses in
Yes.
religion, that's the real generational curse. You know, like, you know, my mom, I don't know if I should say this, but like,
nobody's watching.
no, there are people watching. No, like, so some people were inappropriate to my mother when she was little. And so like when I was little, I didn't get it. Like I would go to hang out with all the guys at church. She's like, did anybody touch you? I'm like, what do you mean touch me? She's
Bro,
like,
that shit's a thing, bro. Like I thought it was just
Yes.
in movies and shit. Yo, that shit is a thing. Kid you not,
know?
like
but it's
I
the
was a youth
projection is what we're
pastor.
talking about. The
Yeah.
projection is what we're talking about, you know, because certain stuff, you know, happened, my mom, whatever. And that was just always that. And that was never, no one ever touched me. And I would knock a motherfucker out. I wrestled varsity, you know, 2 years in high school. Like, I'm itching for a fight. To this day, I'm like, I wish somebody would fucking try me, you know, because of all the training I do. But no, it's the same thing, you know, it's just like that. And then when I started making money, right, my mom, you know, she don't make money like me. But she's like, oh, you know, make sure you're saving, make sure, you know, the money's not going to run out. Like, you know, she has like a lot of anxiety. When I go to Whole, because, you know, one of the best things is like becoming rich is I could just go home for Christmas every time and just take my mom to Whole Foods, just like buy whatever you want. Buy, fill out the fucking goddamn card. I don't care. Buy whatever you want. Buy all the makeup, buy all the soaps, the whatever. And she's like, are you sure? Are you sure? I'm like, Mom, it's only fucking $1,000. Like, just buy it. I care more about the family and my brother and his children and all of us having a good Christmas than, you know, saving $1,000 to fucking, I don't know, like what? Like buy more shit at Louis Vuitton that I don't need, you know? There is definitely, that's a big part of the generation curse. Is your mother is single, Kat?
No.
She's married?
She's married, but it's still in her head. And she's constantly, this is her second marriage. So she's constantly torturing this poor guy. Like,
what is she saying?
Like, oh, he's cheating or whatever. Like, I have to check where he is or whatever. And then like,
kind of like you and
yeah. Look, I didn't say I was perfect, Glenn.
Hey, the fact that she could admit that she's not perfect is why she's in a loving relationship with the family.
She got him low jacked. He can't go nowhere.
What?
Listen,
he's happy. That's all that matters.
Hey, it works for them. It works for them. That's all I say.
He should be happy. You know, so many women when they're 40s look they look like they fell out the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. You know, so Kat, you look great. So no, don't even worry about that. And that I want to add, because what your husband did is a good thing too, right? Because I think so many women, because women are playing the dating game on easy mode because men have no self-respect. Like date one, like, oh, here, you want to go to fucking Poppy Steak? Date one, I'll spend $800 on the date, you know? And they just have everything so easy. So the moment there's a moment of conflict in a relationship, they've been so pampered and entitled their whole life. But that's the problem. Our generation, men and women, are so entitled. Entitled. They think that, oh my God, we have a moment of conflict. It has to be his fault. I deserve better. I'm out. You have to, men and women, okay? You have to understand, when you're in a happy, loving relationship, majority of people are not going to be happy for you. You have to fight to protect your relationship. Both of you need to come together. You know, they did a study too, and it's crazy. I found these two studies. You know, I have a psychology degree. I'm a scientist like that, man. And I found these two studies by accident because I was studying about weight loss and obesity, and I was studying about divorce in another time, and I saw this together. If you have a friend that is obese, you have a 20% chance of becoming obese. If you have a fucking friend who gets divorced, you have a
Yeah, but
27%. Oh, no, sorry.
No, it's
sorry,
higher than that, isn't it?
No. Yeah, you're right. If you have a friend who is divorced or obese, you have a 60%
Mhm.
chance of becoming divorced or obese. If you have a friend that knows someone who's obese, or if you have a friend that knows someone that's divorced, that's 25%.
Yeah, it's like the second connection is lower, but it's like divorce is a contagion. If you
Yes.
have a friend that's getting divorced, stay away from them. They will ruin you will end up divorced. Like in
The
your
number one thing to keep single women single is single women.
Yep.
Because if your relationship advice was so fucking pristine, bitch, why are you single?
Yep. I always say it's called build a bitch, though. You know, you got to build a wife. A wife doesn't come pre-assembled. She comes bare bones and you build her. So if she fucks up, that's on your lack of building her too. You
lack
know, it's not just
lack of leadership.
Yep. Because guys are supposed to be the priest, the provider, the protector, and the leader, right? But they do the bare minimum. Guys like, I have to just provide and protect. No, it's more than just providing provision. You got to provide, assurance, security, leadership. You got to provide a lot more than just the bare minimum. Guys are just trying to do the bare minimum and they're getting mad that the relationships are not working out. Well, you're just punching in a check and you're just making sure that you're the bouncer when she goes out. That's it. You're not doing anything else. That is absolutely ass. And you mad at her?
And again, going back to the lack of fathers in the household, if the father and the man is the leader, the protector, and the provider of the household, right? And if you can't lead, that's why women cheat. Women cheat because they lose respect for the man who doesn't have any fucking boundaries. The best thing you could tell a woman is the word no, okay? And use it often, okay? Because if you don't have the balls to stand up for yourself, because so many guys think, okay, I'm just going to give in to her demands because I just want to keep her happy because I don't want to lose her. But all you're doing in the process is you're losing yourself. And when you lose yourself, you're losing the man she was initially attracted to.
And you have a covert contract.
And then you lose the attraction. And guess what? Women, when they cheat, they don't cheat with some passive aggressive, they don't cheat with some passive wimp guy. They cheat with a fucking drug dealer. They cheat with a personal trainer. They cheat with a guy who has some gumption, who has some stones. Because all women are looking for a leader to guide them in this world. Okay.
They cheat with the guy that was a version of you, your original you, almost like what she fell in love with. That version, that guy probably resembles you to a degree. He has like the characteristics and the traits that you used to have.
I wouldn't go that far because there's a lot of losers out there. But I would say that to a degree, if you were that guy and then you revert to some beta.
Because the beta by 1,000 concessions, that's what I'm referring to.
Absolutely. And the reason that happens is because the guy concedes so many battles and eventually the woman loses respect for you. And a woman cannot love you if she does not respect you.
That's it.
Kat, do you agree or disagree?
Of course.
All right, show's over. Thank you guys for being here. We'll see.
Wow. Hot take, I'm out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I focus a lot on that. Like, I really don't care. I mean, that's not that I don't care about women. Like, I'm married, and I'm good. I'm just talking about, I don't really care about talking to women. I tell the guys, like, look, I don't care about you bitching about the woman. I don't care what she did. I'm more concerned about what you're not doing.
Yeah.
That was the biggest thing for me to learn. Like with my ex, my ex cheated on me, but I realized that I created the environment for where she thought that was the best choice for her to make in that moment. I fostered that environment for that to be an option. And guys don't realize, like, they want to blame the girl. It's, she was a cheating whore. Well, did you foster that environment for that to be an option?
Yep.
If then that's on you.
And one thing that women don't like to hear, what you need to hear, is that if you want to be in a relationship, there are some women in your life. Because listen, let's be honest, women love to fucking hate each other via jealousy.
They don't have no friends.
If they see you happy and they're miserable, misery loves company. Okay. Misery loves company, and the crabs in the bucket, they will drag you down. And you have to make a choice. Do I want to run the streets with these fucking hoes, or do I want to have a happy, loving relationship? And you have to let go of some of these girlfriends. And for guys too, because sometimes there's guys out. If you're privileged enough as a man to be a player and have other player guy friends, player guys are just as broken as whore women.
Yep.
You know, because they're like, oh, just get another bitch, just get another bitch, just get another bitch. And next thing you know, you're 50 and fucking washed up, and now you're an old man and you got to fucking, it's hard for you to get a better babe,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or you are running a podcast saying don't date single moms and then getting with single moms. You don't want to be that guy. Old guys like that, not a good look. So John, like you, what was the biggest point of like the inner game that you're like, this is why I want to focus on this so much?
When I started my business, right, within the first 2 years, I made $1 million. And I had this, like, I swear, it felt like this dark feeling of despair over me that was like, the money is going to leave. The money is going to dry up and you're going to be poor again. And then I reflected to my childhood, the number one thing that I heard my mom say over and over and over again. And I remember I was so traumatized one time. I walked in on my mom and I was like 13 years old and she was like sitting on the floor crying. And there was just bills all over the floor. And she's like, we just don't have money. She's like, money's so hard to get. We don't have money. We don't have money. We don't have money. And, as a young man, you just feel like so like there's no dad. That, it's just like you look up to your mom because she's your everything, because she's your parent. Your parents are your heroes. And I just remember her always saying, like, we have no money. We have no money. We have no money. And I was just like, I just made $1 million fucking dollars. And why do I feel like I am going to be dragged back down into poverty? And thank God through my YouTube channel, I met a guy who specializes in healing people who have these traumas in their lives. And I just understood from that point our inner traumas and our damage that we have internally, which we have at an all-time high now, thanks to social media, thanks to broken homes, thanks to mainstream media, that is the number one culprit of our time. Because I have never met a woman with high self-esteem and a loving family who is sleeping around.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's always girls whose father was not there or the father was weak. And the father provides a sense of security for the family, physical security, emotional security, financial security. And if you don't have those three things, I mean, you're in bad shape. And that's America right now. Like, unfortunately, single mother households are growing across the board. And that's the big thing that I realized. And then all of the problems that I have, and I'll be just very open. Like, I used to struggle with premature ejaculation a lot. And the reason was because when I was in church, I was always told, like, if you have sex, you're going to burn in the lake of fire, burn in the lake of fire over and over. And I had this anxiety about having sex. Like, I felt guilty when I was having sex. And I would just I'm talking 2-3 minutes and I'm done. And I was able to talk about this with my therapist. And now I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I'm doing okay.
Like I'm past the average. I'm past 7 minutes. The average guy only lasts 2 to 7 minutes.
I'm done when she's done. When she comes, I'm like, all right, I'm done.
I'm with you. Yeah, so I wrote this out the four pillars, right? Priest, you're the spiritual leader of your home. That means how Paul tells women they're supposed to shut the fuck up in church, right? Well, why? And they're supposed to ask their husbands at home. Well, that means you need to be more knowledgeable in the Bible than her. So you got to be her spiritual leader, right? Protector, you're defending the family from, from themselves, from them making bad decisions, but also from yourself, but also from them, their peer group, their surroundings, the close, groups. You have to be able to weed out. You have to be able to tell your wife, like, hey, you know what? This person's not really a good individual to have around the family. This is a bad move, right? provider, you got to provide resources to sustain life. You got to educate. Not enough dads are educating anymore. We just punch in the clock, doing the thing. We make sure the kids' homework is there, but nobody's taking time teaching your kid how to change the oil, changing how to change the sink, how to balance a checkbook. Can we get kids to balance a checkbook, please? You got to provide love. You're providing safety, grace, and correction. This is not just money. These are all the other things. And it kind of goes to what you were saying, like a good leader, a good father will be doing these things. Maybe not all of them perfectly, but they're doing some facet of these things. And that is reflected in the girls that are not out there on the streets. The boys that are knowing what they want once they are, turn 18, they're out there and they're go-getters. They have the leadership. They've been modeled by this. And like myself, John, like you and me, like we share the same thing where we grew up without our dads. Now I have a great relationship with my dad, but like without him, I remember it was a hard time to figure it out. And I wish I had that, because if I had that kind of model in my life, it would be a lot further ahead than where we would be in our lives.
That's why I get so I didn't have the privilege of meeting my dad. He died when I was 15. So that's a hole in my heart that will always I gotta fill with Jesus,
Yeah.
but that's why I get so mad when I see these guys who like have a 2-parent household and they have a loving family, but they're like, oh, I don't know, I just feel bad, I can't do it. I'm like, dude, you have so much, privilege is invisible to those who have it. And just to look at the whole situation, like, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. And that's why I started my channel, just to help the fatherless men, and also just to help the men who are down and out, because there's like a million books on like how to manipulate men, how to baby trap men, how to do all this stuff. And like the odds are just so incredibly stacked against men to have any semblance of success in relationships. And women will come around and be like, no, that's not true, but because all the guys I dated are fucking assholes. And be like, yeah, the guys you dated, but you ignored probably 80% of the men that could have been good husband for you. But you're, when you're ragingly insecure as an individual, you overcompensate. That's why I think all these girls like, I want a 6-foot dude with 6-pack abs with a 6-figure salary, because they just think if you have those 3 things, then you're going to be impervious to any kind of trouble in your relationship. And this is not the case whatsoever. Like those are not precursors to a successful relationship. That may be attractive to you, but is this man a healthy individual? Is this man an honest individual? Does he have integrity? Does he have the strength and character to lead you? Because I know so many guys that are multimillionaires and pussies, like 6
Or they have really bad character.
Dude, I know guys personally who are jacked, rich, and shredded, and have like the self-esteem of a fucking broken individual. And if you're unhealthy internally, you're not a healthy person is going to see you and be like, I don't want anything to do with that. Like that's not something I want to deal with.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like one of the things I was Paul helped me a lot with my inner game.
Me too.
With that. Like he was fabulous with that.
Paul's amazing. I think Paul's the best manosphere content creator person.
I was gonna say the same thing. I think like when it comes down, he's never in the bullshit. You never hear him dealing with any like drama, nothing. He just fucking grinds, and he doesn't do any triggering topics, like to throw people up. No. He sticks to it. I break down guys in like 3 categories with women, right? You got the bad boy, the good guy, and then the safe guy, right? Girls go from one extreme to the other. Grid rated us. Nice.
On the money maker, baby. Siege sent $5. This guy sent $10. Fucking make it rain, baby. Someone send a hundo.
We have like
send Kat some money. Her channel needs it. she's got
I'm
children.
not monetized.
Send it back to me. Send it back to me.
Send him to Glenn, and he'll give a percentage to Kat.
Yeah, 5%. No.
Hey, it's better than 0. It's got to start somewhere.
What do you think about this, John? There's like the bad boy, the good guy, and then the safe guy. Girls go from the bad boy to the safe guy, but then overlook the good guy. And
Mm.
the reason is because the good guy and the bad guy, they both represent a patriarchal structure. They're leading. The safe guy is doing more of like an egalitarian thing, pedestalizing her, right? And that's why she feels safe with him, because they get burned by the bad boy, so they overlook anything that looks patriarchal, and they go to something that looks more egalitarian or where they have more control. You think there's something to that?
Yeah, for sure. I think I think that's why because they go to the bad guy because he has the attraction triggers, but he doesn't, because in a relationship when they talk about alpha fucks and beta bucks, right? Some guys think that this is just a divide and you can't be both, but you can be an alpha provider. You know what I mean? And when women, this is typically what they do. They go for the bad boys, they go for the attraction, they go for the guy that makes their vagina tingle, and then they get traumatized, and like, fuck it, I'm going to go to this guy. He doesn't really make me feel so whatever, but at least he won't cheat on me. But then he doesn't have the attraction triggers to keep the relationship going long term. And both men, the bad boy and the
safe guy,
they can become the good guy. I'm the good guy.
Yeah,
I used to be the bad boy. I used to do all the bad things. I'm not going to talk about it, but like, I've
been there,
I've been arrested. I've been arrested, in multiple countries. It is what it is. But and then the thing is, you have to become. That's another thing too, because we have this super entitlement with men and women currently. So you have to, like, all good things come through work. Like, Kat, may I ask you, how many guys did you go on dates with and stuff before you met your husband?
Thousands.
Really? Thousands?
Thousands of first dates. Thousands.
Oh, damn, girl, good for you.
I did it like sometimes 3 times a day. I was exhausted. I was trying to find exactly what I wanted, and I would not give up until I find it.
Yeah, and it takes time. It's so important for men and women to realize, like when I first came to Japan, right? It was so hard. I literally sent out 300 plus applications. Okay. I went to those fucking faggots on Reddit and asked for advice, and all they were like, it's impossible. You should give up. Blah. Because that's where defeated people are on the internet, on Reddit. And they were telling me it's impossible. But I knew I was not happy unless I achieved my goal. Okay. And my goal was to get to Japan. And out of those 300 companies plus 4 interviews, 3 rejections, and 1 company's like, we'll bring you, but we're going to send you to the fucking boonies. I was like, fucking, I just need to get to Japan. Let's do it. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes hard work. And that's why like Tony Robbins talks about this, and I'm a big Tony Robbins fan. You have to have a powerful why, and you need to know why you're doing things, right? I am driven because my why is to help as many men as possible, right? I never planned to be like recognized internationally and go mega viral and all this shit. My plan initially when I started my business, I wanted to make $6,000. Okay. Several million dollars plus, here we are, because I stayed true to my why. And I didn't know that there were so many men out there suffering. I thought everybody was like me. I thought everybody could read a girl's body language. I thought everybody could sleep with a girl on the first date. I thought everybody could make money. Everybody had confidence. Guys knew how to dress well. I thought about all these things, and I was so wrong. It was painfully wrong, and it breaks my heart. Really breaks my heart. I have a passion for helping men, and I help women too as well. Like I have a lot of females that I help. I help Pearl with her channel, the beginning stages of it. I helped Allie with her channel. I helped a lot of these women out. And it's just, we as a people are just so lost right now. We are so lost. And, but I believe there is a great spiritual and global awakening happening that is uncontrollable. I think that's why governments are getting more draconian. I think that's why social media is leaning heavily on censorship, because they want us all to stay good, obedient slaves. But the slaves are learning to read, and we're realizing we're free, and you can't keep us on the fucking plantation anymore. We're out.
And I think like we got tested during like COVID. COVID kind of showed us how slave minded we are. You know, like,
COVID made me realize I'm going to be rich for the rest of my life because we're surrounded by idiots.
Yeah.
yeah, lots
You
of them.
know,
Yep. Like no, I just think like the good. So have you read I've been reading this book over and over again. It's Michael Foster's It's Good to Be a Man.
oh nice.
So he's a pastor, Pastor Mike Foster.
Those who can be in cuffs without the twist pain and those who
Yeah, Callum, but you like cuffs, so we're not going to get into that.
Man,
You probably met Mike at 21 convention.
I never been.
Oh, I thought you were at 21 con.
No, I'm heterosexual.
Well, I
No,
thought
I'm
that's
just
where
joking.
I thought you guys met there. I thought you guys were all there at one point.
No, I was supposed to speak, but he pulled me off the roster because he had that ego trip. And now, good luck because the 21 convention is no longer existing.
They got a 21 gun salute and they're done.
Oh God!
But no, so he talks about, like, he mentions the thing about sex that you mentioned, like how it's horrible in the church, like it doesn't do well. Nobody teaches it right, and then
No.
he talks about that, and he talks about a good patriarchy and an evil patriarchy,
Mm,
and I've been really fascinated with that, like that idea, like, oh, we either could be good patriarchs or bad patriarchs or evil patriarchs,
yes.
and what he points out, like, about an evil patriarch is like they try to enslave men, so they try to use them for their like their abilities. If they can't hone your like resources or your skills, then they try to pacify you, right?
Mm.
And they'll pacify you with sedations, right? Porn, drugs, sex, whatever, right? And then if
Video
that
games.
doesn't, yeah, video games, if they can't get you there, then they'll just kill you. They'll kill you off, and then they'll just get rid of you,
Mhm.
make you a T, and then there you go. And that's what we have seen so much in the society these days. And it just kind of threw me for a loop. Like, we don't have any good patriarchs. We don't have any Nehemiahs trying to rebuild it back up, because he uses Nehemiah and Absalom as like the two like characters in there. And I was like, man, that is fascinating when we see this, because there's what you're doing, what I'm doing, trying to help guys, but in the grand scheme of things, like even in the church, because that's where it should be coming from, because some of the stuff that we're talking about should be taught in the church, but it's not. And it's like
Mhm.
the lack of Nehemiahs in that sense is a big problem if we want to see things change.
I'm ashamed of the church nowadays. The church
Yeah.
is so pathetic. It's
Yep.
disgusting what's happening. Like, I'm sorry, but like when I grew up, like people wore suits when they go to church. I go to church, I see these bums in sandals and flip flops. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
Yep.
I wore a suit. I went to church and I went with my mom, and we went to church together. And she dressed up nice. You know, my mom's old school Caribbean lady, and you know, she's like, look at all these fucking white people. They're not dressed up well. I get so mad. But you know, like now, like it's just like, I don't know. And then the church, and this is going to sound bad, but bear with me. You know, the church is kind of like a bastion where losers gather to a degree.
Mm.
And like, you know, there needs to be a degree of self-respect. There needs to be a degree of reverence for God and reverence for the community and reverence for the sanctity of the church. You can't just show up in shorts and t-shirt, tank top and sandals. And I know the Lord says, come just as you are to worship. I get it. But you know, we like this, like it's like a race to the bottom with people who don't respect themselves anymore.
Well, he says,
I-
come as you are, but you ain't gonna leave as you is. So I mean,
True.
once you could come as you are, but like doesn't mean that next time you come back looking like that. You know, like some of the craziest things, like you know, like I say, like a lot of the guys that I talk to have left the church and found themselves in this space, but they struggle with some of the tools that are offered in the RP, and they're like, I can't do that. That's degenerate. Well, like, well, you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Take the tools that work with your worldview, leave the ones that don't. You know, so if banging 50 chicks that doesn't work with your worldview, then don't do it. You don't have to. You know,
Yeah.
you could spin plates and not sleep with any of them. You don't have to bang a plate. It may make it a little bit more challenging at times, but you don't have to, as the thing. So like, because like, since you're Pentecostal, right? Pentecostal.
That's
John?
what I grew up in. Yeah.
So how did you balance, like, because try to tell guys like you could just the red pill tells you what is the problem. The Bible tells you what to do about the problem. Like that's my way of looking at it. How did you be able to balance it too?
The thing that pissed me off about the church is like they always just pointed back at the Bible for the answer. Just like trust the Lord, trust God. And I'm like, where does it say how to start a business? Like, is that in Leviticus? Like where like
Well, I would
where's
say
the
you look in Proverbs, right? Like what it talks about how to be wealthy or how to be successful. The wise men, or like those things are like stack them together, and you will see that.
yes, but it's so abstract. Like
Yeah.
we need like what Alex Hormozy is doing right now for businesses and entrepreneur. Like that's what we need in the church.
Yeah.
We need standards. And like, I'm sorry, but I lost it. When I started seeing gay pastors on the pulpit, I was like, Christianity is a joke. You will never see a fucking gay priest on the fucking pulpit of these Muslim fucking of churches. I could be wrong, and probably some like far leftist England where they're letting these Muslims do whatever. I don't know. But for me, when I see that, I'm like, you're spitting in God's face for money. That's the only reason they're doing this. And it goes back to what the Bible says. The love of money is the root of all evil. And if you forsake yourself for money, shame on you. Shame on you for forsaking yourself and forsaking people around you for the sake of money. Because then if you have no line in the sand, then anybody can come in and do whatever they want to you. Yeah. They could just whatever. Okay, so are we going to put pedophiles on the fucking pulpit? Are we going to put fucking mass murderers on the pulpit now? When's Drag Queen Sunday Bible School? When's that coming?
That's on Wednesday nights.
Gosh.
It's Bible study. You didn't know that? No, it's crazy because like we have feminized church to the point where men don't want to be in church. Like we would rather be hunting or doing some other things rather than hearing like R&B worship music, to Jesus. Like Jesus is your boyfriend, like no. And the teachings are all bad too. Like it's funny when you read it, and sad thing is most Christians don't even read the Bible. 11% of Christians actually read their Bible regularly a week, once a week at least. So it shows you how many like don't even actively practice it. But I tell people like getting into this space actually made me read my Bible more because I'm like, I've read this before. I've known this before. Where have I known this? Oh, it's right here. Like, I hate when Christians say like you don't have to be rich. Are you kidding me? The Bible says you have to leave an inheritance for your children's children. Do you know how hard it is just leave an inheritance for your children as it is? But you got to leave one for not just your children, but their children. You're supposed to be wealthy. You should be wealthy. You should be striving for that. Now, you don't got to make money your God. Don't make that your idol, but you should be striving to be wealthy enough to leave that inheritance long term. I don't understand why people like hate money and say like, no.
Yeah, and it's just it goes back to we're just lost as a people.
Yeah,
we're lost. And the biggest thing too, I think personally, the downfall of America, it started when we started taking prayer out of schools because of that fucking crazy. I think she was a single mom. I know it was a woman.
Yeah, it was a woman. I forgot. I think it wasn't in California. No, or was it California? I forgot what state it was in where it started. But I think it's hilarious that we did that. But then you see what Tennessee and Oklahoma is doing? They got the Bible and the 10 Commandments back in the schools, and they're using
Louisiana
them
too.
Louisiana, like they use them as like a history. They're teaching like history with it, from what I understand. They're using it as like a historical. Basically, it's part of the historical curriculum now, which I think is great. Angry Casper, why are you being so angry? Casper, are we
so
spurging
funny
right now? He's one of
what
my
does that
guys.
guy what does he look like in real life? Is he a dork?
No, I've never seen his face. Actually, he always shows it like, well, actually, I seen his face from a distance. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. He's just a little spurgy sometimes. He's a little spurgy. Casper, you know better than that.
He's definitely not getting any pussy because guys who get pussy are not this angry.
No,
in the
actually,
chat.
he's MGTOW.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's MGTOW, but he's a romantic MGTOW though. That's the funny thing. He's an idealist that he loves love, but he's MGTOW. It's very interesting. But he brought up he brings up a lot of interesting he brought me some of these videos about Tupac. Like I forgot what it was called. It was I think it was called the wild MGTOW thing. Like Tupac, he went through this gotta love mama, and then for the ladies, and then he's like bitches ain't hoes, ain't shit but tricks and hoes. He went through the way that they depict it is he went through this transition with women. He pedestalized them, and then he ended up seeing them for what they really are, and then he's just what was that called, Cat? Oh, the OG video. That's what he calls it. Yeah, the OG video. Yeah, it's interesting. So Casper's a good guy. He's just a little spurgy sometimes. Can't be spurging out all the time, Casper.
Well, I think we should take a moment to congratulate Kat on having 9 live stream viewers. That is this an all-time high for your channel?
Wow. No, it's not. On down.
What's the highest amount of live stream viewers you had?
60 once.
Really? Were you in a bikini?
No. Wow.
You have a good website. I creeped you out.
Oh yeah, I made that.
Did you?
Yeah.
It's a good website. It is a really good website. I checked you out. You're doing good.
Cool. Thanks. I make websites.
Do you?
I did not know that.
You
I
don't
thought all you
ask.
did was just make your little music videos.
Oh yeah, I make music videos.
Do you dance? Do you do the fucking
No.
the fucking
AI.
Those are AI music videos.
You don't dance like the
AI.
fucking Persian people? No.
I think those are what are those, swerving dervish or something? No. But yeah, I make AI music videos.
You shoot an AK into the air, you're like, yeah, you run.
Only on the weekends.
Hot.
You didn't tell John about how you almost killed your neighbor?
That's not a funny story, Glenn.
That's a fucking hilarious story.
Okay,
you gotta tell him how tall you are first, because you gotta give him all the details, because this is hilarious.
Okay, I'm 5 feet.
It's cute.
Pocket size, right?
Your husband looks giant. Is he 6 foot?
He's 6'2".
Wow, good for you.
I've only dated 6 feet.
Oh, look, I'm team 5'10". I'm out of that range.
It happens, but yeah,
I'll cry in my bed of money tonight.
It's okay, you'll be fine. I have a feeling.
I'm gonna write my Hello Kitty diary today. I was reminded I'm not 6 foot tall. Oh God, save me!
There was one guy I saw. He was very short, but he was so hot.
Can we talk about? Okay, you say very short. Was he 5'11"? You're like, look at this manlet.
No, he was probably about 5'8". I want to say a small.
Tom Cruise is 5'8". Come on.
Oh.
Yep.
Is that tall?
You are a height shamer.
She's a heightist. She's a heightist.
Are your kids taller? Because are they fully grown?
They're girls, so I got lucky, but no. Thank God I didn't have a boy with my genes.
Oh my God.
So back to the story, because
back to the story.
This is hilarious.
It's not hilarious. So
it's funny.
We were getting our roof redone, so I was parked on the swale on the side of my neighbor's house, and then he came out, and I saw he put a big sticker on my thing, not to park near his house and all this crap. He's insane. And then I'm ripping the sticker off, and then he drives by with his elderly wife. And
wait, he put on a sticker on your car?
Yeah, he put it on the windshield of my car, and I'm pissed off, and I'm ripping it off.
Is he a white Democrat?
No, he's actually a Republican, but he's still crazy. Let's just
get off my lawn.
I would shoot someone if they put a sticker on my windshield. Get away from my Prius.
Basically.
So story's over?
No, sorry. Okay.
We'll see you guys next week.
No, okay. So anyways, I called my husband. I'm like, this asshole put a sticker and started yelling at me, blah, 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 for parking over there. And then, so I'm just letting off steam, and then I hang up, and then I'm leaving. I've done some stuff. I come home later, and then he's like telling me, oh, the neighbor like came and started yelling at me about you parking on the side of his house. So I was yelling back at him, and they were going at it. And then, since we're doing our roof, there's a big pile of 2x4s and debris and stuff with nails, like huge nails sticking up
Yeah.
everywhere. And this
Yeah.
guy pushes him to like almost kill him into that thing. And thankfully, my husband was strong enough to like not fall down and like hold himself up. But the other neighbor saw, like our friend neighbors, and everybody saw that. So anyway, so my husband's telling me this, and then immediately I freak out, I flip out, and then I start charging across the street and like banging on
With the
his
AK?
door. No. I'm banging on his door. I'm like, come out here. Like, come and face me. I'll kill you right now. And then, anyways, and I start telling him, like, oh, like, I tell I say, yell at him, like, take care of the kids. I'm going to jail.
No, that's hot though. You need a woman that's ready to fight for you.
Seriously. Like, tell me that ain't dope. Like, if she ain't ready to stab you or stab somebody for you, she ain't the one.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. So he pushed your husband?
He pushed him like onto that stuff, and there's like nails. He could have been impaled.
That's great, dude. I wish a motherfucker would, bro.
I know. Yeah. So the guy didn't come out of his house because he was smart. And
You're
then
scared.
yeah, or
Scared.
scared or whatever. Anyway, so then my husband's like picking me up, throwing me over his shoulder. I'm taking like, let me get him. And then the neighbors is out there, a guy with his wife. And then, you know, the husband's like, come, Kat, it's okay, calm down, blah, 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 blah. So he calms me down. He's like, he's crazy. It's not worth it. Don't go to jail for some lunatic, blah, blah, blah. Just park on my, in my front yard, whatever. And then, I go to him, but like he also hit him. He tried to hit my husband too before he tried to push him. And so I start yelling. I'm like, he hit him. And then his wife starts going, yeah, that's right. I saw it. Let's go get him. And like making me want to go back across the street again.
So were these guys parked on his property?
It was on the side of the house.
And so in front of the house or on his property? Like legally, was it on his property?
No, it was on the side of the house in this, like in front of the sidewalk, that grass.
Like the car. This is the house front, and the car was here.
What?
The curb,
the front
right?
door.
The curb.
The front door is my middle finger.
No,
and
it
then
wasn't
car
on the front of the door. It's the side of the house.
Oh,
Like he has the backyard fence. There's a sidewalk, and then there's some grass. I was parked on the grass on the side of the house.
Oh, okay.
Like really, he had nothing.
So like
Jesus
basically, like
Christ.
we're like where they would go to the back side door, like in the backyard.
Yeah,
Gate,
something
or where
like
the
that.
gate would be.
There's no gate or anything, just like fence.
Gotcha.
He had nothing, but he was a psycho. Anyways, so that's why, like, I'm not super sane or whatever. All women are crazy. It's fine. Who cares?
Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. No.
Oh,
Yep,
and
she's a killer. She was gonna go over there and kill him.
oh, do you want to know the story of how some of the things I did to get my husband to marry me? Okay. So
now you're gonna drop the game. Okay, here we go.
No, I think this is good because chicks don't have game anymore. They don't have any idea what they're doing. They're just like, hi, nice to see you. How much do you make? Okay, let's go. This is their game.
Tear for you.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay. But like, no, like when I met him, like obviously I'm not going to put out because why would he take me seriously? And also there's many studies done. I also studied psychology, since I guess we all studied psychology. And it takes 80 to 90 days for a guy to fall in love if he doesn't sleep with you. If you sleep with him, it may never happen. So if they don't get to know you as a human without banging you for
That's
80
true.
to 90 days, there's a very hard ability to transition to actually see you as a human and like you. You just go into one category. So I know this. So I'm going in like, okay, we don't go anywhere where there's like anywhere to do anything, public places, period. And then I know he's doing stuff with other chicks the whole time because
Good
I'm
for
not
you.
stupid.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
Why is that? It's just
Because
this is
I
how the
always talk
world
about this.
works.
I talk about this on my channel. Like, the smart girl, she knows that even if he's having sex with these other girls, she can catch him by doing things that these other hoes can't do. Because most women lead with their vagina because that's the only
Yeah.
thing they can really bring to the table. Like I said, American women's game is either it's give pussy, take pussy away. Give pussy, take
Yep.
pussy away, and then the threat or actually giving it to another guy. But when you're like, well, okay, thanks for the pussy, I'm out.
Wouldn't that,
Then they're
wouldn't that
Yeah.
be the equate to men leading with the wallet?
like, don't even get me started on that.
But wouldn't that be the same thing as women, using their pussy as like their currency and men using their money like their currency?
Yep.
Mhm.
Well, I live in Asia. Asian guys lead with their wallet so much, bro. It is hilarious. They call them Saifu Otoko, which is wallet man. That's what they call the guys. And oh my god, that's so funny.
That is
How many
Yeah,
hoes did he have?
you know what? He would tell me. He was like stupid enough to just like very nonchalantly tell me like, "Oh, I went to a party the other day
That's
and this girl
stupid. He
was
trusted
fighting."
you, dummy.
But it's just like, why would you tell me if you're dating? Why? If I was like a normal girl, I would be like, what? And I'd leave, right? That's a normal American woman. Oh, you
Come
think
on,
what with who?
you were attracted to that to a degree. To a degree, you're like, I'm gonna beat these other bitches.
No, to a degree, I was like, this is how my dad said the world works. So this is how it works. This is the game you have to play. There's two types
I'm listening.
of
I'm
girls.
just gonna go to the
You're
bathroom.
this one or that one. Yeah. Anyways, so I forgot. What else did I do?
Oh, got his mom on the team. How about that?
That's later.
You gotta drop all them gems.
Yeah, he had told me one time he went to a party. This girl got into a fight with her boyfriend, and then she's storming out the party, and she grabbed my husband by his collar and said, "Come with me." And then she went home with him, and they banged. And then
Wait a
he
minute.
comes and he tells me about it.
What?
Yeah, but we were not banging, so whatever.
Well, you're like, well, at least you got it out of your system.
No, because it's like this is a one-time.
Yeah, like she's a one-off.
It's just like it's like a whatever chick.
Yeah, it's a one-off. Like, she's not memorable.
Yeah, because my dad would always say like there's two types of girls. There's the girls that you marry, and then there's the girls
There's
that
the
are just for
playthings,
fun.
and then there's the main things.
Yeah, and it's like, and if you put yourself in that category, that's all you'll ever be.
Yep. And that's the only thing guys will ever see you as too.
Exactly. So I had to make sure like he cared about me, not just wanted to have sex with me. I'm not like just an object. I have to be a person. So you cannot sleep with someone until they see you as a person.
Yeah. Yep. Because like that's why I think like when women lead with sexuality, when they lead with sex, they are signaling I am a plaything.
There's I
like,
don't know.
Not saying that you shouldn't lead with.
You shouldn't.
But I'm saying that it can't be the only thing. Like you need to look attractive.
You can't bang him to commitment.
Yes. Yeah,
That's not how it works. You can't bang him so well that he's like, "Oh, I'm going to marry you." That's not how it works. Nobody goes, "She made me climax super hard. This is the mother of my children." That's not what this is a good hoe. This is a good experience. That's it.
She's a fun time.
Yeah.
But not a long time.
Exactly. So, whatever. I had to play the long game.
How long was the long game though? Because like the way you make it sound like it was like less than a year or about.
It was 6 months. We were just dating and he was doing whatever. But we were 6 months is a long time.
No,
to
it's
not
not.
sleep with someone, it's a long
Okay.
time.
Okay, yeah.
In American
Yes.
standards.
Yes. I mean, I can tell you right now, I didn't wait 6 months. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I was gonna wait 6 months.
Oh, and this is interesting. It's weird how I did, like, I don't know if it was 1,000, but like a couple hundred, let's say. And yes, because back in the days we had like, you could put in height and stuff like that and stuff. Now, were they lying? Maybe, because I'm 5 foot. Everybody's tall to me. How do I know if they're lying?
Yeah. Unless you have a tape measure.
Exactly. I'm
Let's-
not taking a tape measure.
So let's ask the real questions. How long do you let him hit it raw?
How long?
Probably
We were
right at
living-
the 6 month mark.
we were engaged. It was
So when did you get engaged?
6 months later.
yeah, probably about 6 months later.
So the first time you're like, just put that condom away. We're good
Just
to
like,
go.
you don't need it. You don't need it.
You don't need it.
No, but he tried to not use condoms, and I would be like, "What are you doing? Not use condoms?" And he's like, "Oh, well, because if you get pregnant, we'll just get married." I'm like, "This is not how it works. You're supposed to get married, then get pregnant."
Tell us the story. Tell us the timeline that you did here.
Okay, well, so
Talk
anyways,
about the fuckery, the mind games that she played on this.
okay, so his lease was about to expire, and he was renting an apartment with a roommate, and his roommate was going to go off somewhere else, so he was not going to have a roommate. And he's tight for money and stuff like that. So I know the lease expires this date, blah blah blah. So anyways, right around that time, I start saying that, oh, because I live with my dad, so I'm like, oh, things are really bad with my dad. I don't know if I could stay here anymore. I might have to go live with my mom in another state. And I really enjoying getting to know you, but like it just sucks. Like I'm gonna have to move and blah blah and all this stuff. So then I tell him this. I hang up the phone. I wait. I'm waiting by the phone because I'm not stupid. And then he calls me back a few minutes later. He's like, you know what? I know this is too soon, and this is like a weird thing to say. You're not that type of girl, but would you consider moving in with me so you don't have to move with your mom? And then I'm like, I don't really like that before marriage and stuff like that. The only way I could ever consider it would be like if we were going to get married or we were going to get engaged or something like that. And like before the lease is up, we're married. And then he goes, let me think about it. He calls me back. He's like, yeah, I think we are a good match. I think we'll get married. We should move in together and stuff like that. Like he needs like, think about it. I'm like, okay, I'll think about it. Obviously this was a plan. So that happens. And then a couple weeks later, his mom comes into town. I meet his mom. She pulls me aside and she's like, do you want to get married? And I'm like, yes, but he has to ask me. And she's like, but you want to marry my son? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, okay, I'll make it happen. And then basically like we moved in together. His mom says, oh, I found out that you're living with Kat and Sin. I'm sending you money. Go marry her, whatever, for the wedding and stuff like that. Boom. In 3 months, we were married. Legally.
That's good. He's got a good mom. My mom does the same thing. I brought home 3 Japanese girls. She brings them aside. She's like, so, do you know about Jesus? The Japanese girl's like, huh? One Japanese girl's like, is Jesus an American?
Yeah, I didn't say the part where she interrogated me about my religion for like 20 minutes before.
There's the juice. Talk about that.
Yeah, she's like, you're not Muslim, right? Like, no, I'm not Muslim. Not every person who looks like this is Muslim.
Did she do the test and make you eat a piece of bacon?
Oh my God. No.
I'd be like, prove it. Bacon.
Rub this bacon on your skin, woman.
Wow.
Do you love my son? Rub this bacon on your skin.
Yes.
I'm telling you, you ain't eating that piece of bacon. I don't believe you. There was like a guy that was selling guns, like a gun shop. And anytime like a Muslim would come in, like he would put out or somebody he thought was Middle Eastern, he'll put out a plate with bacon. He's like, take a bite first before you buy a gun.
Oh, wow. Didn't they do that during the Crusades? I think they dipped their bullets in like either pig's blood or pig fat. So like when they shot the Muslims, they would be like, oh my God, we're going to hell. I'm pretty sure that's real.
No, Clover. We don't believe that you're Muslim. We all know you're not a Muslim. Trust me. You don't get a reason to eat bacon. Remember, we're working on that. Clover Tech is like a gunsmith. Like he is the gun guy. Like I know
That's awesome.
you like guns. Like he got guns for guns. He got guns on
Dude.
guns on top of guns.
I almost bought a Daniel Defense rifle on my vacation when I was in America. I was like
Mhm.
shooting his fucking AR,
Mhm.
and I was like, "This is only $1,500." I was like, "I could just walk out with it today because I have a concealed weapons permit."
Mhm.
They're like, "Yeah," but I didn't do it. I wanted to. I bought a Glock the last trip, but like, if I ever move back to America, I'm buying a huge house with land, and I'm just going to be that crazy guy who fills my house with guns.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at right now. I'm looking at Idaho.
Yeah.
It's really cheap out there, like land wise. Like,
Mhm.
it's a good place. That in Tennessee. Like I wouldn't mind Nashville, out the outskirts of Nashville, or Idaho.
I just can't. I can't deal with those winters, man.
In Idaho, the cold.
Just anywhere. I saw snow for the first time when I was 27 in Japan. I was just like, oh my God. I grabbed my camera and I went outside and I was like filming it. I was like, this is a miracle.
Like this is what a white Christmas is. That's funny.
Oh man, it's great.
When are you
Daniel
streaming
Defense
now?
is me-
When are you streaming? Like, because your times are changed, right? Are your streaming times?
Oh, I stream same 9 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm in the new studio. I'm launching a panel show. We're gonna have girls hopefully on this Friday or this Monday.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
So
in the
you-
studio right now.
Oh, cool.
Look. Okay,
Oh, very nice.
that's a 100-inch monitor. We got 4 Sony FX3s. The lights there, and
Nice.
then
FX3s are nice.
they're Netflix approved. And I
Yeah.
have like the control panels back here. This is where I
Do they
solo
have
stream.
a-
But
Do they have do they have like its own codecs? The FX3? Or are they regular Sony codecs?
I don't know. I have a
little
smart Asian.
producer. Little
Mhm.
producer
Yeah.
setup. That's dope.
Yeah. Have you seen my my new spot? I'm gonna show you the view. It's fucking gorgeous. We're in downtown Tokyo.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's a little smoggy today. I'll show you. It's pretty cool. Look.
Oh, that's badass. That's a
We're on
great
the
view.
58th floor. My ice bath over there. Do that every
Nice.
morning. I don't need coffee anymore.
Nice. That is
You
nice.
see all the helipads?
Yep.
Pretty cool, right?
That's dope.
It's so good when my haters try to say something. I'm like, I'm sorry, could you speak up? I have
I
bad
hear you
signal
from
up
up
here.
here.
I can't hear you all the way down there in the middle class. Can you raise your voice?
What is that? Is that low class speak? Pork? What? Sorry, I don't speak brokenese.
Yeah, it's a
That's
beautiful
nice.
view. My
Very
dog
cool.
lives in pure luxury, man. My dog eats better than my fucking haters.
Nice.
I give my
Isn't
dog
that how it
Wagyu
should be?
sometimes.
I used to give my chickens wild caught Alaskan salmon.
Really? Do all people from Iran have like pet chickens?
Oh my gosh. I'm in Miami and Cubans do.
I was gonna say Cubans do, that's for sure.
They definitely do.
You know who I'm
People eat
surprised is
all-
you know who I'm surprised is not in the chat right now? Where's Cheeks at? Where the fuck is Cheeks at right now?
Cheeks is whoring. He can't help himself.
No.
Yeah, he is.
I was talking to him earlier today. I was on the phone with him earlier.
He keeps
My
saying,
dog has a pup. Oh, sorry.
no.
Go ahead, John.
No, somebody just asked where my dog goes to the bathroom. I'm just have ADD. I'm reading the chat. I have a there's a little pee-pee pad over here. So my dog is so bougie. She like hates to go outside. She's like, oh God, we have to walk outside.
I have to go deal with the common folk.
My dog is so racist to Japanese men. She hates Japanese men. She loves Japanese girls, but like when she sees Japanese guys, she like growls and barks at them. She doesn't like them.
Oh,
have
so
a
she knows
cat
about
that
their
does that.
condition too, right?
Maybe.
Wow.
Oh man, that's sad.
I
So
don't
like the
speak
population,
Canadian.
where's that? There's a park out there I heard in Japan, like it's like the self-deletion park.
Oh
It's a
gosh.
it's a
A
forest.
forest
Yeah.
or forest?
Yeah,
Is
it's a
it like
forest.
is it a real thing? Like, or is it just like a
Yeah.
like wow, that's bad.
They jump in front of there's a train line because Tokyo is and pretty much all of like Metro Japan, like Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, parts of Fukuoka, Sapporo, all of these areas, it's all about trains, right? And
Mhm.
in Japan, they like have one train. It's the KO line, KEIO, and that's like the train where people notoriously just
Mm.
yeah. And you know what's crazy? The companies are so ruthless. All the money and profits that they lose for the time that the person caused a delay
Mhm.
and everything, they bill the family.
So
Yeah.
we work them to death, but it's your job to keep them alive. Like,
Hmm.
but don't you guys like out there? The custom is like you have husbands that have wives for children, but then they have like playthings for like they have girlfriends for like actual sex, right?
Yeah,
That,
like these Japanese dudes are cheating like fucking like it's going out of style.
but I'm like, if you're working all that damn time, like, where do you get the time to even cheat if you have barely enough time to even sleep?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do. It is what it is. It is what it is. The women, I mean, they're in America and all the Christian countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is typically it's guilt based, right? So when you cheat, you're like you feel guilt, or if you like to do a threesome or some lesbian shit, like it's Christian guilt.
Yeah.
But in Asia, in secular Asia, it's more shame based. So as long as you do your smut, but you don't get caught, you don't bring you don't bring shame to your family. That's the biggest thing. And these Asian people, like their relationships are just hollow and like very non-loving, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to cheat because they really don't like the ideal love and romantic love that most people like is a form of Christian love, right? That's why, like,
Mm-hmm.
for example, like Japanese girls, like one of the most romantic women, one of the most romantic movies for all these Japanese girls is they love the Titanic. They
Oh yeah, of
love the
course when the guy
Titanic.
dies. Yeah, of course.
It's just romantic how he's sweet and loving kids. Like when I date these Japanese girls, I'm a very loving guy, and so like I'm always hugging my girl, I'm always kissing my girl, and just telling her she's beautiful and stuff. And they don't like get it. They get addicted to that love because they just don't get it. I grab my girl, I kind of kiss her a bunch of times. She's like, we've never had this kind of affection before because I'm the first like foreigner she's ever dated, and so she's hooked.
So like the guys are
She
not very like PDA. They don't do a lot of public.
No, even the kids, like they barely like it's sad, man. They barely show love and affection to the kids.
Damn. Like no, you got to be stoic,
Yeah,
disciplined.
just do what's great for the greater cause. Nihon Banzai.
So it's like almost here in America, we like the love aspect is a good thing, but we fail on everything else. Like I think we romanticize love. Everybody bastardizes love too, in a sense, because
Hmm.
people don't realize love is correction.
Mm.
Like,
I was gonna when I was using the bathroom, I heard Kat say something that was wrong, so inherently I have to correct her.
oh,
What?
When she was like, "Guys don't fall in love when they have sex with a guy," I'm like, "Yes, they do." Like
For
no,
that
it's
these
not.
guys,
moment. For that moment.
no, no, you're wrong. And let me tell you, from a guy's perspective, okay. Some of these guys, we make a joke about it all the time. Like they fall in love with the first girl who touches their pee pee.
Okay,
Okay,
if
so
it's
You know,
first,
but she's
but not if
talking
there's
about
a lot.
the guy that has options.
Yeah, a lot.
which most guys don't have options.
Yeah, but she's talking
I
like
don't
That's
care about them. I'm talking
she ain't
about this
fucking she ain't even into
particular
them.
case.
I know. I'm speaking about the invisible man that you don't see, Kat. Us plebs down in the 5 foot height range, okay? But
Man.
I can't tell you because I run the first and only centralized passport bro community, and I see it happen all the time. Like the first foreign girl, because men are just so starved for a woman that will actually love and care for them like the first girl that shows them like a semblance of femininity, they're just like, oh my God, she's the one. She's the one. And that's why because a lot of people don't talk about this, but the foreigner divorce rate is pretty high too.
Mm.
The best match, the strongest match in Japan that has the lowest divorce rate is American male and Japanese female. I think the worst one is French male and Japanese female because they just idealize these fucking French scumbags.
The French are gross. No offense.
No, you're not offending anybody. I don't like the fucking French.
Mm-mm.
I mean, there's some cool French guys, don't get me wrong,
I
but the
haven't found
majority of them,
The French don't even
they're-
like the French. So
no.
well, it's okay. It's about to be fucking the Muslim word for French soon, anyway.
Seriously.
the way they're going, so it's all good.
When I used to live in Taiwan, there was like this like a place where you can hook up with people who wanted to learn English and like hang out with them. So, I mean, I found a bunch of cute Taiwanese girls and we hung out, and they'd always be like the creepy ass French men. Who are like,
Mhm.
I can pretend to be a woman, lady, to come. We meet and we have coffee and we have sex. And it's like, what? This is how you talk to people?
God.
Insane.
So, like, what is like the passport? Because remember, everybody's trying to label you a passport bro. I'm like, no, John LD is not a passport bro. He moved out there. He lives out there. He's been out there for years.
I claim that. I say I'm the first passport bro because I moved out here 2012.
I
before
know.
I
That's
was
what I
even
was
cool.
telling everybody. Like, I was like, he was out there a long time ago. So I tell guys, like, look, if you're gonna go overseas, stay over there. Don't just go over there try to find the girl and bring her back.
No.
You know.
You can bring her back, but you got to have strong frame, which most guys don't.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going, if most guys are not like you who are going over there, starting business out there, and fall in love with the culture and staying out there. Most guys are trying to go out there because they want to be able to flex what they don't have out here, try to make it overcompensate out there, so they think that they appear to be more than they are. So I'm like, that guy that obviously is not going to have his frame. He's not going to have his game. He's trying to play Madden on easy mode, right? And I say, stay over there. Stay over there where you're successful. Because if you try to bring her back here, she's gone. 6 months.
Yeah. Yep. That's true. Because your problems follow you. They don't just disappear.
Now, girls will have like overseas, they have like girl game over there that's different for passport bros, right? What are like some of the main ones that you see like you gotta watch out for this type of shit?
Just if she can speak English, that's a red flag. For real, because you're not like, unless she comes from a good family and she's genuinely studying English because she's like interested. Because there's a breed of Asian girl that is genuinely interested in the English language, and she travels to foreign countries with her mom, and they always bounce around because they're more globally minded. But like, yeah, if she speaks English, like the best Japanese girls, like my girl now, she like barely speaks English, but that's how I know like the desire is like so real with her. It's super, super real. Cause like, it's just like, it's almost primitive. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the desire is super real. But yeah, you got to be careful with the girls that speak English. You got to be careful with the girls who are like serial foreigner daters. We call them gaijin hunters in Japan. Gaijin is the word for foreigner, so it's like, oh, careful, that girl's a gaijin hunter. Some of them will date you to get free English lessons out of you because they just want to practice English and then go for the chat. I mean, there's stereotypical things too, like if she's always going to clubs, Unfortunately, like the cold Asian dad who's like present but not really emotionally there is a thing. So they go, like I said, if you don't give those girls you raised them, if you don't give them love and security, they're gonna go look for it elsewhere. They will, and they're gonna find it in places that you don't want them to find it. So. And no, it's not that these women are just educated because they speak English well. It's not the case. Okay. Because I'm living in Asia. I've been all over Asia. Okay. I've been to Thailand. I've been to Vietnam. I've been to Korea. I've been to Japan. I've been to the Philippines. So I'm very well versed and understand. I've slept with women from all these countries and I know what I'm talking about. you know, and it's not about she's educated. No, she's educated in eggplant economics, you know. that's the education. So no, that's not the case at all. If you would like me to be brutally honest with you.
No, I know because all my friends in Taiwan that spoke English, one foreigner after another, until finally they hit the jackpot and then they ended up in the country they wanted to be in.
There you go. There you go. That's
I'm
the
not
truth,
saying
because
that they're not happy with the guy, but
Yeah.
I'm saying like they had a plan.
that's why, like, when Tate was coming out, and there was a talking point he was saying that, like, you can message any girl around the world and seduce her on Instagram. I'm like, okay, how are you going to seduce a fucking Chinese girl in China who doesn't even have access to Instagram? Or even if she does, she doesn't speak English. And a lot of these girls too, like, Asian racism is the strongest in the fucking world. Like, we are all niggas out here to these Asian girls who want nothing to do with us. Okay. And they will be like, ew, I'm not touching that fucking dirty foreigner. Like, the peak of Japanese society, the alpha male in Japanese society is the Japanese man. The alpha male in Korean society is the Korean man. Okay. It doesn't work like that. And so, yeah, like, to a degree, the fact that she likes you as a foreigner, to a degree, is a red flag. So you have to vet her.
That's actually
Because because what
interesting.
happens is this too, right? Like, this happens a lot. The military guys take the bait, hook, line, and sinker. But a lot of these Japanese, or I'll just use Japanese girls as an example. There's a lot of Japanese girls who are just, like, so bad at relationships that Japanese men want nothing to do with them. So they have to, like, okay, well, I gotta, you know, rummage through the trash here and just fucking the foreigner supply to, like, try and find a man, and that's what happens.
But a lot of the guys that would go over there were not top tier.
Yeah, that's
So it's
also
like
true.
they kind of like found each other.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable. Like, those relationships don't necessarily. I mean, again, going back to the divorce rate amongst the foreigners is pretty high.
Mm.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
So
Cry.
if the divorce rate is it just as high as in America? Like, or what's like the percentage that?
It's a 30% divorce rate right now in Japan. It's going up, but it's
wow.
funny. In America, during the pandemic, the divorce rate went up. In Japan, during the pandemic, the divorce rate went down. You know,
I think we're at a 54% rate right now in
Mm.
America. So yeah, it's still high. It's still I tell guys, just go. I just say, if you're not Christian, don't get married. What's the point?
Mm.
What is the point if they're not Christian to get married? There's really no point.
Mm.
Because what can you get from a girlfriend that you get from a wife if you're married?
We'll say that again. I was reading the chat. Sorry, I have ADD.
What can't you get from a girlfriend that you get from a wife?
Headaches.
Girlfriends could give you headaches.
That's true. That's true. There's some girls. I have a friend, right? And a lot of these, because again, like what Kat said is true. Like, a lot of the foreigners that come here, you know, the foreigner community, they call them LBH. You know what it stands for? Loser back home.
Oh yes,
Oh.
yes, yeah.
And my friend had this friend of his, and this Japanese girl was sweet. She was nice. She was kind. They never had a fight. Okay. And as soon as he signed the marriage paper, they had their first fight. And this bitch is so fucking crazy. Okay. This bitch is a psychopath. She told him she cacks his lunch, because Japanese women have a way of cucking beta males as well. One of the standard things that they do in Japan, this is more traditional, and this doesn't happen like the Japanese alpha male guys, but for the beta guys, you hand over your entire salary to your wife, and then your wife gives you an allowance from your own salary. And she packed him his lunch and whatever, and he had to come home at a certain time, right? And he was allowed back in at 5 o'clock. And one time he got off early, and she wouldn't let him in because he came before 5 o'clock and he didn't finish his lunchbox that she made for him. So she made him wait outside and eat his lunchbox, and she let him in at 5 o'clock. But again, that's a guy who has no frame and no self-respect. If a bitch did that to me, it's over. It is beyond over, right? That is not something I'm tolerating. I have self-respect, but men with self-respect are few and far between.
Yeah, I told my husband about that. Oh, look, the women in Japan do all the finances. Maybe I should do the finances. And he's like, no. What?
Like, what country are we in? Yep, that's right. Not Japan.
Nope.
I'm still going to try.
Well, it's your nature. It's your nature.
What are you going to do?
Every time I hear a relationship, like when a woman's in charge of the finances, it never really lasts too long.
Yeah, but he won't give me a budget. So it's like, I would be better with a budget if I knew like the stuff.
Would you though?
It's just like,
would you?
Yes, because I would know. Because now I'm like, I don't know how much I'm supposed to spend.
Well, that's why you always ask him.
He says he's not going to tell me. And I'm like,
you should check out Dave Ramsey. He is great content.
I know who he is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does your husband make money? Does he do six figures?
Yeah.
Nice.
Doctor.
What does he do?
He's a doctor.
What kind of doctor? Is he a real doctor? Is he like a foot doctor?
He's a functional medicine doctor.
That sounds like a fake doctor.
It is. He's a fake doctor.
Is he a
DO
or
real
an
money?
MD? Is he a DO or is he an MD?
No. I'm not gonna. First, I don't want to say anything on the internet. But he's a.
I just want to know: is he a DO or is he an MD?
None of those.
He's not a real doctor.
No, he's not. But he's
like Dr. Dre.
He
like
is.
Dr. Dre.
It's
like
another type of thing. It's another type of thing that I'm not gonna say.
So
he's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Oh man. Well, if he was a boob doctor, that's still a pretty good job.
Plastic surgeons make money. You ever see plastic surgeon do an interview not in a nice suit?
Never.
No. All the plastic surgeons make money. Yes, I know.
There's money in titties.
Not the girl ones, though. I don't think they have the strength to rip stuff apart.
They found out that doctors that play video games do way better at surgery than doctors who don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that just an excuse for the doctors that have a PS4 or PS5 in the hospital? Like, hey, we need this in here so we can play.
No, there's some. I mean, I think a lot of my success came from me playing video games. I played video games. Like, don't play video games. You're not going to be a millionaire. Like, I played video games. I play video games to this day. I think video games are a big part of me having to understand systems because I played a lot of RPGs.
Mm.
Same. That's what I equate my success to too.
No, you don't. You can't even spell RPG.
You can't even spell success.
Look, I play The Sims. That's success.
That's not an RPG.
Whatever. Who cares? I suck at like Grand Theft Auto. Is that an RPG?
Just end the stream. This is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, what is that one?
Oh, cat. What's the last video you made? Your music video, Kat?
Oh, you want to see music videos?
I want to see your latest music video. You rant and raving about them all the time, so I want to hear them.
Why is my freaking cat screaming?
And John, have you done another Matrix or Ninja or Dark Knight or whatever what it was? Who was it that you're the villain guy that you're dealing with the leather jacket beating people up?
Oh man, that was a great commercial. That commercial got me sued. No, I have been. I honestly, I got to go back to my roots and making like badass commercials again. And I have one.
Those are hilarious, bro. I've been working out like the comedy one. So I just been doing like, I got 1-800-SLAP-A-HOE, don't commit domestic violence. We'll do it for you. And I have like two of my subs are the face of it, like Sweet Auntie and Chrono. They're the two people that'll go over there and slap a hoe for you. I did Andrew Wilson's Debate University commercial. That was fun.
I thought about buying that because he's so good.
It's really good. It's a good course.
Andrew still hates me.
Why?
I hate you. What'd you do?
He What? He accused me of being really a man.
That's weird.
Wait, hold on. There has to be more to this story. What's the context?
I don't know, but all I know is that anytime like his stream would raid grid stream when I was on it, they would all say, "Oh, it's the chick with like the beard," and I'm like, "What? Like what? Like so they're obviously talking some smack." And you know, Andrew doesn't like chicks.
Does he?
No, he does. He doesn't
He
like
doesn't
working
like
with
chicks.
chicks.
He says, "I don't work with chicks."
He doesn't work with them.
I mean, there's not. It's not. He's not entirely off. One time I was working in this Japanese company, and it's just so funny how like delusional women are. This one girl was being like obnoxious at the party, and no one was correcting her because everybody's a fucking simp. I was like, "Hey, like, what are you doing? Stop being so rude and obnoxious." And she threw a full can of beer at me and hit my hand, and it fucking hurt. And I wanted to break this bitch's neck. And I was just like, "This is so crazy. Like, if I would have done that to a man, the guy would fucking kill me." You know? So, yeah, working with chicks is I don't know, man. It's like it's a skill. It's a skill.
That's why I don't work.
That's good. You're doing your thriving podcast with 8 people watching now.
Look, it's 8 more people than before.
Hey, I'm just teasing you. Here, you know what? I'll subscribe. Now you'll have 598 subscribers.
Oh my God.
I'll have you on my show. I'll interview you next week.
Cool.
Yeah, she did
What do you
really
want to
good on
talk about?
Donovan's.
Oh, we're gonna talk about all the things you don't want to talk about.
What? What's your body count? 5
Oh,
billion. Obviously.
I'm not gonna say that. It's so dumb.
I've
No,
been
none of
ran
that.
through.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that. That's stupid. Oh,
Yeah, Allie won't have me on because I think like I'm not good for her brand.
Well,
what
I
brand?
mean,
Is she still making content?
Yes.
every once
But
in-
now
yes, every
she's
once in a
very
while.
like sophisticated trad, and I'm
Well,
not sophisticated.
Or trad.
Allie's
trad.
she's
I'm not trad.
You're not
Allie's just
sophisticated or trad.
she's
No.
protected. What's her new brand called? Is she no longer Real Femme Sapien? What is she
No,
now?
she still
She's
goes by that.
Look, I'm still friends with Allie, but like I'm not like of her brand. Like I don't
Let me see.
fit the criteria.
Let's see. Is she putting out content? She put out content 2 months ago.
I thought she just did a live not too long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, her
she
live.
did one.
I'm looking at her videos. Sorry, I'm looking at her
Yeah,
videos.
it's like she just did a live a couple days ago. I thought.
She pops in, hits me up, and then disappears every once in a while. I like her husband. He's a real cool guy.
Yeah, he's dope. He used to be on the Dragon Ship with Thor.
Oh, she looks pretty. She has long hair now. Good for her.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm cool with Allie. I just do not fit the trad wife brand. That's
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, because you're not trad.
I'm
at
not.
all.
I don't know what. Like, I'm never going to be good at making sourdough or wearing like those puffy sleeved Amish outfits. Like, I can't.
You know, it's so funny. The Japanese girl I'm dating now, she has a Wojak dress. I took a picture of it this morning. Look, I'll show you. It's so funny. She's literally wearing the Wojak dress.
Yes.
There it is.
I always tease her. I always like tell her that's the grandma dress.
Who is this? Am I super liberal? Yes, I'm very liberal. Thank you.
You better chill with that. I'll fucking pay someone to delete your fucking 500 channel.
But you're not.
500 subscriber YouTube channel.
She's liberal, but she's not.
What am I liberal about?
But you're not.
But what am I liberal about? Like, I don't even think I'm liberal about anything. I'm very dictator.
Yeah, oh, yes. You're going to say this one again? Are you going to say this one again?
What?
I said, you don't have the dick to be a dictator. And then what did you say? What did you say?
I said my dick's over there.
No, she said, I dictate the dick.
Oh, no.
That right there
no.
shows me that you're liberal. Right there is the liberal
You
message.
can't take jokes no more.
Little truth in every joke, Kat. Little truth.
A
All right, well, I
little
gotta
joke
go.
in every joke. Yeah, I gotta
right,
go
John.
too.
Well, we're going to end
I
this
love you
stream, you
all.
guys.
We're
Peace.
gonna end. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you both.
John, I'll hit
for
you up.
coming.
I think I got you on Telegram. I'll hit you up.
Hit me up. I love you guys. Peace.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.